Chapter 1 of the Nether World. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. The Nether World by George Gissing. Chapter 1. A Thrall of Thralls. In the troubled twilight of a March evening 10 years ago, an old man, whose equipment and bearing suggested that he was fresh from travel, walked slowly across Clerkenwell Green, and by the graveyard of St. James's Church stood for a moment looking about him. His age could not be far from 70, but despite the stoop of his shoulders he gave little sign of failing under the burden of years. His sober step indicated gravity of character rather than bodily feebleness, and his grasp of a stout stick was not such as bespeaks need of support. His attire was neither that of a man of leisure, nor of the kind usually worn by English mechanics. Instead of coat and waistcoat, he wore a garment something like a fisherman's guernsey, and over this a coarse short cloak, picturesque in appearance as it was buffeted by the wind. His trousers were of moleskin, his boots reached almost to his knees. For head covering he had the cheapest kind of undyed felt, its form exactly that of the old Petasus. To say that his aspect was venerable would serve to present him in a measure, yet it would not be wholly accurate, for there was too much of past struggle and present anxiety in his countenance to permit full expression of the natural dignity of the features. It was a fine face, and might have been distinctly noble, but circumstances had marred the purpose of nature. You perceived that his cares had too often been of the kind which are created by ignoble necessities, such as leave to most men of his standing a bare humanity of visage. He had long, thin white hair. His beard was short and merely grizzled. In his left hand he carried a bundle, which probably contained clothing. The burial ground by which he had paused was as little restful to the eye as are most of those discoverable in the byways of London. The small trees that grew about it shivered in their leaflessness. The rank grass was wan under the failing day. Most of the stones leaned this way or that, emblems of neglect. They were very white at the top, and darkened downwards till the damp soil made them black. And certain cats and dogs were prowling or sporting among the graves. At this corner the east wind blew with malice such as it never puts forth save where there are poorly clad people to be pierced. It swept before it thin clouds of unsavoury dust, mingled with the light refuse of the streets. Above the shapeless houses night was signalling a murky approach. The sky, if sky it could be called, gave threatening of sleet, perchance of snow. And on every side was the rumble of traffic, the voiceful evidence of toil and of poverty. Hawkers were crying their goods, the inevitable organ was clanging before a public house hard by, the crumpet-man was hastening along, with monotonous ringing of his bell and hoarse rhythmic wail. The old man had fixed his eyes half absently on the inscription of a gravestone near him. A lean cat springing out between the iron railings seemed to recall his attention, and with a slight sigh he went forward along the narrow street which is called St. James's Walk. In a few minutes he had reached the end of it, and found himself facing a high grey-brick wall, wherein at this point was an arched gateway closed with black doors. He looked at the gateway, then fixed his gaze on something that stood just above, something which the dusk half concealed, and by so doing made more impressive. It was the sculptured counterfeit of a human face, that of a man distraught with agony. The eyes stared wildly from their sockets, the hair struggled in maniac disorder, the forehead was wrung with torture, the cheeks sunken, the throat fearsomely wasted, and from the wide lips there seemed to be issuing a horrible cry. Above this hideous effigy was carved the legend, "Middlesex House of Detention." Something more than pain came to the old man's face as he looked and pondered. His lips trembled like those of one in anger, and his eyes had a stern, resentful gleaming. He walked on a few paces, then suddenly stopped where a woman was standing at an open door. "I ask your pardon," he said, addressing her with the courtesy which owes nothing to refined intercourse, "but do you by any chance know any one of the name of Snowden hereabouts?" The woman replied with a brief negative. She smiled at the appearance of the questioner, and with the vulgar instinct looked about for some one to share her amusement. "Better inquire at the house on the corner," she added, as the man was moving away. "They've been here a long time, I believe." He accepted her advice, but the people at the public-house could not aid his search. He thanked them, paused for a moment with his eyes down, then again sighed slightly, and went forth into the gathering gloom. Less than 5 minutes later there ran into the same house of refreshment a little slight girl, perhaps 13 years old. She carried a jug, and at the bar asked for "a pint of old six." The barman, whilst drawing the ale, called out to a man who had entered immediately after the child, "Don't know nobody called Snowden about here, do you, Mr. Squibbs?" The individual addressed was very dirty, very sleepy, and seemingly at odds with mankind. He replied contemptuously, with a word which, in phonetic rendering, may perhaps be spelt "No." But the little girl was looking eagerly from one man to the other. What had been said appeared to excite keen interest in her. She forgot all about the beer-jug that was waiting, and after a brief but obvious struggle with timidity, said, in an uncertain voice, "Has somebody been asking for that name, sir?" "Yes, they have," the barman answered in surprise. "Why?" "My name's Snowden, sir. Jane Snowden." She reddened all over her face as soon as she had given utterance to the impulsive words. The barman was regarding her with a sort of semi-interest, and Mr. Squibbs also had fixed his bleary or beery eyes upon her. Neither would have admitted an active interest in so pale and thin and wretchedly clad a little mortal. Her hair hung loose and had no covering. It was hair of no particular colour, and seemed to have been for a long time utterly untended. The wind on her run hither had tossed it into much disorder. Signs there were of some kind of clothing beneath the short, dirty, worn dress, but it was evidently of the scantiest description. The freely exposed neck was very thin, but, like the outline of her face, spoke less of a feeble habit of body than of the present pinch of sheer hunger. She did not indeed look like one of those children who are born in disease and starvation, and put to nurse upon the pavement. Her limbs were shapely enough, her back was straight, she had features that were not merely human, but girl-like, and her look had in it the light of an intelligence generally sought for in vain among the children of the street. The blush and the way in which she hung her head were likewise tokens of a nature endowed with ample sensitiveness. "Oh, your name's Jane Snowden, is it?" said the barman. "Well, you're just 3 minutes and 3/4 too late. Perhaps it's a fortune a-running after you. He was a rum old party as inquired. Never mind, it's all in a life. There's fortunes lost every week by the good deal less than 3 minutes when it's horses, eh, Mr. Squibbs?" Mr. Squibbs swore with emphasis. The little girl took her jug of beer and was turning away. "Hullo!" cried the barman. "Where's the money, Jane, if you don't mind?" She turned again in increased confusion, and laid coppers on the counter. Thereupon the man asked her where she lived. She named a house in Clerkenwell Close, near at hand. "Father live there?" She shook her head. "Mother?" "I haven't got one, sir." "Who is it as you live with, then?" "Mrs. Peckover, sir." "Well, as I was saying, he was a queer old joker as arsted for the name of Snowden. Shouldn't wonder if you see him going round." And he added a pretty full description of this old man, to which the girl listened closely. Then she went thoughtfully, a little sadly, on her way. In the street, all but dark by this time, she cast anxious glances onwards and behind, but no old man in an odd hat and cloak and with white hair was discoverable. Linger she might not. She reached a house of which the front door stood open. It looked black and cavernous within, but she advanced with the step of familiarity, and went downstairs to a front kitchen. Through the half-open door came a strong odour and a hissing sound, plainly due to the frying of sausages. Before Jane could enter she was greeted sharply in a voice which was young and that of a female, but had no other quality of graciousness. "You've taken your time, my lady. All right, just wait till I've had my tea, that's all. Me and you will settle accounts to-night, see if we don't. Mother told me as she owed you a licking, and I'll pay it off, with a little on my account too. Only wait till I've had my tea, that's all. What are you standing there for, like a fool? Bring that beer here, and let's see how much you've drank." "I haven't put my lips near it, miss, indeed I haven't," pleaded the child, whose face of dread proved both natural timidity and the constant apprehension of ill-usage. "Little liar! That's what you always was, and always will be. Take that!" The speaker was a girl of 16, tall, rather bony, rudely handsome. The hand with which she struck was large and coarse-fibred, the muscles that impelled it vigorous. Her dress was that of a work-girl, unsubstantial, ill-fitting, but of ambitious cut. Her hair was very abundant, and rose upon the back of her head in thick coils, an elegant fringe depending in front. The fire had made her face scarlet, and in the lamplight her large eyes glistened with many joys. First and foremost, Miss Clementina Peckover rejoiced because she had left work much earlier than usual, and was about to enjoy what she would have described as a blow-out. Secondly, she rejoiced because her mother, the landlady of the house, was absent for the night, and consequently she would exercise sole authority over the domestic slave, Jane Snowden. That is to say, would indulge to the uttermost her instincts of cruelty in tormenting a defenceless creature. Finally, a cause of happiness antecedent to the others, but less vivid in her mind at this moment, in the next room lay awaiting burial the corpse of Mrs. Peckover's mother-in-law, whose death 6 days ago had plunged mother and daughter into profound delight, partly because they were relieved at length from making a pretence of humanity to a bedridden old woman, partly owing to the fact that the deceased had left behind her a sum of £75, exclusive of moneys due from a burial-club. "Ah!" exclaimed Miss Peckover, who was affectionately known to her intimates as Clem, as she watched Jane stagger back from the blow, and hide her face in silent endurance of pain. "That's just a morsel to stay your appetite, my lady. You didn't expect me back home at this time, did you? You thought as you was going to have the kitchen to yourself when mother went. Ha ha ha! Ah, those sausages is done. Now you clean that frying-pan, and if I can find a speck of dirt in it as big as half a farden, I'll take you by the hair of the head and clean it with your face. That's what I'll do. Understand? Oh, I mean what I say, my lady. Me and you's going to spend an evening together. There's no two ways about that. Ho ho ho! Hee hee hee!" The frankness of Clem's brutality went far towards redeeming her character. The exquisite satisfaction with which she viewed Jane's present misery, the broad joviality with which she gloated over the prospect of cruelties shortly to be inflicted, put her at once on a par with the noble savage running wild in woods. Civilization could bring no charge against this young woman. It and she had no common criterion. Who knows but this lust of hers for sanguinary domination was the natural enough issue of the brutalizing serfdom of her predecessors in the family line of the Peckovers? A thrall suddenly endowed with authority will assuredly make bitter work for the luckless creature in the next degree of thraldom. A cloth was already spread across one end of the deal table, with such other preparations for a meal as Clem deemed adequate. The sausages, 5 in number, she had emptied from the frying-pan directly on to her plate, and with them all the black, rich juice that had exuded in the process of cooking, particularly rich, owing to its having several times caught fire and blazed triumphantly. On sitting down and squaring her comely frame to work, the first thing Clem did was to take a long draught out of the beer-jug. Refreshed thus, she poured the remaining liquor into a glass. Ready at hand was mustard, made in a teacup. Having taken a certain quantity of this condiment on to her knife, she proceeded to spread each sausage with it from end to end, patting them in a friendly way as she finished the operation. Next she sprinkled them with pepper, and after that she constructed a little pile of salt on the side of the plate, using her fingers to convey it from the salt-cellar. It remained to cut a thick slice of bread, she held the loaf pressed to her bosom whilst doing this, and to crush it down well into the black grease beside the sausages. Then Clem was ready to begin. For 5 minutes she fed heartily, showing really remarkable skill in conveying pieces of sausage to her mouth by means of the knife alone. Finding it necessary to breathe at last, she looked round at Jane. The handmaiden was on her knees near the fire, scrubbing very hard at the pan with successive pieces of newspaper. It was a sight to increase the gusto of Clem's meal, but of a sudden there came into the girl's mind a yet more delightful thought. I have mentioned that in the back kitchen lay the body of a dead woman. It was already encoffined, and waited for interment on the morrow, when Mrs. Peckover would arrive with a certain female relative from St. Albans. Now the proximity of this corpse was a ceaseless occasion of dread and misery to Jane Snowden. The poor child had each night to make up a bed for herself in this front room, dragging together a little heap of rags when mother and daughter were gone up to their chamber, and since the old woman's death, it was much if Jane had enjoyed 1 hour of unbroken sleep. She endeavoured to hide these feelings, but Clem, with her bed Indian scent, divined them accurately enough. She hit upon a good idea. "Go into the next room," she commanded suddenly, "and fetch the matches off the mantelpiece. I shall want to go upstairs presently, to see if you've scrubbed the bedroom well." Jane was blanched, but she rose from her knees at once, and reached a candlestick from above the fireplace. "What's that for?" shouted Clem, with her mouth full. "You've no need of a light to find the mantelpiece. If you're not off—" Jane hastened from the kitchen. Clem yelled to her to close the door, and she had no choice but to obey. In the dark passage outside there was darkness that might be felt. The child all but fainted with the sickness of horror as she turned the handle of the other door and began to grope her way. She knew exactly where the coffin was. She knew that to avoid touching it in the diminutive room was all but impossible. And touch it she did. Her anguish uttered itself, not in a mere sound of terror, but in a broken word or two of a prayer she knew by heart, including a name which sounded like a charm against evil. She had reached the mantelpiece. Oh, she could not find the matches. Yes, at last her hand closed on them. A blind rush, and she was out again in the passage. She re-entered the front kitchen with limbs that quivered, with the sound of dreadful voices ringing about her, and blankness before her eyes. Clem laughed heartily, then finished her beer in a long, enjoyable pull. Her appetite was satisfied. The last trace of oleaginous matter had disappeared from her plate, and now she toyed with little pieces of bread lightly dipped into the mustard-pot. These bonnes bouches put her into an excellent humour. Presently she crossed her arms and leaned back. There was no denying that Clem was handsome. At 16 she had all her charms in apparent maturity, and they were of the coarsely magnificent order. Her forehead was low and of great width, her nose was well shapen, and had large sensual apertures. Her cruel lips may be seen on certain fine antique busts. The neck that supported her heavy head was splendidly rounded. In laughing, she became a model for an artist, an embodiment of fierce life independent of morality. Her health was probably less sound than it seemed to be. One would have compared her, not to some piece of exuberant normal vegetation, but rather to a rank, evilly fostered growth. The putrid soil of that nether world yields other forms besides the obviously blighted and sapless. "Have you done any work with Mrs. Hewit to-day?" she asked of her victim, after sufficiently savouring the spectacle of terror. "Yes, miss, I did the front room fireplace, and fetched 14 of coals, and washed out a few things." "What did she give you?" "A penny, miss. I gave it to Mrs. Peckover before she went." "Oh, did you? Well, look here, you'll just remember in future that all you get from the lodgers belongs to me, and not to mother. It's a new arrangement, understand, and if you dare to give up a penny to mother, I'll lick you till you're nothing but a bag of bones. Understand?" Having on the spur of the moment devised this ingenious difficulty for the child, who was sure to suffer in many ways from such a conflict of authorities, Clem began to consider how she should spend her evening. After all, Jane was too poor-spirited a victim to afford long entertainment. Clem would have liked dealing with someone who showed fight, someone with whom she could try savage issue in real tooth-and-claw conflict. She had in mind a really exquisite piece of cruelty, but it was a joy necessarily postponed to a late hour of the night. In the meantime, it would perhaps be as well to take a stroll, with a view of meeting a few friends as they came away from the workrooms. She was pondering the invention of some long and hard task to be executed by Jane in her absence, when a knocking at the house-door made itself heard. Clem at once went up to see who the visitor was. A woman in a long cloak and showy bonnet stood on the step, protecting herself with an umbrella from the bitter sleet which the wind was now driving through the darkness. She said that she wished to see Mrs. Hewit. "Second floor front," replied Clem, in the off-hand, impertinent tone wherewith she always signified to strangers her position in the house. The visitor regarded her with a look of lofty contempt, and, having deliberately closed her umbrella, advanced toward the stairs. Clem drew into the back regions for a few moments, but as soon as she heard the closing of a door in the upper part of the house, she too ascended, going on tiptoe, with a noiselessness which indicated another side of her character. Having reached the room which the visitor had entered, she brought her ear close to the keyhole, and remained in that attitude for a long time, nearly 20 minutes, in fact. Her sudden and swift return to the foot of the stairs was followed by the descent of the woman in the showy bonnet. "Miss Peckover?" cried the latter when she had reached the foot of the stairs. "Well, what is it?" asked Clem, seeming to come up from the kitchen. "Will you have the goodness to go and speak to Mrs. Hewit for an instant?" said the woman, with much affectation of refined speech. "All right. I will just now, if I've time." The visitor tossed her head and departed, whereupon Clem at once ran upstairs. In 5 minutes she was back in the kitchen. "See here," she addressed Jane. "You know where Mr. Kirkwood works in St. John's Square? You've been before now. Well, you're to go and wait at the door till he comes out, and then you're to tell him to come to Mrs. Hewit at once. Understand? Why aren't these tea things all cleared away? All right. Wait till you come back, that's all. Now be off, before I skin you alive." On the floor in a corner of the kitchen lay something that had once been a girl's hat. This Jane at once snatched up and put on her head. Without other covering, she ran forth upon her errand. End of Chapter 1.
Chapter number 2, A Friend in Request. The Netherworld, by George Gissing. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit www.librivox.org. Recording by Daisy. It was the hour of the unyoking of men. In the highways and byways of Clerkenwell there was a thronging of released toilers, of young and old, of male and female. Forth they streamed from factories and workrooms, anxious to make the most of the few hours during which they might live for themselves. Great numbers were still bent over their labour, and would be for hours to come, but the majority had leave to wend stablewards. Along the main thoroughfares the wheel track was clangorous. Every omnibus that clattered by was heavily laden with passengers. Tarpaulins gleamed over the knees of those who sat outside. This way and that the lights were blurred into a misty radiance. Overhead was mere blackness, whence descended the lashing rain. There was a ceaseless scattering of mud. There were blocks in the traffic, attended with rough jest or angry curse. There was jostling in the crowded pavement. Public houses began to brighten up, to bestir themselves for the evening's business. Streets that had been hives of activity since early morning were being abandoned to silence and darkness and the sweeping wind. At noon to-day there was sunlight on the Surrey hills. The fields and lanes were fragrant with the first breath of spring, and from the shelter of budding copses many a primrose looked tremblingly up to the vision of blue sky. But of these things Clerkenwell takes no account. Here it had been a day like any other, consisting of so many hours, each representing a fraction of the weekly wage. Go where you may in Clerkenwell, on every hand are multiform evidences of toil intolerable as a nightmare. It is not as in those parts of London where the main thoroughfares consist of shops and warehouses and workrooms, whilst the streets are hidden away on either hand are devoted in the main to dwellings. Here, in every alley, it is thronged with small industries. All but every door and window exhibits the advertisement of a craft that is carried on within. Here you may see how men have multiplied toil for toil's sake, have wrought to devise work superfluous, have worn their lives away in imagining new forms of weariness. The energy, the ingenuity daily put forth in these grimy burrows task the brain's power of wondering. But that those who sit here through the livelong day, through every season, through all years of life that is granted them, who strain their eyesight, who overtax their muscles, who nurse disease in their frames, who put resolutely from them the thought of what existence might be, that these do it all without prospect or hope of reward save the permission to eat and sleep and bring into the world other creatures who strive with them for bread, surely that thought is yet more marvellous. Workers in metal, workers in glass and in enamel, workers in weed, workers in every substance on earth or from the waters under the earth that can be made commercially valuable. In Clerkenwell the demand is not so much for rude strength as for the cunning fingers and the contriving brain. The inscriptions of the house front would make you believe that you were in a region of gold and silver and precious stones. In the recesses of dim byways, where sunshine and free air are forgotten things, where families herd together in dear rented garrets and cellars, craftsmen are forever handling jewellery, shaping bright ornaments for the necks and arms of such as are born to the joy of life. Wealth inestimable is ever flowing through these workshops, and the hands that have been stained in gold dust may, as likely as not, some day extend themselves in petition for a crust. In this house, as the announcement tells you, business is carried on by a trader in diamonds, and next door is a den full of children who wait for their day's one meal until their mother has come home with their chance earnings. A strange enough region wherein to wander and muse. Inextinguishable laughter were perchance the fittest result of such musing, yet somehow the heart grows heavy, somehow the blood is troubled in its course, and the pulses begin to throb hotly. Amid the crowds of work-people, Jane Snowden made what speed she might. It was her custom, whenever dispatched on an errand, to run till she could run no longer, then to hasten along, panting until breath and strength were recovered. When it was either of the Peovers who sent her, she knew that reprimand was inevitable on her return, be she ever so speedy. But her nature was incapable alike of rebellion and of that sullen callousness which would have come to aid to most girls in her position. She did not serve her tyrants with willingness, for their brutality filled her with a sense of injustice. Yet the fact that she was utterly dependent upon them for her livelihood, that but for their grace, as they were perpetually reminding her, she would have been a workhouse child, had a mitigating effect upon the bitterness she could not wholly subdue. There was, however, another reason why she sped eagerly on her present mission. The man to whom she was conveying Mrs. Hewit's message was one of the very few persons who had ever treated her with human kindness. She had known him by name and by sight for some years, and since her mother's death (she was 11 when that happened) he had by degrees grown to represent all that she understood by the word friend. It was seldom that words were exchanged between them. The opportunity came scarcely oftener than once a month, but whenever it did come it made a bright moment in her existence. Once before she had fetched him an evening to see Mrs. Hewit, and as they walked together he had spoken with what seemed to her wonderful gentleness, with consideration inconceivable from a tall bearded man, well dressed and well to do in the world. Perhaps he would speak in the same way to-night. The thought of it made her regardless of the cold rain that was drenching her miserable garment, of the wind that now and then, as she turned a corner, took away her breath and made her cease from running. She reached St. John's Square and paused at length by a door on which the inscription says, H. Lewis, Working Jeweller. It was just possible that the men had already left. She waited for several minutes with anxious mind. No, the door opened, and 2 workmen came forth. Jane's eagerness impelled her to address one of them. "Please, sir, Mr. Kirkwood hasn't gone yet, has he?" "No, he ain't," the man answered pleasantly, and turning back he called to some one within the doorway. "Hello, Sidney, here's your sweetheart waiting for you." Jane shrank aside, but in a moment she saw a familiar figure. She advanced again, and eagerly delivered her message. "All right, Jane, I'll walk with you," was the reply, and whilst the two other men were laughing good-naturedly, Kirkwood strode away by the girl's side. He seemed to be absent-minded, and for some 100 yards distance was silent. Then he stopped all of a sudden and looked down at his companion. "Why, Jane," he said, "you'll get your death running about in weather like this." He touched her dress. "I thought so. You're wet through." There followed an inarticulate growl, and immediately he stripped off his short overcoat. "Here, put this on, right over your head. Do as I tell you, child." He seemed impatient tonight. Wasn't he going to talk with her as he had before? Jane felt her heart sinking. With her hunger for kind words and gentleness, she thought nothing of the character of the night, and that Sidney Kirkwood might reasonably be anxious to get over the ground as quickly as possible. "How is Mrs. Hewett?" Sidney asked when they were walking again. "Still poorly, eh? And the baby?" Then he was again mute. Jane had something she wished to say to him, wished very much indeed, yet she felt it would have been difficult even if he had encouraged her. As he kept silence and walked so quickly, speech on her part was utterly forbidden. Kirkwood, however, suddenly remembered that his strides were disproportionate to the child's steps. She was an odd figure, thus disguised in his over-jacket. He caught a glimpse of her face by a street lamp and smiled, but with a mixture of pain. "Feeling a bit warmer, so?" he asked. "Oh, yes, sir." "Haven't you got a jacket, Jane?" "It's all to pieces, sir. They're going to have it mended, I think." "They" was the word by which Jane alone ventured to indicate her aunt. "Going to, eh? I think they'd better be quick about it." Ha! That was the old tone of kindness. How it entered into her heart and warmed it. She allowed herself one quick glance at him. "Do I walk too quick for you?" "Oh no, sir, Mr. Kirkwood. Please, there's something I—" The sentence had, as it were, begun itself, but timidly cut it short. Sidney stopped and looked at her. "What? Something you want to tell me, Jane?" He encouraged her, and at length she made her disclosure. It was of what had happened in the public house. The young man listened with much attention, walking very slowly. He got her to repeat her second-hand description of the old man who had been inquiring for people named Snowden. "To think that you should have just been too late!" he exclaimed with annoyance. "Have you any idea who he was?" I really can't think, sir," Jane replied sadly. Sidney took a hopeful tone. Thought it very likely that the inquirer would pursue his search with success, being so near the house where Jane's parents had lived. "I'll keep my eyes open," he said. "Perhaps I might see him. He'd be easy to recognize, I should think." "And would you tell him, sir?" Jane asked eagerly. "Why, of course I would. You'd like me to, wouldn't you?" Jane's reply left small doubt on that score. Her companion looked down at her again, and said with compassionate gentleness, "You keep a good heart, Jane. Things'll be better some day, no doubt." "Do you think so, sir?" The significance of the simple words was beyond all that eloquence could have conveyed. Sidney muttered to himself, as he had done before, like one who is angry. He laid his hand on the child's shoulder for a moment. A few minutes more, and they were passing along the prison wall, under the ghastly head now happily concealed by darkness. Jane stopped a little short of the house and removed the coat that had so effectually sheltered her. "Thank you, sir," she said, returning it to Sidney. He took it without speaking and threw it over his arm. At the door, now closed, Jane gave a single knock. They were admitted by Clem, who, in regarding Kirkwood, wore her haughtiest demeanour. The young man had never paid any kind of homage to Mrs. Peckover, and such neglect was by no means what she was used to. Other men who came to the house took every opportunity of paying her broad compliments, and some went far as to offer her practical testimony of their admiration. Sidney merely had a "How do you do, miss?" at her service. Coquetry was failed to soften him. Clem accordingly behaved as if he had given her a mortal offence on some recent occasion. She took care, moreover, to fling a few fierce words at Jane before the latter disappeared into the house. Thereupon Sidney looked at her sternly. He said nothing, knowing that interference would only result in harsher treatment for the poor little slave. "You know your way upstairs, I believe," said Clem, as if he were all but a stranger. "Thank you, I do," was Sidney's reply. Indeed, he had climbed these stairs innumerable times during the last 3 years. The musty smells were associated with ever so many bygone thoughts and states of feeling. The stains on the wall, had it been daylight, the irregularities of the bare wooden steps, were remembrances of projects and hopes and disappointments. For many months now every visit had been with heavier heart. His tap at the Hwits' door had a melancholy sound to him. A woman's voice bade him enter. He stepped into a room which was not disorderly or unclean, but presented the chill discomfort of poverty. The principal, almost the only, articles of furniture were a large bed, a wash-hand stand, a kitchen table, and 2 or 3 chairs, of which the cane seats were bulged and torn. A few meaningless pictures hung here and there, and on the mantelpiece, which sloped forward somewhat, stood some paltry ornaments, secured in their place by a piece of string stretched in front of them. The living occupants were 4 children and their mother. 2 little girls, 6 and 7 years old respectively, were on the floor near the fire. A boy of 4 was playing with pieces of firewood at the table. The remaining child was an infant, born but a fortnight ago, lying at its mother's breast. Mrs. Hewett sat on the bed and bent forward in an attitude of physical weakness. Her age was 27, but she looked several years older. At 19 she had married, her husband, John Hwit, having 2 children by a previous union. Her face could never have been very attractive, but it was good-natured, and wore its pleasantest aspect as she smiled on Sidney's entrance. You could have classed her at once with those feeble-willed, weak-minded, yet kindly disposed women, who are only too ready to meet affliction half-way, and who, if circumstances be calamitous, are more harmful than an enemy to those they hold dear. She was rather wrapped up than dressed, and her hair, thin and pale-coloured, was tied in a ragged knot. She wore slippers, the upper parts of which still adhered to the soles only by miracle. It looked very much as if the same relations subsisted between her frame and the life that informed it, for there was no blood in her cheeks and no lustre in her eye, and the baby at her bosom moaned in the act of sucking. One knew not how the poor woman could supply sustenance to another being. The children were not dirty nor uncared for, but their clothing hung very loosely upon them, and their flesh was unhealthy, and their voices had an unnatural sound. Sidney stepped up to the bed and gave his hand. "I'm so glad you've come before Clara," said Mrs. Hewett. "I hoped you would, but she can't be long, and I want to speak to you first. It's a bad night, isn't it? Yes, I feel it in my throat, and it goes right through my chest. Just here, look! And I haven't slept not an hour a night last week. It makes me feel low. I want to get to the hospital if I can in a day or 2. "But doesn't the doctor come still?" asked Sidney, drawing a chair near her. "Well, I didn't think it was right to go on paying him, and that's the truth, I'll go to the hospital, and they'll give me something. I look bad, don't I, Sidney?" "You look as if you'd no business to be out of bed," returned the young man in a grumbling voice. "Oh, I can't lie still, and so it's no use talking. But see, I want to speak about Clara. That woman, Mrs. Tubbs, has been here to see me, talking and talking. She says she'll give Clara 5 shillings a week, as well as board and lodge her. I don't know what to do about it, that I don't. Clara, she's that set on going, and her father's that set against it. It seems as if it'd be a good thing, don't it, Sidney? I know you don't want her to go, but what's to be done? What is to be done?" Her wailing voice caused the baby to wail likewise. Kirkwood looked about the room with a face set in anxious discontent. "Is it no use, Mrs. Hewett?" he exclaimed suddenly, turning to her. "Does she mean it? Won't she ever listen to me?" The woman shook her head miserably, and her eyes filled with tears. "I've done all I could," she replied, half sobbing. "I have, I have, Sidney. She's that headstrong. It seems as if she wouldn't listen to nobody, at least nobody as we knows anything about." "What do you mean by that?" she inquired abruptly. "Do you think there's anybody else?" "How can I tell? I've got no reason for thinking about it, but how can I tell? No, I believe it's nothing but her self-will and the fancy she's got into her head. Both her and Bob. There's no doing nothing with them. Bob, he's that wasteful with his money, and now he talks about going and getting a room in another house, where he might just as well make all the saving he can. But no, that ain't his idea, nor yet his sister's. I suppose it's their mother as they take after, though their father he won't own to it. And I don't blame him for not speaking ill of her as she has gone. I should be that wretched if I thought my own was going to turn out the same. But there's John. He ain't a wasteful man. No one can say it of him. He's got his fancies, but They've never made him selfish to others, as well you know, Sydney. He's been the best husband to me as ever a poor woman had, and I'll say it with my last breath." She cried pitifully for a few moments. Sydney, mastering his own wretchedness, which he could not altogether conceal, made attempts to strengthen her. "When things are at their worst they begin to mend," he said. "It can't be much longer before he gets work. And look here, Mrs. Hewett, I won't hear a word against it. You must and shall let me lend you something to go on with." I don't, Sydney. John wouldn't have it. He's always a saying, once begin that, and it's all up. You will never earn no more of your own. It's one of his fancies, and you know it is. You'll only make trouble, Sydney. Well, all I can say is that he's an unreasonable and selfish man." No, John ain't selfish. Never say that. It's only his fancy, Sydney. Well, there's one trouble you better get rid of, at all events. Let Clara go to Mrs. Tubbs. You'll never have any peace until she does, I can see that. Why shouldn't she go after all? She's 17. If she can't respect herself now, she never will, and there's no help for it. Tell John to let her go." There was bitterness in his tone with which he gave his advice. He threw out his hands impatiently, and then flung himself back, so that the cranky chair creaked and tottered. "And if any harm comes to her, what then?" returned Mrs. Hewett plaintively. "We know well enough why Mrs. Tubbs wants her. It's only because she's good looking, and she'll bring more people to the bar. John knows that, and it makes him wild. Mind what I'm telling you, Sidney. If any harm comes to that girl, her father will go out of his head. I know he will. He worships the ground that she walks on, and if it hadn't been for that she'd never been given the trouble as she is doing. It'd be better for her if she had a father like mine, as was hard, careless man. I don't wish to say no harm of him, as he is dead and buried, and my own father too, but he was a hard father to us, and as long as we lived we didn't say a word as he didn't like. He'd have killed me if I'd gone on like Clara. It was a good thing that he was gone before—" "Don't speak of that," interposed Kirkwood, with kindly firmness. "That's long since over and done and forgotten." No, not forgotten. Clara knows, and that's partly why she makes so little of me. I know it is." "I don't believe it. She's a good-hearted girl." A heavy footstep on the stairs checked him. The door was thrown open, and there entered a youth of 19, clad as an artisan. He was a shapely fellow, though not quite so stout as perfect health would have made him, and he had a face of singular attractiveness, clear complexioned, delicate featured, agleam with intelligence. The intelligence was perhaps even too pronounced. Seen in profile, the countenance had an excessive eagerness. There was selfish force about the lips, moreover, which would have been better away. His noisy entrance indicated an impulsive character, and the nod with which he greeted Kirkwood was self-sufficient. "Where's that medal I cast last night, mother?" he asked, searching in various corners of the room and throwing things about. "Now, do mind what you're up to, Bob," remonstrated Mrs. Hewett. "You'll find it in the mantle in the other room, and don't make such a noise." The young man rushed forth and in a moment returned. In his hand, which was very black, and shone as if from the manipulation of metals, he held a small bright medal. He showed it to Sidney, saying, "What do you think of that?" The work was delicate and of clever design. It represented a race-horse at full speed, a jockey rising in the stirrups and beating it with orthodox brutality. "That's Tally-ho at the Epsom spring meetin'," he said. "I've got money on him." And with another indifferent nod he flung out of the room. Before Mrs. Hewett and Mr. Kirkwood could renew their conversation, there was another step at the door, and the father of the family presented himself. End of chapter 2. Read by Daisy.
Chapter 3 of The Netherworld. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Carl Henning. The Netherworld by George Robert Gissing. Chapter 3. A Superfluous Family. Kirkwood's face, as he turned to greet the newcomer, changed suddenly to an expression of surprise. "Why, what have you been doing to your hair?" he asked abruptly. A stranger would have seen nothing remarkable in John Hewitt's hair, unless he had reflected that, being so sparse, it had preserved its dark hue and its gloss somewhat unusually. The short beard and whiskers were also of rich colour than comported with the rest of the man's appearance. Judging from his features alone, one would have taken John for 60 at least. His years were in truth not quite 52. He had the look of one worn out with anxiety and hardship. The lines engraven upon his face were of extraordinary depth and frequency. There seemed to be little flesh between the dry skin and the bones which sharply outlined his visage. The lips were, like those of his son, prominent and nervous, but none of Bob's shrewdness was here discoverable. Feeling rather than intellect appeared to be the father's characteristic. His eyes expressed self-will, perhaps obstinacy, and he had a peculiarly dogged manner of holding his head. At the present moment he was suffering from extreme fatigue. He let himself sink upon a chair, threw his hat onto the floor, and rested a hand on each knee. His boots were thickly covered with mud. His corduroy trousers were splashed with the same. Rain had drenched him. It trickled to the floor from all his garments. For answer to Sidney's question, he nodded towards his wife and said in a thick voice, "Ask her." "He's dyed it," Miss Hewit explained with no smile. "He thought one of the reasons why I couldn't get work was his looking too old." "And so it was," exclaimed Hewit with an angry vehemence which at once declared his position and revealed much of his history. "So it was my hair was a bit turned, and nowadays there's no chance for old men. Ask any one you like. Why, there's Sam Lang couldn't even get a job at gardening 'cause his hair was a bit turned. It was him as told me what to do. 'Dye your hair, Jack,' he says. 'It's what I've had to myself,' he says. 'They won't have old men nowadays at no price.' Why, there's Jarvey the painter. You know him, Sidney. His governor sent him on a job to Jones's place, and they sent him back. 'Why, he's an old man,' they says. 'What good's a man of that age for lifting ladders about?' And Jarvey's no older than me." Sidney knotted his brows. He had heard the complaint from too many men to be able to dispute its justice. "When there's twice too many of us for the work that's to be done," pursued John, "what else can you expect? The old uns have to give way, of course. Let 'em beg, let 'em starve. What use are they?" Miss Hewit had put a kettle on the fire and began to arrange the table for a meal. "Go and get your wet things off, John," she said. "You'll be having your rheumatics again." "Never mind me, Maggie. What business have you to be up and about? You need a good deal more taking care of than I do. Here, let Amy get the tea." The three children, Amy, Annie, and Tom, had come forward, as only children do who are wont to be treated affectionately on their father's return. John had a kiss and a caress for each of them. Then he stepped to the bed and looked at his latest born. The baby was moaning feebly. He spoke no word to it, and on turning away glanced about the room absently. In the meantime his wife had taken some clothing from a chest of drawers, and at length he was persuaded to go into the other room and change. When he returned, the meal was ready. It consisted of a scrap of cold steak, left over from yesterday, and still upon the original dish amid congealed fat, a spongy half-quartern loaf, that species of baker's bread of which a great quantity can be consumed with small effect on the appetite, a shapeless piece of something purchased under the name of butter, dabbed into a shallow basin, some pickled cabbage in a teacup, and lastly a pot of tea, made by adding a teaspoonful or two to the saturated leaves which had already served at breakfast and midday. This repast was laid on a very dirty cloth. The cups were unmatched and chipped. The knives were in all stages of decrepitude. The teapot was of dirty tin, with a damaged spout. Sidney began to affect cheerfulness. He took little Annie on one of his knees and Tom on the other. The mature Amy presided. Hewit ate the morsel of meat, evidently without thinking about it. He crumbled a piece of bread and munched mouthfuls in silence. Of the vapid liquid, called tea, he drank cup after cup. "What's the time?" he asked at length. "Where's Clara?" "I dare say she's doing overtime," replied his wife. "She won't be much longer." The man was incapable of remaining in one spot for more than a few minutes. Now he went to look at the baby. Now he stirred the fire. Now he walked across the room aimlessly. He was the embodiment of worry. As soon as the meal was over, Amy, Annie, and Tom were sent off to bed. They occupied the second room together with Clara. Bob shared the bed of a fellow workman upstairs. This was great extravagance, obviously. Other people would have made 2 rooms sufficient for all, and many such families would have put up with 1. But Hwit had his ideas of decency, and stuck to them with characteristic wilfulness. "Where do you think I've been this afternoon?" John began, when the 3 little ones were gone, and Miss Hwit had been persuaded to lie down upon the bed. "Walked to unveiled and back. I was told of a job out there. But it's no good. They're full up. They say exercise is good for the health. I shall be a healthy man before long, it seems to me. What do you think?" "Have you been to see Cawdor again?" asked Sidney, after reflecting anxiously. "No, I haven't," was the angry reply. "And what's more, I ain't going to. He's one of them men I can't get on with. As long as you make yourself small before him, and say 'sir' to him with every other word, and keep telling him how he's your providence on earth, and as you don't know how ever you'd get on without him, well, it's all square, and he'll keep you on the job. That's just what I can't do, never could, and never shall. I should have to hear them children crying for food before I could do it. So don't speak to me about Cawdor again. It makes me wild." Sidney tapped the floor with his foot. Himself a single man, without responsibilities, always in fairly good work, he could not invariably sympathize with Hewit's sore and impracticable pride. His own temper did not err in the direction of meekness, but as he looked round the room he felt that a home such as this would drive him to any degree of humiliation. John knew what the young man's thoughts were. He resumed in a voice of exasperated bitterness. "No, I haven't been to Cawdor. I beg his pardon. Mr. Cawdor, James Cawdor, Esquire. But where do you think I went this morning? Miss Peckover brought up a paper and showed me an advertisement. Gorbert and Coswell Bede wanted a man to clean windows and sweep up and so on. Offered 15 bob a week. Well, I went. Didn't I, mother? Didn't I go after that job? I got there at 8:30, and what do you think I found? If there was one man standing at Gorbert's door, there was 500. Don't you believe me? You go and ask them as lives about there. If there was one, there was 500. Why, police had to come and keep the road clear. 15 bob. What was the use of me standing there outside the crowd? What was the use, I say? Such a lot of poor starving devils you never saw brought together in all your life. There they was, looking ready to fight with one another for the 15 bob a week. Didn't I come back and tell you about it, mother? And if they'd all felt like me, they'd have turned against the shop and smashed it up. Aye, and every other shop in the street. What use? Why, no use. But I tell you that's how I felt. If any man had said as much as a rough word to me, I'd have gone at him like a bulldog. I felt like a beast. I wanted to fight, I tell you, to fight till the life was kicked and throttled out of me. "John, don't go on in that way," cried his wife, sobbing miserably. "Don't let him go on like that, Sidney." Hewit jumped up and walked about. "What's the time?" he asked the next moment, and when Sidney told him that it was 9:30, he exclaimed, "Then why hasn't Clara come home? What's gone with her?" "Perhaps she's at Miss Tubbs," replied his wife in a low voice, looking at Kirkwood. "And what call has she to be there? Who gave her leave to go there?" There was another exchange of looks between Sidney and Miss Hewit. Then the latter, with hesitation and timidity, told of Miss Tubbs' visit to her that evening, and of the proposals the woman had made. "I won't hear of it," cried John. "I won't have my girl go for a barmaid. There's an end of it. I tell you, she shan't go." "I can understand you, Mr. Hewit," said Sidney in a tone of argument softened by deference. "But don't you think you'd better make a few inquiries at all events? You see, it isn't exactly a barmaid's place. I mean to say, Miss Tubbs doesn't keep a public house where people stand about drinking all day. It is only a luncheon bar, and respectable enough." John turned and regarded him with astonishment. "Why, I thought you as much set against it as me. What's made you come round like this? I suppose you've got tired of her, and that's made you so you don't care." The young man's eyes flashed angrily, but before he could make a rejoinder, Miss Hewett interposed. "For shame o' yourself, John, if you can't talk better sense than that. Don't talk at all." "He didn't mean it, Sidney. He's half drove off his head with trouble." "If he doesn't think it," said Kirkwood, speaking sternly but with self-command, "let him say what he likes. He can't say worse than I should deserve." There was an instant of silence. Hewet's head hung with more than the usual doggedness. Then he addressed Sidney, sullenly, but in a tone which admitted his error. "What have you got to say? Never mind me. I'm only the girl's father, and there's not much heed paid to fathers nowadays. What have you got to say about Clara? If you've changed your mind about her going there, just tell me why." Sidney could not bring himself to speak at once, but an appealing look from Miss Hewett decided him. "Look here, Mr. Hewett," he began, with blunt earnestness. "If any harm came to Clara, I should feel it every bit as much as you, and that you ought to know about this time. All the same, what I've got to say is this. Let her go to Miss Tubbs for a month's trial. If you persist in refusing her, mark my words, you'll be sorry. I've thought it all over, and I know what I'm talking about. The girl can't put up with the workroom any longer. It's ruining her health. For one thing, anybody can see that, and it's making her so discontented. She'll soon get reckless. I understand your feeling well enough, but I understand her as well. At all events, I believe I do. She wants a change. She's getting tired of her very life." "Very well," cried the father in shrill irritation. "Why doesn't she take the change that's offered to her? She's no need to go neither to workroom nor to bar. There's a good home waiting for her, isn't there? What's come to the girl? She used to go on as if she liked you well enough." "A girl alters a deal between 15 and 17," Sidney replied, forcing himself to speak with an air of calmness, of impartiality. "She wasn't old enough to know her own mind. I'm tired of plaguing her. I feel ashamed to say another word to her, and that's the truth. She only gets more and more set against me. If it's ever to come right, it'll have to be by waiting. She won't talk about that any more. Think of her quite apart from me, and what I've been hoping. She's 17 years old. You can't deal with a girl of that age like you can with Amy and Annie. You'll have to trust her, Mr. Hewett. You'll have to, because there's no help for it. We're working people, we are. We're the lower orders. Our girls have to go out and get their livings. We teach them the best we can, and the devil knows they've got examples enough of misery and ruin before their eyes to help them to keep straight. Rich people can take care of their daughters as much as they like. They can treat them like children till they're married. People of our kind can't do that, and it has to be faced." John sat with dark brow, his eyes staring on vacancy. "It's right what Sidney says, father," put in Miss Hewett. "We can't help it." "You may perhaps have done harm when you meant only to do good," pursued Sidney, "always being so anxious, and showing what account you make of her. Perhaps you've led her to think a little too much of herself. She knows other fathers don't go on in that way, and now she wants more freedom. She feels it worse than other girls do when you begin to deny her. Talk to her in a different way. Talk as if you trusted her. Depend upon it, it's the only hold you have upon her. Don't be so much afraid. Clara has her faults. See them as well as anyone. But I'll never believe she'd darken your life of her own free will." There was an unevenness, a jerky vehemence in his voice, which told how difficult it was for him to take this side in argument. He often hesitated, obviously seeking phrases which should do least injury to the father's feelings. The expression of pain on his forehead and about his lips testified to the sincerity with which he urged his views, at the same time to a lurking fear lest impulse should be misleading him. Hewett kept silence, in aspect as far as ever from yielding. Of a sudden he raised his hand and said, "Hushed!" There was a familiar step on the stairs. Then the door opened and admitted Clara. The girl could not but be aware that the conversation she interrupted had reference to herself. Her father gazed fixedly at her. Sidney glanced towards her with self-consciousness, and at once averted his eyes. Miss Hewett examined her with apprehension. Having carelessly closed the door with a push, she placed her umbrella in the corner and began to unbutton her gloves. Her attitude was one of affected unconcern. She held her head stiffly and let her eyes wander to the farther end of the room. The expression of her face was cold, preoccupied. She bit her lower lip so that the under part of it protruded. "Where have you been, Clara?" her father asked. She did not answer immediately, but finished drawing off her gloves and rolled them up by turning one over the other. Then she said indifferently, "I've been to see Miss Tubbs." "And who gave you leave?" asked Hewett with irritation. "I don't see that I needed any leave. I knew she was coming here to speak to you or mother, so I went, after work, to ask what you'd said." She was not above the middle stature of woman, but her slimness and erectness and the kind of costume she wore made her seem tall as she stood in this low, sealed room. Her features were of very uncommon type, at once sensually attractive and bearing the stamp of intellectual vigour. The profile was cold, subtle, original, in full face. Her high cheekbones and the heavy, almost horizontal line of her eyebrows were the points that first drew attention, conveying an idea of force of character. The eyes themselves were hazel-coloured, and whatever her mood, preserved a singular pathos of expression, a look as of self-pity, of unconscious appeal against some injustice. In contrast with this, her lips were defiant, insolent, unscrupulous. A shadow of the naivete of childhood still lingered upon them. But though you divined the earlier pout of the spoilt girl, you felt that it must have foretold this danger signal in the mature woman. Such cast of countenance could belong only to one who intensified in her personality an inheritance of revolt, who, combining the temper of an ambitious woman with the forces of a man's brain, had early learnt that the world was not her friend, nor the world's law. Her clothing made but poor protection against the rigours of a London winter. Its peculiarity, bearing in mind her position, was the lack of any pretended elegance. A close-fitting short jacket of plain cloth made evident the grace of her bust. Beneath was a brown dress with one row of kilting. She wore a hat of brown felt, the crown rising from back to front, the narrow brim closely turned up all round. The high collar of the jacket alone sheltered her neck. Her gloves, though worn, were obviously of good kid. Her boots, strangest thing of all in a work-girl's daily attire, were both strong and shapely. This simplicity seemed a declaration that she could not afford genuine luxuries, and scorned to deck herself with shams. The manner of her reply inflamed Hewett with impotent wrath. He smote the table violently, then sprang up and flung his chair aside. "Is that the way you've learnt to speak to your father?" he shouted. "Haven't I told you you're not to go nowhere without my leave or your mother's? Do you pay no heed to what I bid you? If so, say it. Say it at once, and have done with it." Clara was quietly removing her hat. In doing so, she disclosed the one thing which gave proof of regard for personal appearance. Her hair was elaborately dressed, drawn up from the neck. It was disposed in thick plaits upon the top of her head. In front were a few rows of crisping. She affected to be quite unaware that words had been spoken to her, and stood smoothing each side of her forehead. John strode forward and laid his hands roughly upon her shoulders. "Look at me, will you? Speak, will you?" Clara jerked herself from his grasp and regarded him with insolent surprise. Of fear there was no trace upon her countenance. She seemed to experience only astonishment at such unwonted behaviour from her father, and resentment on her own behalf. Sidney Kirkwood had risen and advanced a step or two, as if in apprehension of harm to the girl, but his interference was unneeded. Hewett recovered his self-control as soon as Clara repelled him. It was the first time he had ever laid a hand upon one of his children other than gently. His exasperation came of over-tried nerves, of the experiences he had gone through in such of work that day, and the keen suffering occasioned by his argument with Sidney. The practical confirmation of Sidney's warning that he must no longer hope to control Clara like a child stung him too poignantly. He obeyed an unreasoning impulse to recover his authority by force. The girl's look entered his heart like a stab. She had never faced him like this before, saying more plainly than with words that she defied him to control her, his child's face, the face he loved best of all. Yet at this moment he was searching it vainly for the lineaments that were familiar to him. Something had changed her, had hardened her against him in a moment. It seemed impossible that there should come such severance between them. John revolted against it, as against all the other natural laws that visited him harshly. "What's come to you, my girl?" he said in a thick voice. "What's wrong between us, Clara? Haven't I always done my best for you? If I was the worst enemy you had, you couldn't look at me crueler." "I think it's me that should ask what's come to you, father," she returned with her former self-possession. "You treat me as if I was a baby. I want to know what you're going to say about Miss Tubbs. I suppose mother's told you what she offers me." Sidney had not resumed his chair before Hewit could reply. He said, "I think I'll leave you to talk over this alone." "No, stay where you are," said John gruffly. "Look here, Clara. Sidney's been talking to me, and he's been saying that I ought to let you have your own way in this. Yes, you may well look as if it surprised you." Clara had just glanced at the young man, slightly raising her eyebrows, but at once looked away again with a careless movement of the head. "He says what it's hard and cruel for me to believe, though I half began to see that he's right. He says you won't pay no more heed to what I wish, and it's me now must give way to you. I didn't used to think me and Clara would come to that, but it looks like it. It looks like it." The girl stood with downcast eyes. Once more her face had suffered a change. The lips were no longer malignant. Her forehead had relaxed from its haughty frown. The past fortnight had been a period of contest between her father's stubborn fears and her own determination to change the mode of her life. Her self-will was only intensified by opposition. John had often enough experienced this. But hitherto the points at issue had been trifles, matters in which the father could yield for the sake of pleasing his child. Serious resistance brought out for the first time all the selfish forces of her nature. She was prepared to go all lengths rather than submit. Now the question of her liberty had once been broached. Already there was a plan in her mind for quitting home, regardless of all the misery she would cause, reckless of what future might be in store for herself. But the first sign of yielding on her father's part touched the gentler elements of her nature. Thus was she constituted, merciless in egotism when put to the use of all her weapons, moved to warmest gratitude as soon as concession was made to her. But to be on ill terms with her father had caused her pain, the only effect of which, however, was to heighten the sullen impracticability of her temper. At the first glimpse of relief from overstrained emotions, she desired that all angry feeling should be at an end. Having gained her point, she could once more be the affectionately wilful girl whose love was the first necessity of John Hewit's existence. "Well," John pursued, reading her features eagerly, "I'll say no more about that, and I won't stand in the way of what you set your mind on. But understand, Clara, my girl, it's because Sidney persuaded me. Sidney answers for it, mind you that." His voice trembled, and he looked at the young man with something like anger in his eyes. "I'm willing to do that, Mr. Hewit," said Kirkwood in a low but firm voice, his eyes turned away from Clara. "No human being can answer for another in the real meaning of the word, but I can take upon myself to say that Clara will bring you no sorrow. She hears me say it. They're not the kind of words that a man speaks without thought of what they mean." Clara had seated herself by the table, and was moving a finger along the pattern of the dirty white cloth. She bit her underlip in the manner already described, seemingly her habit when she wished to avoid any marked expression of countenance. "I can't see what Mr. Kirkwood's got to do with it at all," she said, with indifference, which now, however, was rather good-humoured than the reverse. "I'm sure I don't want anybody to answer for me." A slight toss of the head. "You'd have to let me go in any case, father, so I don't see you need bring Mr. Kirkwood's name in." Hewett turned away to the fireplace and hung his head. Sidney, gazing darkly at the girl, saw her look towards him, and she smiled. The strange effect of that smile upon her features! It gave gentleness to the mouth, and, by making more manifest the intelligent light of her eyes, emphasized the singular pathos inseparable from their regard. It was a smile to which a man would concede anything, which would vanquish every prepossession, which would inspire pity and tenderness and devotion in the heart of sternest resentment. Sidney knew its power only too well. He averted his face. Then Clara rose again and said, "I shall just walk round and tell Miss Tubbs. It isn't late, and she'd like to know as soon as possible." "Oh, surely it'll do in the morning," exclaimed Miss Hewett, who had followed the conversation in silent anxiety. Clara paid no attention, but at once put on her hat again. Then she said, "I won't be long, father," and moved towards the door. Hewett did not look round. "Will you let me walk part of the way with you?" Sidney asked abruptly. "Certainly, if you like." He bade the two who remained good night, and followed Clara downstairs. End of chapter 3. Recording by Carl Henning.
Chapter 4 of the Netherworld. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Mary Agnew. The Netherworld by George Robert Gissing. Chapter 4. Clara and Jane. Rain no longer fell, but the gusty and bitter wind still swept about the black streets. Walking side by side without speech, Clara and her companion left the neighbourhood of the prison and kept a northward direction till they reached the junction of the highways where stands the Angel. Here was the wonted crowd of loiterers and the press of people waiting for tramcar or omnibus, east, west, south, or north. Newsboys, eager to get rid of their last batch, were crying as usual, "E-O! Extra special! E-O! Standard!" and a brass band was blaring out its saddest strain of merry dance music. The lights gleamed dismally in rain puddles and on the wet pavement. With the wind came whiffs of tobacco and odours of the drinking bar. They crossed and walked the length of Islington High Street, then a short way along its continuation, Upper Street. Once or twice Clara had barely glanced at Kirkwood, but his eyes made no reply, and his lips were resolutely closed. She did not seem offended by this silence. On the contrary, her face was cheerful, and she smiled to herself now and then. One would have imagined that she found pleasure in the sombreness of which she was the cause. She stopped at length and said, "I suppose you don't want to come in with me?" "No." "Then I'll say good night. Thank you for coming so far out of your way." "I'll wait. I may as well walk back with you, if you don't mind." "Oh, very well. I shan't be many minutes." She passed on and entered the place of refreshment that was kept by Mrs. Tubbs. Till recently it had been an ordinary eating-house or coffee shop, but having succeeded in obtaining a license to sell strong liquors, Mrs. Tubbs had converted the establishment into one of a more pretentious kind. She called it Imperial Restaurant and Luncheon Bar. The front shone with vermilion paint. The exterior was aflare with many gas jets. In the window was disposed a tempting exhibition of snacks of fish, cold roast fowls, ham sandwiches, and the like, whilst further back stood a cooking stove, whereon frizzled and vapoured a savoury mess of sausages and onions. Sidney turned away a few paces. The inclemency of the night made Upper Street, the promenade of a great district on account of its spacious pavement, less frequented than usual, but there were still numbers of people about, some hastening homewards, some sauntering hither and thither in the familiar way, some gathered into gossiping groups. Kirkwood was irritated by the conversation and laughter that fell on his ears, irritated by the distant strains of the band, irritated above all by the fume of frying that pervaded the air for many yards about Mrs. Tubbs's precincts. He observed that the customers tending that way were numerous. They consisted mainly of lads and young men who had come forth from neighbouring places of entertainment. The locality and its characteristics had been familiar to him from youth upwards, but his nature was not subdued to what it worked in, and the present fit of disgust was only an accentuation of the mood by which he was often possessed. To the Hwits he had spoken impartially of Mrs. Tubbs and her bar. Probably that was the right view, but now there came back upon him the repugnance with which he regarded Clara's proposal when it was first made. It seemed to him that he waited nearly half an hour when Clara came forth again. In silence she walked on beside him. Again they crossed by the Angel and entered St. John Street Road. "You've made your arrangements?" Sidney said, now that there were few people passing. "Yes, I shall go on Monday." "You're going to live there altogether?" "Yes, it will be more convenient, and then it'll give me more room at home. Bob can sleep with the children and save money." "To be sure," observed the young man with bitter irony. Clara flashed a glance at him. It was a new thing for Sidney to take this tone with her. Not seldom had he expressed unfavourable judgments by silence, but he had never spoken to her otherwise than with deference and gentleness. "You don't seem in a very good temper tonight, Mr. Kirkwood," she remarked in a suave tone. He disregarded her words, but in a few moments turned upon her and said scornfully, "I hope you'll enjoy the pleasant ladylike work you've found. I should think it'll improve your self-respect to wait on a gentleman of Upper Street." Irony is not a weapon which is in use among working people. Their wits in general are too slow. With Sidney, however, it had always been a habit of speech in indignant criticism, and sympathy made him aware that nothing could sting Clara more acutely. He saw that he was successful when she turned her head away and moved it nervously. "And do you suppose I go there because the place pleases me?" she asked in a cold, hostile voice. "You make a great mistake, as you always do when you pretend to know anything about me. Wait till I've learned a little about the business. You won't find me in Upper Street then." "I understand." Again they walked on in silence. They were nearing Clerkenwell Close, and had to pass a corner of the prison in the dark lane, where the wind moaned drearily. The line of the high blank wall was relieved in colourless gloom against the sky of sheer night. Opposite, the shapes of poverty-eaten houses and grimy workshops stood huddling in the obscurity. From near at hand came shrill voices of children chasing each other about, children playing at midnight between slum and gaol. "We're not likely to see much of each other after tonight," said Sidney, stopping. "The less the better, I should say. If this is how you're going to talk to me, the less the better, perhaps. At all events, for a time. But there's one or two things on my mind, and I'll say them now. I don't know whether you think anything about it, but you must have seen that things are getting worse and worse at home. Your mother—" "She's no mother of mine," broke in Clara angrily. "She's been a mother to you in kindness, that's certain, and you've repaid her almost as ill as you could have done. Another girl would have made her hard life a bit easier. No, you've only thought of yourself. Your father walks about day after day trying to get work, and how do you meet him when he comes home? You fret him and anger him. You throw back ill-tempered words when he happens to think different from you. You almost break his heart, because you won't give way in things that he only means for your good. He that would give his life for you. It's as well you should hear the truth for once, and hear it from me too. Anyone else might speak from all sorts of motives. As for me, it makes me suffer more to say such things than it ever could you to hear them. Laugh if you like. I don't ask you to pay any heed to what I've wished and hoped, but just give a thought to your father and the rest of them at home. I told him tonight he'd only to trust you, that you never could do anything to make him ashamed of you. I said so, and I believed it. Look, Clara, with all my heart I believe it. But now that you've got your way, think of them a little. It isn't your fault if I don't know how bad I am, said the girl with a half smile. That she did not resent his lecture more decidedly was no doubt due to having afforded new proof of the power she had over him. Sidney was shaken with emotion. His voice all but failed him at the last. "Good-bye," he said, turning away. Clara hesitated, looked at him, but finally also said, "Good-bye," and went on alone. She walked with bent head, and almost passed the house door in absence of thought. On the threshold was standing Miss Peckover. She drew aside to let Clara pass. Between these two was a circular rivalry. Though by date a year younger than Clara, Clem gave no evidence of being physically less mature. In the matter of personal charm she regarded herself as by far Miss Hwit's superior, and resented vigorously the tone of the latter's behaviour to her. Clara, on the other hand, looked down on Miss Peckover as a mere vulgar girl. She despised her brother Bob because he had allowed himself to be inveigled by Clem. In intellect, in social standing, she considered herself out of all comparison with the landlady's daughter. Clem had the obvious advantage of being able to ridicule the Hwits' poverty, and did so without sparing. Now, for instance, when Clara was about to pass good night, Clem remarked, "It's cold, ain't it? I wonder you don't put on a ulster a night like this." "Thank you," was the reply. "I shan't consult you about how I am to dress." Clem laughed, knowing she had the best of the joke. The other went upstairs and entered the back room, where it was quite dark. "That you, Clara?" asked Amy's voice. "The candle's on the mantel-shelf." "Why, aren't you asleep?" Clara returned sharply, but the irritation induced by Clem's triumph quickly passed in reflection on Sidney's mode of leave-taking. That had not at all annoyed her, but it had made her thoughtful. She lit the candle. Its light disclosed a room much barer than the other one. There was one bed, in which Amy and Annie lay. Clara had to share it with them, and a mattress placed on the floor, where reposed little Tom, a low chest of drawers with a very small looking-glass upon it, a washstand, a few boxes. Handsome girls, unfortunate enough to have brains to boot, do not cultivate the patient virtues in a chamber of this description. There was a knock at the door. Clara found her father standing there. "Have you anything to tell me, my girl?" he asked in a subdued voice, furtively regarding her. "I shall go on Monday." He drew back a step, and seemed about to return to the other room. "Father, I shall have you give Mrs. Tubbs the 5 shillings for a few weeks. She's going to let me have a new dress." "Your earnings is your own, Clara." "Yes, but I hope very soon to be able to give you something. It's hard for you having no work. John writing wonderfully." "Don't you trouble, my dear. That's all right. Things'll come around somehow. You're a good girl. Good night, my darling." He kissed her, and went consoled to his rest. Miss Peckover kept going up and down between the kitchen and the front door. Down below, Jane was cleaning a copper kettle. Clem, who had her sweetest morsel of cruelty yet in store, had devised this pleasant little job as a way of keeping the child employed till all was quiet. She had just come down to watch the progress of the work, and to give a smart rap or two on the toiling fingers, when a heavy footstep in the passage caused her to dart upstairs again. It was Bob Hwit, returned from his evening recreations. "Oh, that's you, is it?" cried Clem. "Come down. I want to speak to you." "Wait till tomorrow," answered Bob, advancing towards the stairs.
"Wait. We'll see about that."
She sprang forward, and with a prompt exertion of muscle, admirably in its way, whirled Bob around and dragged him to the head of the kitchen flight. The young fellow took it in good part, and went down with her. "You go up into the passage," said Clem to her servant, and was immediately obeyed. "Now," resumed Miss Peckover, when she had closed the door, "who have you been going about with to-night?" "What are you talking about?" returned Bob, who had seated himself on the table and was regarding Clem jocosely. "I've been with some of my pals, that's all."
"Pals? What sort of pals? Do you call Pennyloaf Candy one of your pals?"
She stood before him in a superb attitude, her head poised fiercely, her arms quivering at her sides, and all the stature and vigour of her young body emphasized by muscular strain. "Pennyloaf Candy?" Bob repeated, as if in scorn of the person so named. "Get on with you. I'm sick of hearing you talk about her. Why haven't I seen her not these 3 weeks?"
"It's a lie."
Clem's epitaph was too vigorous for reproduction.
"Sukey Jalop saw you with her down by the meat market, and Jack Bartley saw you too."
"Jack did?" He laughed with obstreperous scorn. "Why, Jack's gone to Homertown with his mum till Saturday night." "Don't be such a bloomin' fool. Just because Suke Jalop's dead nuts on me, and I won't have nothing to say to her, she goes tellin' these bloomin' lies. When I see her next, I'll make her go down to her marrow bones and beg my pardon. See if I don't just." There was an engaging frankness in Bob's way of defending himself which evidently impressed Miss Peckover, though it did not immediately soothe her irritation. She put her arms akimbo and examined him with a steady suspicion which would have disconcerted most young men. Bob, however, only laughed more heartily. The scene was prolonged. Bob had no recourse to tenderness to dismiss the girl's jealousy. His self-conceit was supreme, and had always stood him in such good stead with the young ladies who, to use his own expression, were dead nuts on him, that his love-making, under whatever circumstances, always took the form of genial banter, de haut en bas. "Don't be a blooming fool," was the phrase he deemed of most efficacy in softening the female heart, and the result seemed to justify him. For after some half-hour's wrangling, Clem abandoned her hostile attitude, and eyed him with a savage kind of admiration. "When are you going to buy me that locket, Bob, to put a bit of your hair in?" she inquired pertinently. "You just wait, can't you? There's an event coming off next week. I won't say nothing, but you just wait."
"I'm tired of waiting. See here, you ain't going to best me out of it."
"Me best you? Don't be a bloomin' fool, Clem." He laughed heartily, and in a few minutes allowed himself to be embraced and sent off to his chamber at the top of the house. Clem summoned her servant from the passage. At the same moment there entered another lodger, the only one whose arrival Clem still awaited. His mode of ascending the stairs was singular. One would have imagined that he bore some heavy weight, for he proceeded very slowly, with a great clumping noise, surmounting one step at a time, in the manner of a child. It was Mr. Marple, the cab-driver, and his way of going up to bed was very simply explained by the fact that a daily 16 hours of sitting on the box left his legs in a numb and practically useless condition. The house was now quiet. Clem locked the front door and returned to the kitchen, eager with anticipation of the jest she was going to carry out. First of all she had to pick a quarrel with Jane. This was very easily managed. She pretended to look about the room for a minute, then asked fiercely, "What's gone with that sixpence I left on the dresser?" Jane looked up in terror. She was worn almost to the last point of endurance by her day and night of labour and agitation. Her face was bloodless, her eyelids were swollen with the need of sleep. "Sixpence?" she faltered. "I'm sure I have seen no sixpence, miss." "You haven't? Now I've caught you at last. There's been nobody here but you, little thief. We'll see about this in the morning, and tonight you shall sleep in the back kitchen." The child gasped for breath. The terror of sudden death could not have exceeded that which rushed upon her heart when she was told that she must pass her night in the room where lay the coffin. "And you shan't have no candle neither," proceeded Clem, delighted with the effect she was producing. "Come on, I'm off to bed, and I'll see you safe locked in first, so that no one can come and hurt you." "Miss, please, I can't endure, I durst." Jane pleaded in inarticulate anguish, but Clem caught her by the arm, was dragging her on, till she was at the very door of the ghastly death-cellar. Though 13 years old, her slight frame was incapable of resisting Clem Peckover's muscles as an infant would have been. The door was open, but at that moment Jane uttered a shriek which rang and echoed through the whole house. Startled, Clem relaxed her grasp. Jane tore herself away, fled up the kitchen stairs, fled upwards still, flung herself at the feet of someone who had come out onto the landing and held a light. "Oh, help me! Don't let her! Help me!" "What's up with you, Jane?" asked Clara, for it was she who, not being yet in bed, had come forth at once on hearing the scream. Jane could only cling to her garment, pant hysterically, repeat the same words of entreaty again and again. Another door opened, and John Hwit appeared half-dressed. "What's wrong?" he cried. "The house afire? Who yelled out like that?" Clem was coming up. She spoke from the landing below. "It's that Jane, just because I gave her a rap as she deserved. Send her down again." "Oh, no!" cried the poor girl. "Miss Hwit, be a friend to me. She's going to shut me up all night with the coffin. Don't let her, miss. I durst. Oh, be a friend to me." "Little liar!" shouted Clem. "Oh, that bloomin' little liar, when I never said a word such a thing." "I'll believe her a good deal sooner than you," returned Clara sharply. "Why, anybody could see she's telling the truth, can't they, father? She's half scared out of her life. Come in here, Jane. You shall stay here till morning." By this time all the grown-up people in the house were on the staircase. The clang of tongues was terrific. Clem held her ground stoutly, and in virulence was more than a match for all of her opponents. Even Bob did not venture to take her part. He grinned down over the banisters, and enjoyed the entertainment immensely. Dick Snape, whose room Bob shared, took the opportunity of paying off certain old scores he had standing against Clem. Mr. Marple, the cab-driver, was very loud and hoarse in condemnation of such barbarity. Mrs. Hewit, looking as if she had herself risen from a coffin, cried shame on the general heartlessness with which Jane was used. Clara held to her resolve. She led Jane into the bedroom, then, with a parting shot at Miss Peckover, herself entered and locked the door. "Drink some water, Jane," she said, doing her best to reassure the child. "You're safe here for tonight, and we'll see what Mrs. Peckover says about this when she comes back tomorrow." Jane looked at her rescuer with eyes in which eternal gratitude mingled with fear for the future. She could cry now, poor thing, and so little by little recover herself. Words to utter her thanks she had none. She could only look something of what she felt. Clara made her undress and lie down with little Tom on the mattress. In a quarter of an hour the candle was extinguished, and but for the wind, which rattled sashes and doors, and made ghostly sounds in the chimneys, there was silence throughout the house. Something awoke Clara before dawn. She sat up and became aware that Jane was talking and crying wildly, evidently reacting in her sleep the scene of a few hours ago. With difficulty Clara broke her slumber. "Don't you feel well, Jane?" she asked, noticing a strangeness in the child's way of replying to her. "Not very, miss. My head's bad, and I'm so thirsty. May I drink out of the jug, miss?" "Stay where you are. I'll bring it to you." Jane drank a great deal. Presently she fell again into slumber, which was again broken in the same way. Clara did not go to sleep, and as soon as it was daylight and she summoned her father to come and look at the child. Jane was ill, and, as everyone could see, rapidly grew worse. End of chapter 4. Recording by Mary Agnew.
Chapter 5 of The Nether World. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anise. The Nether World by George Robert Gissing. Chapter 5. Jane is Visited. At 10 o'clock the next morning, Mrs. Peckover reached home. She was a tall, big-boned woman of 50, with an arm like a coal-heaver's. She had dark hair, which shone and was odorous with unguents, a sallow, uncomely face, and a handsome moustache. Her countenance was more difficult to read than Clem's. A coarse and most likely brutal nature was plain enough in its lines, but there was also a suggestion of self-restraint, of sagacity, at all events of cunning, qualities which were decidedly not inherited by her daughter. With her came the relative whose presence had been desired at the funeral today. This was Mrs. Gully, a stout person with a very red nose and bleared eyes. The credit of the family demanded that as many relatives as possible should follow the hearse, and Mrs. Peckover's reason for conducting Mrs. Gully hither was a justifiable fear lest, if she came alone, the latter would arrive into manifest a state of insobriety. A certain amount of stimulant had been permitted on the way, just enough to assist a genteel loquacity, for which Mrs. Gully had a reputation. She had given her word to abstain from further imbibing until after the funeral. The news which greeted her arrival was anything but welcome to Mrs. Peckover. In the first place, there would be far more work than usual to be performed in the house today, and Jane could be ill spared. Worse than that, however, Clara Hwit, who was losing half a day's work on Jane's account, made a very emphatic statement as to the origin of the illness, and said that if anything happened to Jane, there would be disagreeable facts forthcoming at a coroner's inquest. Having looked at the sick child, Mrs. Peckover went downstairs and shut herself up with Clem. There was a stormy interview. "So you thought you'd have your fling, did you, just because I wasn't here? You must go making trouble just to suit your own fancies. I'll pay you, my lady. Grr!" Whereupon followed the smack of a large hand on a fleshy cheek, so vigorous and unexpected a blow that even the sturdy Clem staggered back. "You leave me alone, will you?" she roared out, her smitten cheek in a flame. "Do that again, and I'll give you something for yourself. See if I don't. You just try it on." The room rang with uproarious abuse, with disgusting language, with the terrific threats which are such common flowers of rhetoric in that world, and generally mean nothing whatever. The end of it all was that Clem went to fetch a doctor, one in whom Mrs. Peckover could repose confidence. The man was, in fact, a druggist, with a shop in an obscure street over towards St. Luke's. In his window was exhibited a card which stated that a certain medical man could be consulted here daily. The said medical man had in fact so much more business than he could attend to, his name appearing in many shops, that the druggist was deputed to act as his assistant, and was considerately supplied with death certificates, already signed and only needing to be filled in with details. Summoned by Mrs. Peckover, whose old acquaintance he was, the druggist left the shop in care of his son, aged 15, and sped to Clerkenwell Close. He made light of Jane's ailment. "A little fever, that was all. Soon pull her round. Any wounds, by the by? No? Oh, soon pull her round. Send for medicines." "We'll have her down in the back kitchen as soon as the coffin's away," said Mrs. Peckover to Mrs. Hewit. "Don't you upset yourself about it, my dear. You've got quite enough to think about. Your husband got anythink yet? Dear, dear, don't you put yourself out. I'm sure it was a great kindness of you to let the troublesome thing lay here all night." Funeral guests were beginning to assemble. On arriving, they were conducted first of all into the front room on the ground floor, the Peckovers' parlour. It was richly furnished. In the centre stood a round table, which left small space for moving about, and was at present covered with refreshments. A polished sideboard supported a row of dessert plates propped on their edges, and a number of glass vessels, probably meant for ornament alone, as they could not possibly have been put to any use. A low cupboard in a recess was surmounted by a frosted cardboard model of St. Paul's under a glass case, behind which was reared an oval tray painted with flowers. Over the mantelpiece was the regulation mirror, its gilt frame enveloped in coarse yellow gauze. The mantelpiece itself bore a wealth of embellishments in glass and crockery. On each side of it hung a framed silhouette, portraits of ancestors. Other pictures there were many, the most impressive being an ancient oil painting, of which the canvas bulged forth from the frame. The subject appeared to be a ship, but was just as likely a view of the Alps. Several German prints conveyed instruction as well as delight. One represented the trial of Strafford in Westminster Hall, another the trial of William Lord Russell at the Old Bailey. There was also a group of engraved portraits, the royal family of England early in the reign of Queen Victoria, and finally the destruction of Nineveh by John Martin. Along the window-sill were disposed flower pots containing artificial plants. One or other was always being knocked down by the curtains or blinds. Each guest, having taken a quaff of ale or spirits or what was called wine, with perhaps a mouthful of more solid sustenance, was then led down into the back kitchen to view the coffin and the corpse. I mention the coffin first, because in everyone's view this was the main point of interest. Could Mrs. Peckover have buried the old woman in an orange crate, she would gladly have done so for the saving of expense, but with relatives and neighbours to consider, she drew a great deal of virtue out of necessity, and dealt so very handsomely with the undertaker, that this burial would be the talk of the Close for some weeks. The coffin was inspected inside and out, was admired and appraised, Mrs. Peckover being at hand to check the estimates. At the same time, every most revolting detail of the dead woman's last illness was related, and discussed, and mused over, and exclaimed upon. A lovely corpse, considering her years, was the general opinion. Then all went upstairs again, and once more refreshed themselves. The house smelt like a bar-room. "Everything most respectable, I'm sure," remarked the female mourners to each other, as they crowded together in the parlour. "And so it ought to be," exclaimed one, in an indignant tone, such as reserved for the expression of offence among educated people, but among the poor, the London poor, least original and least articulate beings within the confines of civilization, has also to do duty for friendly emphasis. "If Mrs. Peckover can't afford to do things respectable, who can?" And the speaker looked defiantly about her, as if daring contradiction. But only approving murmurs replied. Mrs. Peckover had in fact the reputation of being wealthy. She was always inheriting, always accumulating what her friends called interests, never expending as other people needs must. The lodgings she let enabled her to live rent-free and rate-free. Clem's earnings and an artificial flower factory more than paid for that young lady's board and clothing, and all other outlay was not worth mentioning as a deduction from the income created by her sundry investments. Her husband, 10 years deceased, had been a moulder. He earned on an average between £3 and £4 a week, and was so prudently disposed that for the last decade of his life he made it a rule never to spend a farthing of his wages. Mrs. Peckover at the time kept a small beer shop in Rosamond Street, small and unpretending in appearance, but through it there ran a beery pactolus. By selling the business shortly after her husband's death, Mrs. Peckover realized a handsome capital. She retired into private life, having a strong sense of personal dignity, and feeling it necessary to devote herself to the moral training of her only child. At 11:30, Mrs. Peckover was arrayed in her mourning robes, new dark glistening. During her absence, Clem had kept guard over Mrs. Gully, whom it was very difficult indeed to restrain from the bottles and decanters. The elder lady coming to relieve, Clem could rush away and don her own solemn garments. The undertaker with his men arrived, the hearse and coaches drove up, the close was in a state of excitement. "Now that's what I call a respectable turnout," was the phrase passed from mouth to mouth in the crowd gathering near the door. Children in great numbers had absented themselves from school for the purpose of beholding this procession. "I do like to see spirited horses at a funeral," remarked one of the mourners, who had squeezed his way to the parlour window. "It puts the finishing touch, as you may say, don't it?" When the coffin was borne forth, there was such a press in the street that the men with difficulty reached the hearse. As the female mourners stepped across the pavement with handkerchiefs held to their mouths, a sigh of satisfaction was audible throughout the crowd. The males were less sympathetically received, and some jocose comments from a costermonger, whose business was temporarily interrupted, excited indulgent smiles. The procession moved slowly away, and the crowd, unwilling to disperse immediately, looked about for some new source of entertainment. They were fortunate, for at this moment came round the corner an individual notorious throughout Clerkenwell as Mad Jack. Mad he presumably was, at all events, an idiot. A lanky, raw-boned, red-bearded man, perhaps 40 years old, not clad but hung over with the filthiest rags, hatless, shoeless. He supported himself by singing in the streets, generally psalms, and with eccentric modulations of the voice which always occasioned mirth in hearers. Sometimes he stood at a corner and began the delivery of a passage of Scripture in French. How, where, or when he could have acquired this knowledge was a mystery, and Jack would throw no light on his own past. At present, having watched the funeral coaches pass away, he lifted up his voice in a terrific blare, singing, "All ye works of the Lord, bless ye the Lord, praise him and magnify him forever." Instantly he was assailed by the juvenile portion of the throng, was pelted with anything that came to hand, mocked mercilessly, buffeted from behind. For a while he persisted in his psalmody, but at length, without warning, he rushed upon his tormentors, and with angry shrieks endeavoured to take revenge. The uproar continued till a policeman came and cleared the way. Then Jack went off again, singing, "All ye works of the Lord," with his voice blended that of the costermonger. "Penny a bundle." Up in the Hwits' back room lay Jane Snowden, now seemingly asleep, now delirious. When she talked, a name was constantly upon her lips. She kept calling for Mr. Kirkwood. Amy was at school. Annie and Tom frequently went into the room and gazed curiously at the sick girl. Mrs. Hewett felt so ill today that she could only lie on the bed and try to silence her baby's crying. The house door was left wide open between the departure and return of the mourners. A superstition of the people demands this. The Peckovers brought back with them some 6 relatives and friends, invited to a late dinner. The meal had been in preparation at an eating-house close by, and was now speedily made ready in the parlour. A liberal supply of various ales was furnished by the agency of a pot-boy, Jane's absence being much felt, and in the course of half an hour or so the company were sufficiently restored to address themselves anew to the bottles and decanters. Mrs. Gully was now permitted to obey her instincts. The natural result could be attributed to overstrung feelings. Just when the mourners had grown noisily hilarious, testifying thereby to the respectability with which things were being conducted to the very end, Mrs. Peckover became aware of a knocking at the front door. She bade her daughter go and see who it was. Clem, speedily returning, beckoned her mother from among the guests. "It's somebody who wants to know if there ain't somebody called Snowden living here," she whispered in a tone of alarm. "An old man." Mrs. Peckover never drank more than was consistent with the perfect clearness of her brain. At present she had very red cheeks, and her cat-like eyes gleamed noticeably, but any kind of business would have found her as shrewdly competent as ever. "What did you say?" she whispered savagely. "Said I'd come and ask. You stay here. Don't say nothing." Mrs. Peckover left the room, closed the door behind her, and went along the passage. On the doorstep stood a man with white hair, wearing an unusual kind of cloak and a strange hat. He looked at the landlady without speaking. "What was you wanting, mister?" "I've been told," replied the man in a clear, grave voice, "that a child of the name of Snowden lives in your house, ma'am." "Eh, who told you that?" "The people next door but one. I've been asking at many houses in the neighbourhood. There used to be relations of mine lived somewhere here. I don't know the house nor the street exactly. The name isn't so very common. If you don't mind, I should like to ask you who the child's parents was." Mrs. Peckover's eyes were searching the speaker with the utmost closeness. "I don't mind telling you," she said, "that there is a child of that name in the house, a young girl at least, though I don't rightly know her age. I take her for 14 or 15. The old man seemed to consult his recollections. "If it's anyone I'm thinking of," he said slowly, "she can't be quite as old as that." The woman's face changed. She looked away for a moment. "Well, as I was saying, I don't rightly know her age. Anyway, I'm responsible for her. I've been a mother to her, and a good mother, though I say it myself, these 6 years or more. I look on her now as a child of my own. I don't know who you may be, mister. Perhaps you've come from abroad." "Yes, I have. There's no reason why I shouldn't tell you that I'm trying to find any of my kin that are still alive. There was a married son of mine that once lived somewhere about here. His name was Joseph James Snowden. When I last heard of him, he was working at an electroplater's in Clerkenwell. That was 13 years ago. I deal openly with you. I shall thank you if you'll do the like with me. See, will you just come in? I've got a few friends in the front room. There's been a death in the house, and there's sickness, and we're out of order for a bit. I'll ask you to come downstairs." It was late in the afternoon, and though lights were not yet required in the upper rooms, the kitchen would have been all but dark save for the fire. Mrs. Peckover lit a lamp and bade her visitor be seated. Then she re-examined his face, his attire, his hands. Everything about him told of a life spent in mechanical labour. His speech was that of an untaught man, yet differed greatly from the tongue prevailing in Clerkenwell. He was probably not a Londoner by birth, and, a point of more moment, he expressed himself in the tone of one who is habitually thoughtful, who, if the aid of books has been denied to him, still has won from life the kind of knowledge which develops character. Mrs. Peckover had small experience of faces which bear the stamp of simple sincerity. This man's countenance put her out. As a matter of course, he wished to overreach her in some way, but he was obviously very deep indeed. And then she found it so difficult to guess his purposes. How would he proceed if she gave him details of Jane's history, admitting that she was the child of Joseph James Snowden? What, again, had he been told by the people of whom he had made inquiries? She needed time to review her position. "As I was saying," she resumed, poking the fire, "I've been a mother to her these 6 years or more, and I feel I done the right thing by her. She was left on my hands by them as promised to pay for her keep, and a few months, I may say a few weeks, was all as ever I got. Another woman would ha' sent the child to the house, but that's always the way with me. I'm always acting against my own interests." "You say that her parents went away and left her?" asked the old man, knitting his brows. "Her father did. Her mother, she died in this very house, and she was buried from it. He gave her a respectable burial, I'll say that much for him, and I shouldn't have allowed anything but one as was respectable to leave this house. I'd sooner ha' paid money out of my own pocket. That's always the way with me. Mr. Willis, he's my undertaker. You'll find him at number 17 Green Passage. He buried my husband, though that wasn't from the clothes, but I never knew a job turned out more respectable. He was here today. We've only just buried my husband's mother. That's why I ain't quite myself, see?" Mrs. Peckover was not wont to be gossipy. She became so at present, partly in consequence of the stimulants she had taken to support her through a trying ceremony, partly as a means of obtaining time to reflect. Jane's unlucky illness made an especial difficulty in her calculations. She felt that the longer she delayed mention of the fact, the more likely was she to excite suspicion. On the other hand, she could not devise the suitable terms in which to reveal it. The steady gaze of the old man was disconcerting. Not that he searched her face with a cunning scrutiny, such as her own eyes expressed. She would have found that less troublesome, as being familiar. The anxiety, the troubled anticipation, which her words had aroused in him, were wholly free from shadow of ignoble motive. He was pained, and the frequent turning away of his look betrayed that part of the feeling was caused by observation of the woman herself, but every movement visible on his features was subdued by patience and mildness. Suffering was a life's habit with him, and its fruit in this instance that which, spite of moral commonplace, at least often bears self-conquest. "You haven't told me yet," he said, with quiet disregard of her irrelevancies, "whether or not her father's name was Joseph Snowden." "There's no call to hide it. That was his name. I've got letters of his writing. J. Snowden stands at the end plain enough. And he was your son, was he?" "He was." "But have you any reason to think he's dead?" "Dead? I never heard as he was. But then I never heard as he was living, neither. When his wife went, poor thing, and it was a chill on her liver, they said, it took her very sudden. He says to me, 'Mrs. Peckover,' he says, 'I know you for a motherly woman.' Just like that, see? 'I know you for a motherly woman,' he says, 'and the idea I have in my head is as I should like to leave Janey in your care, 'cause,' he says, 'I've got work in Birmingham, and I don't see how I'm to take her with me. Understand me?' he says. 'Oh,' I says, not feeling quite sure what I'd ought to do. See? 'Oh,' I says. 'Yes,' he says, 'and between you and me,' he says, 'there won't be no misunderstanding. If you'll keep Janey with you,' and she was going to school at the time, 'cause she went to the same as my own Clem, that's Clementiner, understand. 'If you'll keep Janey with you,' he says, 'for a year, or maybe 2 years, or maybe 3 years, 'cause that depends on circumstances. Understand? I'm ready,' he says, 'to pay you what it's right that pay I should, and I'm sure,' he says, 'as we shouldn't misunderstand one another.' Well, of course I had my own girl to bring up, and my own son to look after too. A nice sort of son, just when he was beginning to do well, and ought to have paid me back for all the expense I was at in putting him to a business. What must he do but take us up to Australia?" Her scrutiny discerned something in the listener's face which led her to ask, "Perhaps you've been in Australia yourself, mister?" "I have." The woman paused, speculation at work in her eyes. "Do you know what part of the country your son is?" inquired the old man absently. "He's wrote me 2 letters, and the last, as come more than a year ago, was from a place called Maryborough." The other still preserved an absent expression. His eyes travelled about the room. "I always said," pursued Mrs. Peckover, "as it was Snowden as put Australia into the boy's head. He used to tell us he'd got a brother there doing well. Perhaps it wasn't true." "Yes, it was true," replied the old man coldly. "But you haven't told me what came to pass about the child." An exact report of all that Mrs. Peckover had to say on the subject would occupy more space than it merits. The gist of it was that for less than a year she had received certain stipulated sums irregularly, that at length no money at all was forthcoming, that in the tenderness of her heart she had still entertained the child, sent her to school, privately instructed her in the domestic virtues, trusting that such humanity would not lack even its material reward, and that either Joseph Snowden or someone akin to him would ultimately make good to her the expenses she had not grudged. "She's a child as pays you back for all the trouble you take, so much I will say for her," observed the matron in conclusion. "Not as it hasn't been a little hard to teach her tidiness, but she's only a young thing still. I shouldn't wonder but she's felt her position a little now and then. It's only natural in a growing girl, do what you can to prevent it. Still she's willing, that nobody can deny, and I'm sure I should never wish to. Her circumstances has been peculiar, that you'll understand, I'm sure, but I done my best to take the place of the mother as is gone to a better world, and now that she's layin' ill, I'm sure no mother could feel it more." "Ill? Why didn't you mention that fact before?" "Didn't I say as she was ill? Why, I thought it was the first word I spoke as soon as you got into the house. You can't have noticed it, or else it was me as is so put about, what with having a burial." "Where is she?" asked the old man anxiously. "Where? Why, you don't think as I'd send her to be looked after by strangers? She's layin' in Mrs. Hewit's room. That's one of the lodgers, all for the sake of comfort. A better and kinder woman than Mrs. Hewit you couldn't find, not if you was to—" With difficulty the stranger obtained a few details of the origin and course of the illness, details wholly misleading, but devised to reassure. When he desired to see Jane, Mrs. Peckover assumed an air of perfect willingness, but reminding him that she had nothing save his word to prove that he had indeed a legitimate interest in the girl. "I can do no more than tell you that Joseph James Snowden was my younger son," replied the old man simply. "I've come back to spend my last years in England, and I hope still, to find my son. I wish to take his child into my own care, as he left her to strangers. Perhaps he didn't do it willingly. He may be dead. He could have nothing to say against me giving her the care of a parent. You've been at expense." Mrs. Peckover waited with eagerness, but the sentence remained incomplete. Again the old man's eyes strayed about the room. The current of his thoughts seemed to change, and he said, "You could show me those letters you spoke of my son's writing?" "Of course I could," was the reply, in the tone of coarse resentment whereby the scheming vulgar are wont to testify to their dishonesty. Afterwards. I should like to see Jane, if you'd be so good." The mild voice, though often diffident, now and then fell upon a note of quiet authority which suited well with the speaker's grave, pure countenance. As he spoke thus, Mrs. Peckover rose and said she would first go upstairs just to see how things were. She was absent 10 minutes, then a little girl, Amy Hewit, came into the kitchen and asked the stranger to follow her. Jane had been rapidly transferred from the mattress to the bedstead, and the room had been put into such order as was possible. A whisper from Mrs. Peckover to Mrs. Hewit, promising remission of half a week's rent, had sufficed to obtain for the former complete freedom in her movements. The child, excited by this disturbance, had begun to moan and talk inarticulately. Mrs. Peckover listened for a moment, but heard nothing dangerous. She bade the old man enter noiselessly, and herself went about on tiptoe, speaking only in a hoarse whisper. The visitor had just reached the bedside, and was gazing with deep, compassionate interest at the unconscious face, when Jane, as if startled, half rose and cried painfully, "Mr. Kirkwood! Oh, Mr. Kirkwood!" And she stretched her hand out, appearing to believe that the friend she called upon was near her. "Who is that?" inquired the old man, turning to his companion. "Only a friend of ours," answered Mrs. Peckover, herself puzzled and uneasy. Again the sick girl called, "Mr. Kirkwood," but without other words. Mrs. Peckover urged the danger of this excitement, and speedily led the way downstairs. End of Chapter 5. Recording by Anise, Portland, Oregon. www.deathtrainthenovel.com.
Chapter 6 of the Netherworld. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Margaret Espaillat. The Netherworld by George Robert Gissing. Chapter 6. Glimpses of the Past. Sidney Kirkwood had a lodging in Tysoe Street, Clerkenwell. It is a short street, which, like so many in London, begins reputably and degenerates in its latter half. The cleaner end leads into Wilmington Square, which consists of decently depressing houses, occupied in the main, as the lower windows and the front doors indicate, by watchmakers, working jewelers, and craftsmen of allied pursuits. The open space, grateful in this neighborhood, is laid out as a garden with trees, beds, and walks. Near the iron gate, which for certain hours in the day gives admission, is a painted notice informing the public that, by the grace of the Marquis of Northampton, they may here take their ease on condition of good behavior. To children is addressed a distinct warning that this is not a playing ground. From his window, Sidney had a good view of the square. The house in which he lived was of 2 stories. A brass plate on the door showed the inscription, "Hodgson, dial painter." The window on the ground floor was arched, as in the other dwellings at this end of the street, and within stood an artistic arrangement of wax fruit under a glass shade, supported by a heavy volume of biblical appearance. The upper story was graced with a small iron balcony, on which straggled a few flower pots. However, the exterior of this abode was, by comparison, promising. The curtains and blinds were clean, the step was washed and whitened, the brass plate shone, the panes of glass had at all events acquaintance with a duster. A few yards in the direction away from the square, and Tysoe Street falls under the dominion of dry rot. It was not until he set forth to go to work the next morning that Sidney called to mind his conversation with Jane. That the child should have missed by 5 minutes a meeting with someone who perchance had the will and the power to befriend her seemed to him, in his present mood, merely an illustration of a vice inherent in the nature of things. He determined to look in at the public house of which she had spoken, and hear for himself what manner of man had made inquiries for people named Snowden. The name was not a common one. It was worth while to spend a hope or 2 on the chance of doing Jane a kindness. Her look and voice when he bade her be of good courage had touched him. In his rejected state, he felt that it was pleasant to earn gratitude even from so humble a being as the Peovers' drudge. His workshop, it has been mentioned, was in St. John's Square. Of all areas in London thus defined, this square of St. John is probably the most irregular in outline. It is cut in 2 by Clerkenwell Road, and the buildings which compose it form such a number of recesses, of abortive streets, of shadowed alleys, that from no point of the square can anything like a general view of its totality be obtained. The exit from it on the south side is by St. John's Lane, at the entrance to which stands a survival from a buried world, the embattled and windowed archway which is all that remains above ground of the great priory of St. John of Jerusalem. Here dwelt the Knights Hospitallers, in days when Clerkenwell was a rural parish, distant by a long stretch of green country from the walls of London. But other and nearer memories are revived by St. John's Arch. In the rooms above the gateway dwelt, 150 years ago, one Edward Cave, publisher of the Gentleman's Magazine, and there many a time has sat a journeyman author of his, by name Samuel Johnson, too often impransus. There it was that the said Samuel once had his dinner handed to him behind a screen, because of his unpresentable costume, when Cave was entertaining an aristocratic guest. In the course of the meal, the guest happened to speak with interest of something he had recently read by an obscure Mr. Johnson, whereat there was joy behind the screen, and probably increased appreciation of the unwonted dinner. After a walk amid the squalid and toil-infested ways of Clerkenwell, it impresses one strangely to come upon this monument of old time. The archway has a sad, worn, grimy aspect. So closely is it packed in among buildings which suggest nothing but the sordid struggle for existence, that it looks depressed, ashamed, tainted by the ignobleness of its surroundings. The wonder is that it has not been swept away, in obedience to that great law of traffic and the spirit of the time. St. John's Arch had a place in Sidney Kirkwood's earliest memories. From the window of his present workshop he could see its grey battlements, and they reminded him of the days when, as a lad just beginning to put questions about the surprising world in which he found himself, he used to listen to such stories as his father could tell him of the history of Clerkenwell. Mr. Kirkwood occupied part of a house in St. John's Lane, not 30 yards from the Arch. He was a printer's roller maker, and did but an indifferent business. A year after the birth of Sidney, his only child, he became a widower. An intelligent, warm-hearted man, the one purpose of his latter years was to realize such moderate competency as should place the birth of Sidney, his only child, as should place his son above the anxieties which degrade. The boy had a noticeable turn for drawing and coloring. At 10 years old, when, as often happened, his father took him for a Sunday in the country, he carried a sketch-book and found his delight in using it. Sidney was to be a draughtsman of some kind, perhaps an artist, if all went well. Unhappily, things went the reverse of well. In his anxiety to improve his business, Mr. Kirkwood invented a new kind of composition for printers' use. He patented it, risked capital upon it, made in a short time some serious losses. To add to his troubles, young Sidney was giving signs of an unstable character. At 15 he had grown tired of his drawing, wanted to be this, that, and the other thing, was self-willed, and showed no consideration for his father's difficulties. It was necessary to take a decided step, and, though against his will, Sidney was apprenticed to an uncle, a Mr. Roach, who also lived in Clerkenwell, and was a working jeweller. 2 years later the father died, all but bankrupt. The few pounds realized from his effects passed into the hands of Mr. Roach, and were soon expended in payment for Sidney's board and lodging. His bereavement possibly saved Sidney from a young manhood of foolishness and worse. In the upper world a youth may sow his wild oats and have done with it. In the Nether, to have your fling is almost necessarily to fall among criminals. The death was sudden. It affected the lad profoundly, and filled him with a remorse which was to influence the whole of his life. Mr. Roach, a thick-skinned and rather thick-headed person, did not spare to remind his apprentice of the most painful things wherewith the latter had to reproach himself. Sidney bore it, from this day beginning a course of self-discipline of which not many are capable at any age, and very few indeed at 17. Still, there had never been any sympathy between him and his uncle, and before very long the young man saw his way to live under another roof, and to find work with a new employer. It was just after leaving his uncle's house that Sidney came to know John Hwit. The circumstances which fostered their friendship were such as threw strong light on the characters of both. Sidney had taken a room in Islington, and 2 rooms on the floor beneath him were tenanted by a man who was a widower and had 2 children. In those days our young friend found much satisfaction in spending his Sunday evenings on Clerkenwell Green, where fervent, if ungrammatical, oratory was to be heard, and participation in debate was open to all whom the spirit moved. One whom the spirit did very frequently move was Sidney's fellow lodger. He had no gift of expression whatever, but his brief, stammering protests against this or that social wrong had such an honest, indeed such a pathetic sound, that Sidney took an opportunity of walking home with him, and converting neighborship into friendly acquaintance. John Hewett gave the young man an account of his life. He had begun as a lath-render. Later he had got into cabinet-making, started a business on his own account, and failed. A brother of his, who was a builder's foreman, then found employment for him in general carpentry on some new houses. But John quarrelled with his brother, and after many difficulties fell to the making of packing cases. That was his work at present, and with much discontent he pursued it. John was curiously frank in owning all the faults in himself which had helped to make his career so unsatisfactory. He confessed that he had an uncertain temper, that he soon became impatient with work which led to nothing, that he was tempted out of his prudence by anything which seemed to offer a better start. With all these admissions, he maintained that he did well to be angry. It was wrong that life should be so hard. So much should not be required of a man. In body he was not strong. The weariness of interminable days overtried him and excited his mind to vain discontent. His wife was the only one who could ever keep him cheerful under his lot, and his wedded life had lasted but 6 years. Now there was his lad Bob and his little girl Clara to think of, and it only made him more miserable to look forward and see them going through hardships like his own. Things were wrong somehow, and it seemed to him that if only we could have universal suffrage. Sidney was only 18, and strong in juvenile radicalism, but he had a fund of common sense, and such a conclusion as this of poor John's half astonished, half amused him. However, the man's personality attracted him. It was honest, warm-hearted, interesting. The logic of his pleadings might be at fault, but Sidney sympathized with him, for all that. He, too, felt that things were wrong somehow, and had a pleasure in joining the side of revolt for revolt's sake. Now in the same house with them dwelt a young woman of about 19 years old. She occupied a garret, was seldom seen about, and had every appearance of being a simple, laborious girl, of the kind familiar enough as the silent victims of industrialism. One day the house was thrown into consternation by the news that Miss Barnes, so she was named, had been arrested on a charge of stealing her employer's goods. It was true, and perhaps the best way of explaining it will be to reproduce a newspaper report which Sidney Kirkwood thereafter preserved. On Friday, Margaret Barnes, 19, a single woman, was indicted for stealing 6 jackets, value £5, the property of Mary Oakes, her mistress. The prisoner, who cried bitterly during the proceedings, pleaded guilty. The prosecutrix is a single woman, and gets her living by mantle making. She engaged the prisoner to do what is termed finishing off, that is, making the buttonholes and sewing on the buttons. The prisoner was also employed to fetch the work from the warehouse and deliver it when finished. On September 7th, her mistress sent her with the 6 jackets, and she never returned. Sergeant Smith, a detective, who apprehended the prisoner, said he had made inquiries in the case, and found that up to this time the prisoner had borne a good character as an honest, hard-working girl. She had quitted her former lodgings, which had no furniture but a small table and a few rags in a corner, and he discovered her in a room which was perfectly bare. Miss Oakes was examined, and said the prisoner was employed from 9 in the morning to 8 at night. The Judge: How much did you pay her per week? Miss Oakes: 4 shillings. The Judge: Did you give her food? Miss Oakes: No, I only get 1 shilling each for the jackets myself when completed. I have to use 2 sewing machines, find my own cotton and needles, and I can, by working hard, make 2 in a day. The Judge said it was a sad state of things. The prisoner, when called upon, said she had nothing to eat for 3 days, and so gave way to temptation, hoping to get better employment. The Judge, while commiserating with the prisoner, said it could not be allowed that distress should justify dishonesty, and sentenced the prisoner to 6 weeks' imprisonment. The 6 weeks passed, and about a fortnight after that John Hewett came into Sidney's room one evening with a strange look on his face. His eyes were very bright, the hand which he held out trembled. "I've something to tell you," he said. "I'm going to get married again." "Really? Why, I'm glad to hear it." "And who do you think? Miss Barnes." Sidney was startled for a moment. John had had no acquaintance with the girl prior to her imprisonment. He had said that he should meet her when she came out and give her some money, and Sidney had added a contribution. For a man in Hewett's circumstances this latest step was somewhat astonishing, but his character explained it. "I'm going to marry her," he exclaimed excitedly, "and I'm doing the right thing. I respect her more than all the women as never went wrong because they never had occasion to. I'm going to put her as a mother over my children, and I'm going to make a happier life for her. She's a good girl, I tell you. I've seen her nearly every day this fortnight. I know all about her. She wouldn't have me when I first asked her, that was a week ago. She said no, she'd disgrace me. If you can't respect her as you would any other woman, never come into my lodging." Sidney was warm with a generous glow. He wrung Hewett's hand and stammered incoherent words. John took new lodgings in an obscure part of Clerkenwell, and seemed to have become a young man once more. His complaints ceased, the energy with which he went about his work was remarkable. He said his wife was the salvation of him. And then befell one of those happy chances which supply mankind with instances for its pathetic faith that a good deed will not fail of reward. John's brother died, and bequeathed to him some £400. Hereupon what must the poor fellow do but open workshops on his own account, engage men, go about crying that his opportunity had come at last. Here was the bit of rock by means of which he could save himself from the sea of competition that had so nearly overwhelmed him. Little Clara, now 11 years old, could go on steadily at school. No need to think of how the poor child should earn a wretched living. Bob, now 13, should shortly be apprenticed to some better kind of trade. New rooms were taken and well furnished. Maggie, the wife, could have good food, such as she needed in her constant ailing, alas. The baby just born was no longer a cause of anxious thought, but a joy in the home. And Sidney Kirkwood came to supper as soon as the new rooms were in order, and his bright, manly face did everyone good to look at. He still took little Clara upon his knee. Ha! There would come a day before long when he would not venture to do that, and then, perhaps— What a supper that was, and how smoothly went the great wheels of the world that evening! 1 baby, 2 babies, 3 babies. Before the birth of the third, John's brow was again clouded. Again he had begun to rail and fume at the unfitness of things. His business was a failure, partly because he dealt with a too rigid honesty, partly because of his unstable nature, which left him at the mercy of whims and obstinacies and airy projects. He did not risk the ordinary kind of bankruptcy, but came down and down, until at length he was the only workman in his own shop. Then the shop itself had to be abandoned. Then he was searching for someone who would employ him. Bob had been put to the die-sinker's craft. Clara was still going to school, and had no thought of earning a livelihood. Ominous state of things! When it shortly became clear even to John Hewett that he would wrong the girl if he did not provide her with some means of supporting herself, she was sent to learn stamping with the same employer for whom her brother worked. The work was light; it would soon bring in a little money. John declared with fierceness that his daughter should never be set to the usual needle slavery, and indeed it seemed very unlikely that Clara would ever be fit for that employment, as she could not do the simplest kind of sewing. In the meantime the family kept changing their abode, till at length they settled in Mrs. Peckover's house. All the best of their furniture was by this time sold, but for the two eldest children there would probably have been no home at all. Bob, aged 19, earned at this present time £1 weekly; his sister an average of 13 shillings. Mrs. Hewit's constant ill health, the result doubtless of semi-starvation through the years of her girlhood, would have excused defects of housekeeping, but indeed the poor woman was under any circumstances incapable of domestic management, and therein represented her class. The money she received was wasted in comparison with what might have been done with it. I suppose she must not be blamed for bringing children into the world when those already born to her were but half clothed, half fed. She increased the sum total of the world's misery in obedience to the laws of the book of Genesis. And one virtue she had which compensated for all that was lacking, a virtue merely negative among the refined, but in that other world the rarest and most precious of moral distinctions: she resisted the temptations of the public house. This was the story present in Sidney Kirkwood's mind as often as he climbed the staircase in Clerkenwell Close. By contrast, his own life seemed one of unbroken ease. Outwardly it was smooth enough. He had no liking for his craft, and being always employed upon meaningless work which is demanded by the rich vulgar, he felt such work to be paltry and ignoble. But there seemed no hope of obtaining better, and he made no audible complaint. His wages were considerably more than he needed, and systematically he put money aside each week. But this orderly existence concealed conflicts of heart and mind which Sidney himself could not have explained, could not lucidly have described. The moral shock which he experienced at his father's death put an end to the wanton play of his energies, but it could not ripen him before due time. His nature was not of the sterile order common in his world, and through passion, through conflict, through endurance, it had to develop such maturity as fate should permit. Saved from self-indulgence, he naturally turned into the way of political enthusiasm. Thither did his temper point him. With some help, mostly negative, from Clerkenwell Green, he reached the stage of confident and aspiring radicalism, believing in the perfectibility of man, in human brotherhood, in anything you like that is the outcome of a noble heart sheltered by ignorance. It had its turn and passed. To give place to nothing very satisfactory, it was not a mere coincidence that Sidney was going through a period of mental and moral confusion just in those years which brought Clara Hewett from childhood to the state of woman. Among the acquaintances of Sidney's boyhood there was not one but had chosen female companion from the age of 15 or earlier. He himself had been no exception to the rule in his class, but at the time of meeting with Hewett he was companionless, and remained so. The Hewetts became his closest friends. In their brief prosperity he rejoiced with them; in their hardships he gave them all the assistance to which John's pride would consent. His name was never spoken among them but with warmth and gratitude. And of course the day came to which Hewett had looked forward, the day when Sidney could no longer take Clara upon his knee and stroke her brown hair and joke with her about her fits of good and ill humor. Sidney knew well enough what was in his friend's mind, and though with no sense of constraint, he felt that this handsome, keen-eyed, capricious girl was destined to be his wife. He liked Clara. She always attracted him and interested him, but her faults were too obvious to escape any eye, and the older she grew, the more he was impressed and troubled by them. The thought of Clara became a preoccupation, and with the love which at length he recognized, there blended a sense of fate fulfilling itself. His enthusiasms, his purposes, never defined as education would have defined them, were dissipated into utter vagueness. He lost his guiding interests and found himself returning to those of boyhood. The country once more attracted him. He took out his old sketch-books, bought a new one, revived the regret that he could not be a painter of landscape. A visit to one or two picture galleries, and then again profound discouragement, recognition of the fact that he was a mechanic and never could be anything else. It was the end of his illusions. For him, not even passionate love was to preserve the power of idealizing its object. He loved Clara with all the desire of his being, but could no longer deceive himself in judging her character. The same sad clearness of vision affected his judgment of the world about him, of the activities in which he had once been zealous, of the conditions which enveloped his life and the lives of those dear to him. The spirit of revolt often enough stirred within him, but no longer found utterance in the speech which brings relief. He did his best to dispel the mood, mocking at it as folly. Consciously he set himself the task of becoming a practical man, of learning to make the best of life as he found it, of shunning as the fatal error that habit of mind which kept John Hewett on the rack. Who was he that he should look for pleasant things in his course through the world? We are the lower orders. We are the working classes, he said bitterly to his friend, and that seemed the final answer to all his aspirations. This was a dark day with him. The gold he handled stung him to hatred and envy, and every feeling which he had resolved to combat as worse than profitless. He could not speak to his fellow workmen. From morning to night it had rained. St. John's Arch looked more broken-spirited than ever, drenched in sooty moisture. During the dinner hour he walked over to the public-house of which Jane had spoken, and obtained from the barman as full a description as possible of the person he hoped to encounter. Both then and on his return home in the evening he shunned the house where his friends dwelt. It came round to Monday. For the first time for many months he had allowed Sunday to pass without visiting the Hewitts. He felt that to go there at present would only be to increase the parents' depression by his own low spirits. Clara had left them now, however, and if he still stayed away, his behavior might be misinterpreted. On returning from work, he washed, took a hurried meal, and was on the point of going out when someone knocked at his door. He opened, and saw an old man who was a stranger to him. End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of The Netherworld. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Carl Henning. The Netherworld by George Robert Gissing. Chapter 7. Miss Bias's Lodgings. "You are Mr. Kirkwood?" said his visitor civilly. "My name is Snowden. I should be glad to speak a few words with you if you could spare the time." Sidney's thoughts were instantly led into the right channel. He identified the old man by his white hair and the cloak. The hat, however, which had been described to him, was now exchanged for a soft felt of a kind common enough. The guernsey, too, had been laid aside. With ready good will he invited Mr. Snowden to enter. There was not much in the room to distinguish it from the dwelling of any orderly mechanic. A small bed occupied one side. A small table stood before the window. The toilet apparatus was, of course, unconcealed. A half-open cupboard allowed a glimpse of crockery, sundries, and a few books. The walls, it is true, were otherwise ornamented than is usual. Engravings, chromolithographs, and some sketches of landscape in pencil were suspended wherever light fell, and the choice manifested in this collection was nowise akin to that which ruled in Miss Peckover's parlour, and probably in all the parlours of Tysoe Street. To select for one's chamber a woodcut after Constable or Gainsborough is at all events to give proof of a capacity for civilization. The visitor made a quick survey of these appearances, then he seated himself on the chair Sidney offered. He was not entirely at his ease, and looked up at the young man twice or thrice before he began to speak again. "Mr. Kirkwood, were you ever acquainted with my son by name Joseph Snowden?" "No, I never knew him," was the reply. "I've heard his name, and I know where he once lived, not far from here." "You're wondering what has brought me to you. I've heard of you from people a grandchild of mine is living with. I dare say it is the house you mean, in Clerkenwell Close." "So you found it!" exclaimed Sidney with pleasure. "I've been looking about for you as I walked along the streets these last 2 or 3 days." "Looking for me?" said the other, astonished. Sidney supplied the explanation, but without remarking on the circumstances which made Jane so anxious to discover a possible friend. Snowden listened attentively, and at length, with a slight smile, he seemed to find pleasure in the young man's way of expressing himself. When silence ensued, he looked about absently for a moment, then, meeting Sidney's eyes, said in a grave voice, "The poor child is very ill." "Ill? I'm sorry to hear it." "The reason I've come to you, Mr. Kirkwood, is because she's called out your name so often. They don't seem able to tell me how she came into this state, but she's had a fright of some kind, or she's been living very unhappily. She calls on your name as if she wanted you to protect her from harm. I didn't know what to think about it at first. I'm a stranger to everybody. I may tell you I've been abroad for several years, and they don't seem very ready to put trust in me. But I decided at last that I'd come and speak to you. It's my grandchild, and perhaps the only one of my family left. Nobody can give me news of her father since he went away 4 or 5 years ago. She came to herself this morning for a little, but I'm afraid she couldn't understand what I tried to tell her. Then I mentioned your name, and I could see it did her good at once. What I wish to ask of you is, would you come to her bedside for a few minutes? She might know you, and I feel sure it would be a kindness to her." Sidney appeared to hesitate. It was not, of course, that he dreamt of refusing, but he was busy revolving all he knew of Jane's life with the Peckovers, and asking himself what it behoved him to tell, what to withhold. Daily experience guarded him against the habit of gossip, which is one of the innumerable curses of the uneducated, whether poor or wealthy. And, notwithstanding the sympathy with which his visitor inspired him, he quickly decided to maintain reserve until he understood more of the situation. "Yes, yes, I'll go with you at once," he made haste to reply, when he perceived that his hesitancy was occasioning doubt and trouble. "In fact, I was just starting to go and see the Hwits when you knocked at the door. They're friends of mine, living in Miss Peckover's house. That's how I came to know Jane. I haven't been there for several days, and when I last saw her, as I was saying, she seemed as well as usual." "I'm afraid that wasn't much to boast of," said Snowden. "She's a poor thin-looking child." Sidney was conscious that the old man did not give expression to all he thought. This mutual exercise of tact seemed, however, to encourage a good understanding between them rather than the reverse. "You remain in the house?" Kirkwood asked as they went downstairs. "I stay with her through the night. I didn't feel much confidence in the doctor that was seeing her, so I made inquiries and found a better man." When they reached the close, the door was opened to them by Clem Peckover. She glared haughtily at Sidney, but uttered no word. To Kirkwood's surprise, they went up to the Hwits' back room. The mattress that formerly lay upon the floor had been removed. The bed was occupied by the sick girl, with whom at present Miss Peckover was sitting. That benevolent person rose on seeing Sidney, and inclined her head with stateliness. "She's just fell asleep," was her whispered remark. "I shouldn't say myself as it was good to wake her up, but of course you know best." This was in keeping with the attitude Miss Peckover had adopted as soon as she understood Snowden's resolve to neglect no precaution on the child's behalf. Her sour dignity was meant to express that she felt hurt at the intervention of others where her affections were so nearly concerned. Sidney could not help a certain fear when he saw this woman installed as sick nurse. It was of purpose that he caught her eye and regarded her with a gravity she could scarcely fail to comprehend. Jane awoke from her fitful slumber. She looked with but half-conscious fearfulness at the figures darkening her view. Sidney moved so that his face was in the light, and, bending near to her, asked if she recognized him. A smile, slow forming, but unmistakable at last, amply justified what her grandfather had said. She made an effort to move her hands toward him. Sidney responded to her wish, and again she smiled, self-forgetfully, contentedly. Snowden turned to Miss Peckover, and, after a few words with regard to the treatment that was being pursued, said that he would now relieve her. She lingered, but shortly left the room. Sidney, sitting by the bed, in a few minutes saw that Jane once more slept, or appeared to do so. He whispered to Snowden that he was going to see his friends in the next room, and would look in again before leaving. His tap at the door was answered by Amy, who at once looked back and said, "Can Mr. Kirkwood come in, mother?" "Yes, I want to see him," was the answer. Miss Hewett was lying in bed. She looked, if possible, more wretchedly ill than 4 days ago. On the floor were 2 mattresses, covered to make beds for the children. The baby, held in its mother's arms, was crying feebly. "Why, I hoped you were getting much better by now," said Sidney. Miss Hewett told him that she had been to the hospital on Saturday, and seemed to have caught cold. A common enough occurrence. Hours of waiting in an outpatient's room frequently do more harm than the doctor's advice can remedy. She explained that Miss Peckover had requested the use of the other room. "There's too many of us to be living and sleeping in this little place," she said. "But after all, it's a savings of rent. It's a good thing Clara isn't here, and you've heard as John's got work." He had found a job at length with a cabinet maker. Tonight he would probably be working till 10 or 11 o'clock. Good news so far. Then Miss Hewett began to speak with curiosity of the old man who claimed Jane as his grandchild. Sidney told her what had just happened. "And what did you say about the girl?" she asked anxiously. "I said as little as I could. I thought it wisest. Do you know what made her ill?" "It was that Clem as did it," Miss Hewett replied, subduing her voice, and she related what had befallen after Sidney's last visit. "Miss Peckover, she's that afraid the truth should get out. Of course, I don't want to make no bother, but I do feel that glad the poor thing's got somebody to look after her at last. I never told you half the things as used to go on. That Clem's no better than a wild beast tiger, but then what can you do? There's never any good comes out of making a bother with other people's business, is there? Fancy him coming to see you. Miss Peckover's afraid of him, I can see that, though she pretends she isn't going to stand him interfering. What do you think about him, Sidney? He's sent for a doctor out of Islington. Wouldn't have nothing to say to the other. He must have plenty of money, don't you think? Miss Peckover says he's going to pay the money owing to her for Jane's keep. As if the poor thing hadn't more than paid for her bits of meals and her bed in the kitchen. Do you think that woman 'ud have ever kept her if it wasn't her could make her a servant with no wages? If Jane 'ud have been a boy, she'd have gone to the workhouse long ago. She's been that handy, poor little mite. I've always done what I could for her. You know that, Sidney. I do hope she'll get over it. If anything happens, mind my word, there'll be a nice to-do. Clara says she'll go to a magistrate and let it all out, if nobody else will. She hates the Peckovers, Clara does. It won't come to that, said Sidney. I can see the old man'll take her away as soon as possible. He may have a little money. He's just come back from Australia. I like the look of him myself. He began to talk of other subjects, waxed wrath at the misery of this housing to which the family had shrunk, urged a removal from the vile den as soon as ever it could be managed. Sidney always lost control of himself when he talked with the Hwits of their difficulties. The people were, from his point of view, so lacking in resource, so stubbornly rooted in profitless habit. Over and over again he had implored them to take a rational view of the case, to borrow a few pounds of him, to make a new beginning on clean soil. It was like contending with some hostile force of nature. Lie spent himself in vain. As Hwit did not return, he at length took his leave, and went into the back room for a moment. "She's asleep," said Snowden, rising from the chair where he had been sitting deep in thought. "It's a good sign." Sidney just looked towards the bed and nodded with satisfaction. The old man gave him a warm pressure of the hand, and he departed. All the way home he thought with singular interest of the bare sick room, of the white-headed man watching through the night. The picture impressed him in a way that could not be explained by its natural pathos merely. It kept suggesting all sorts of fanciful ideas, due in a measure, possibly, to Miss Hewit's speculations. For an hour he was so lost in musing on the subject that he even rested from the misery of his ceaseless thought of Clara. He allowed 3 days to pass, then went to inquire about Jane's progress. It had been satisfactory. Subsequent visits brought him to terms of a certain intimacy with Snowden. The latter mentioned at length that he was looking for 2 rooms, suitable for himself and Jane. He wished them to be in a decent house, somewhere in Clerkenwell, and the rent was not to be more than a working man could afford. "You don't know of anything in your street?" he asked diffidently. Something in the tone struck Sidney. It half expressed a wish to live in his neighbourhood if possible. He looked at his companion. They were walking together, and was met in return with a glance of calm friendliness. It gratified him, strengthened the feeling of respect and attachment which had already grown out of his intercourse. In Tysoe Street, however, no accommodation could be found. Sidney had another project in his thoughts. Pursuing it, he paid a visit the next evening to certain acquaintances of his named Bias, who had a house in Hanover Street, Islington, and let lodgings. Hanover Street lies to the north of City Road. It is a quiet byway of curving form, and consists of dwellings only. Squalor is here kept at arm's length, compared with regions close at hand. This and the contiguous streets have something of a suburban aspect. 3 or 4 steps led up to the house door. Sidney's knock summoned a young, healthy-faced, comely woman, who evinced hearty pleasure on seeing who her visitor was. She brought him at once into a parlour on the ground floor. "Well, and I was only this morning telling Sam to go and look after you, or write a note or something. Why can't you come around oftener? I've no patience with you. You just sit at home and get humped, and what's the good of that, I should like to know? I thought you'd took offence with me, and so I told Sam. Do you want to know how baby is? Why don't you ask then, as you ought to do the first thing? He's a good deal better than he deserves to be, young rascal. All the trouble he gives me. He's fast asleep, I'm glad to say, so you can't see him. Sam will be back in a few minutes, at least I expect him. But there's no knowing nowadays when lie can leave the warehouse. What's brought you tonight, I wonder? You needn't tell me anything about the Upper Street business. I know all about that." "Oh, do you? From Clara herself?" "Yes. Don't talk to me about her. There, I'm sick and tired of her. And so are you, I should think, if you've any sense left. Her and me can't get along, and that's the truth. Why, when I met her on Sunday afternoon, she was that patronising. You'd have thought she'd got a place in Windsor Castle. Would she come and have a cup of tea? Oh dear, no. Hadn't time. The Princess of Wales, I suppose, is waiting round the corner." Having so relieved her mind, Miss Bias laughed with a genuine gaiety which proved how little malice there was in her satire. Sidney could not refuse a smile, but it was a gloomy one. "I'm not sure you've done all you might have to keep her friends with you," he said seriously, but with a good-natured look. "There you go!" exclaimed Miss Bias, throwing back her head. "Of course everybody must be in fault sooner than her. She's an angel, is Miss Hwit. Poor dear, to think how shameful she's been used. Now I do wonder how you've the face to say such things, Mr. Kirkwood. Why, there's nobody else living would have been as patient with her as I always was. I'm not bad-tempered, I will say that for myself, and I've put up with all sorts of things. Me, a married woman, when anyone else would have boxed her ears and told her she was a conceited minx. I used to be fond of Clara, you know I did. But she's got beyond all bearing, and if you wasn't just as foolish as men always are, you'd see her in her true colours. Do shake yourself a bit, do. Oh, you silly, silly man." Again she burst into ringing laughter, throwing herself backwards and forwards, and at last covering her face with her hands. Sidney looked annoyed, but the contagion of such spontaneous merriment in the end brought another smile to his face. He moved his head in sign of giving up the argument, and as soon as there was silence, turned to the object of his visit. "I see you've still got the card in the window. I shouldn't wonder if I could find you a lodger for those top rooms." "And who's that? No children, mind." Sidney told her what he could of the old man. Of Jane he only said that she had hitherto lived with the Hwits, landlady, and was now going to be removed by her grandfather, having just got through an illness. Dire visions of infection at once assailed Miss Bias. Impossible to admit under the same roof with her baby a person who had just been ill. This scruple was, however, overcome. The 2 rooms at the top of the house, unfurnished, had been long vacant, owing to fastidiousness in Mr. and Mrs. Bias, since their last lodger, after a fortnight of continuous drunkenness, broke the windows, ripped the paper off the walls, and ended by trying to set fire to the house. Sidney was entrusted with an outline treaty to be communicated to Mr. Snowden. The discussion was just concluded when Mr. Samuel Bias presented himself, a slender, large-headed young man with very light hair cropped close upon the scalp, and a foolish face screwed into an expression of facetiousness. He was employed in some clerkly capacity at a wholesale stationer's in City Road. Having stepped into the room, he removed a very brown silk hat and laid it on a chair, winking the while at Sidney with his right eye. Then he removed his overcoat, winking with the left eye. Thus, disembarrassed, he strode gravely to the fireplace, took up the poker, held it in the manner of a weapon upright against his shoulder, and exclaimed in a severe voice, "Eyes right!" Then, converting the poker into a sword, he drew near to Sidney and affected to practise upon him the military cuts, his features distorted into grotesque ferocity. Finally, assuming the attitude of a juggler, he made an attempt to balance the poker perpendicularly upon his nose, until it fell with a crash, just missing the ornaments on the mantelpiece. All this time Miss Bias shrieked with laughter, with difficulty keeping her chair. "Oh, Sam," she panted forth, her handkerchief at her eyes, "what a fool you are! Do stop, or you'll kill me." Vastly gratified, Samuel advanced with ludicrous gestures towards the visitor, held out his hand, and said with affected nasality, "How do you do, sir? It's some time since I had the pleasure of seeing you, sir. I hope you have been pretty tolerable." "Isn't he a fool, Mr. Kirkwood?" cried the delighted wife. "Do just give him a smack on the side of the head to please me. Sam, go and wash, and we'll have supper. What do you mean by being so late tonight? Where's the infant? Asked Mr. Bias, thrusting his hands into his waistcoat pockets and peering about the room. Bring forth the infant. Let a fond parent look upon his child. Go and wash, or I'll throw something at you. Baby's in bed, and mind you wake him if you dare. Sidney would have taken his leave, but found it impossible. Miss Bias declared that if he would not stay to supper, he should never enter the house again. Let's make a night of it, cried Sam, standing in the doorway. Let's have 3 pots of 6 ale and a bottle of Old Tom. Let us be reckless. His wife caught up the pillow from the sofa and hurled it at him. Samuel escaped just in time. The next moment his head was again thrust forward. Let's send to the High Street for 3 old roast fowls and a beefsteak pie. Let's get custards and cheesecakes and French pastry. Let's have a pineapple and preserved ginger. Who says? Go it for once? Miss Bias caught up the poker and sprang after him. From the passage came sounds of scuffling and screaming, and in the end of something produced by the lips. Miss Bias then showed a very red face at the door and said, Isn't he a fool? Just wait a minute while I get the table laid. Supper was soon ready in the comfortable kitchen. A cold shoulder of mutton, a piece of cheese, pickled beetroot, a seed cake, and raspberry jam. Such was the fare to which Bessie Bias invited her husband and her guest. On a side table were some open cardboard boxes containing artificial flowers and leaves, for Bessie had now and then a little mounting to do for a shop in Upper Street, and in that way aided the income of the family. She was in even better spirits than usual at the prospect of letting her top rooms. On hearing that piece of news, Samuel, who had just come from the nearest public house with a foaming jug, executed a wild dance around the room and inadvertently knocked 2 plates from the dresser. This accident made his wife wrathful, but only for a moment. Presently she was laughing as unrestrainedly as ever, and bestowing upon the repentant young man her familiar flattery. At 11 o'clock Sidney left them, and mused with smiles on his way home. This was not exactly his ideal of domestic happiness, yet it was better than the life led by the Hwits, better than that of other households with which he was acquainted, better far, it seemed to him, than the aspirations which were threatening to lead poor Clara. Who knew whither? A temptation beset him to walk round into Upper Street and past Miss Tubbs's bar. He resisted it, knowing that the result would only be a night of sleepless anger and misery. The next day he again saw Snowden and spoke to him of Miss Bias's rooms. The old man seemed at first indisposed to go so far, but when he had seen the interior of the house and talked with the landlady, his objections disappeared. Before another week had passed, the 2 rooms were furnished in the simplest possible way, and Snowden brought Jane from Clerkenwell Close. Kirkwood came by invitation as soon as the 2 were fairly established in their home. He found Jane sitting by the fire in her grandfather's room. A very little exertion still outwearied her, and the strange things that had come to pass had made her habitually silent. She looked about her wonderingly, seemed unable to realize her position, was painfully conscious of her new clothes, ever and again started as if in fear. "Well, what did I say that night?" was Sidney's greeting. "Didn't I tell you it would be all right soon?" Jane made no answer in words, but looked at him timidly, and then a smile came upon her face, an expression of joy that could not trust itself, that seemed to her too boldly at variance with all she had yet known of life. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Nether World. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Carl Henning. The Nether World by George Robert Gissing. Chapter 8. In this social classification of the nether world, a subject which so eminently adapts itself to the sportive and gracefully picturesque mode of treatment, it will be convenient to distinguish broadly, and with reference to males alone, the two great sections of those who do and those who do not wear collars. Each of these orders would, it is obvious, offer much scope to an analyst delighting in subtle gradation. Taking the collarless beau shrewdly, might one discriminate between the many kinds of neckcloth which our climate renders necessary as a substitute for the nobler article of attire. The navvy, the scaffolder, the costermonger, the cab-tout, innumerable would be the varieties of texture, of fold, of knot, observed in the ranks of unskilled labour. And among these whose higher station is indicated by the linen or paper symbol, what a gap between the mechanic with collar attached to a flannel shirt and just visible along the top of a black tie, and the shopman whose pride it is to adorn himself with the very ugliest neck enclosure put in vogue by aristocratic sanction. For such attractive disquisition I have, unfortunately, no space. It must suffice that I indicate the two genera, and I was led to do so in thinking of Bob Hewit. Bob wore a collar. In the dye-sinking establishment which employed him there were, it is true, two men who belonged to the collarless, but their business was down in the basement of the building, where they kept up a furnace, worked huge stamping machines, and so on. Bob's workshop was upstairs, and the companions with whom he sat, without exception, had something white and stiff round their necks. In fact, they were every bit as respectable as Sidney Kirkwood, and such as he, who bent over a jeweller's table. To John Hewit it was no slight gratification that he had been able to apprentice his son to a craft which permitted him always to wear a collar. I would not imply that John thought of the matter in these terms, but his reflections bore this significance. Bob was raised for ever above the rank of those who depend merely upon their muscles, even as Clara was saved from the dismal destiny of the woman who can do nothing but sew. There was, on the whole, some reason why John Hewit should feel pride in his eldest son. Like Sidney Kirkwood, Bob had early shown a faculty for draughtsmanship. When at school, he made decidedly clever caricatures of such persons as displeased him, and he drew such wonderful horses, on the racecourse or pulling cabs, such laughable donkeys in coasters, carts, such perfect dogs, that on several occasions some friend had purchased with a veritable shilling a specimen of his work. "Put him in the dye-sinking," said an acquaintance of the family, himself so employed. "He'll find a use for this kind of thing some day." Dye-sinking is not the craft it once was. Cheap methods, vulgarizing here as everywhere, have diminished the opportunities of capable men. But a fair living was promised the lad if he stuck to his work, and at the age of 19 he was already earning his £1 a week. Then he was clever in a good many other ways. He had an ear for music, played, nothing else was within his reach, the concertina, sang a lively song with uncommon melodiousness, a gift much appreciated at the meetings of a certain mutual benefit club, to which his father had paid a weekly subscription without fail through all adversities. In the regular departments of learning Bob had never shown any particular aptitude. He wrote and read decently, but his speech, as you have had occasion for observing, was not marked by refinement, and for books he had no liking. His father, unfortunately, had spoiled him, just as he had spoiled Clara. Being of the nobly independent sex, between 15 and 16, he practically freed himself from parental control. The use he made of his liberty was not altogether pleasing to John, but the time for restraint and training had hopelessly gone by. The lad was selfish, that there was no denying. He grudged the money demanded of him for his support, but in other matters he always showed himself so easy-tempered, so disposed to a genial understanding that the great fault had to be blinked. Many failings might have been forgiven him in consideration of the fact that he had never yet drunk too much, and indeed cared little for liquor. Men of talent, as you are aware, not seldom exhibit low taste in their choice of companionship. Bob was a case in point. He did not sufficiently appreciate social distinctions. He, who wore a collar, seemed to prefer associating with the collarless. There was Jack, more properly Jack Bartley, for instance, his bosom friend until they began to cool in consequence of a common interest in Miss Peckover. Jack never wore a collar in his life, not even on Sundays, and was closely allied with all sorts of blackguards, who somehow made a living on the outskirts of Turfland. And there was Eli Snape, compared with whom Jack was a person of refinement and culture. Eli dealt surreptitiously in dogs and rats, and the mere odour of him was intolerable to ordinary nostrils. Yet he was a species of hero in Bob's regard. Such invaluable information could he supply with regard to events, in which young Hwit took a profound interest. Perhaps a more serious aspect of Bob's disregard for social standing was revealed in his relations with the other sex. Susceptible from his tender youth, he showed no ambition in the bestowal of his amorous homage. At the age of 16 did he not declare his resolve to wed the daughter of old Sally Budge, who went about selling watercress? And was there not a desperate conflict at home before this project could be driven from his head? It was but the first of many such instances. Had he been left to his own devices, he would already, like numbers of his coevals, have been supporting, or declining to support, a wife and 2 or 3 children. At present he was engaged to Clem Peckover. That was an understood thing. His father did not approve it, but this connection was undeniably better than those he had previously declared or concealed. Bob, it seemed evident, was fated to make a mésalliance. A pity, seeing his parts and prospects. He might have aspired to a wife who had scarcely any difficulty with her H's, whose bringing up enabled her to look with compassion on girls who could not play the piano, who counted among her relatives not one collarless individual. Clem, as we have seen, had already found or imagined cause for dissatisfaction with her betrothed. She was well enough acquainted with Bob's repute, and her temper made it improbable, to say the least, that the course of wooing would in this case run very smoothly. At present, various little signs were beginning to convince her that she had a rival, and the hints of her rejected admirer, Jack Bartley, fixed her suspicions upon an acquaintance whom she had hitherto regarded merely with contempt. This was Pennyloaf Candy, formerly, with her parents, a lodger in Miss Peckover's house. The family had been ousted some 18 months ago on account of failure to pay their rent and of the frequent intoxication of Miss Candy. Pennyloaf's legal name was Penelope, which, being pronounced as a trisyllable, transformed itself by further corruption into a sound at all events conveying some meaning. Applied in the first instance jocosely, the title grew inseparable from her, and was the one she herself always used. Her employment was the making of shirts for export. She earned on an average 10 pence a day, and frequently worked 15 hours between leaving and returning to her home. That Bob Hewit could interest himself, with whatever motive, in a person of this description, Miss Peckover at first declined to believe. A hint, however, was quite enough to excite her jealous temperament. As proof accumulated, Cunning and ferocity wrought in her for the devising of such a declaration of war as should speedily scare Pennyloaf from the field. Jane Snowdon's removal had caused her no little irritation. The hours of evening were heavy on her hands, and this new emotion was not unwelcome as a temporary resource. As he came home from work one Monday towards the end of April, Bob encountered Pennyloaf. She had a bundle in her hands and was walking hurriedly. "Hello, that you?" he exclaimed, catching her by the arm. "Where are you going?" "I can't stop now. I've got some things to put away, and it's nearly 8. "Come round to the passage tonight. Be there at 10. "I can't give no promise. There's been such rows at home. You know mother summoned father this morning." "Yes, I've heard. All right. Come if you can. I'll be there." Pennyloaf hastened on. She was a meagre, hollow-eyed, bloodless girl of 17, yet her features had a certain charm, that dolorous kind of prettiness which is often enough seen in the London needle-slave. Her habitual look was one of meaningless surprise. Whatever she gazed upon seemed a source of astonishment to her, and when she laughed, which was not very often, her eyes grew wider than ever. Her attire was miserable, but there were signs that she tried to keep it in order. The boots upon her feet were sewn and patched into shapelessness. Her limp straw hat had just received a new binding. By saying that she had things to put away, she meant that her business was with the pawnbroker, who could not receive pledges after 8 o'clock. It wanted some 10 minutes of the hour when she entered a side doorway, and by an inner door passed into one of a series of compartments constructed before the pawnbroker's counter. She deposited her bundle and looked about for someone to attend to her. 2 young men were in sight, both transacting business. One was conversing facetiously with a customer on the subject of a pledge. 2 or 3 gas jets lighted the interior of the shop, but the boxes were in shadow. There was a strong musty odour. The gloom, the narrow compartments, the low tones of conversation suggested stealth and shame. Pennyloaf waited with many signs of impatience until one of the assistants approached, a smartly attired youth, with black hair greased into the discipline he deemed becoming, with an aquiline nose, a coarse mouth, a large horseshoe pin adorning his necktie, and rings on his fingers. He caught hold of the packet and threw it open. It consisted of a petticoat and the skirt of an old dress. "Well, what is it?" he asked, rubbing his tongue along his upper lip before and after speaking. 3 and 6, please, sir." He rolled the things up again with a practised turn of the hand, and said indifferently, glancing towards another box, 18 pence. "Oh, sir, we had 2 shillings on the skirt not so long ago," pleaded Pennyloaf, with a subservient voice. "Make it 2 shillings, please do, sir." The young man paid no attention. He was curling his moustache and exchanging a smile of intelligence with his counter-companion with respect to a piece of business the latter had in hand. Of a sudden he turned and said sharply, "Well, are you going to take it or not?" Pennyloaf sighed and nodded. "Got a penny?" he asked. "No." He fetched a cloth, rolled the articles in it very tightly, and pinned them up. Then he made out ticket and duplicate, handling his pen with facile flourish, and having blotted the little piece of card on a box of sand, a custom which survives in this conservative profession. He threw it to the customer. Lastly he counted out 1 shilling and 5 penny halfpenny. The coins were sandy, greasy, and of scratched surface. Pennyloaf sped homewards. She lived in Shooter's Gardens, a picturesque locality which demolition and rebuilding have of late transformed. It was a winding alley, with paving raised a foot above the level of the street, whence was its main approach. To enter from the obscurer end, you descended a flight of steps, under a low archway, in a court itself not easily discovered. From without, only a glimpse of the gardens was obtainable. The houses curved out of sight after the first few yards, and the left surmised to busy itself with the characteristics of the hidden portion. A stranger bold enough to explore would have discovered that the gardens had a blind offshoot, known simply as the court. Needless to burden description with further detail, the slum was like any other slum. Filth, rottenness, evil odours possessed these dens of superfluous mankind and made them gruesome to the peering imagination. The inhabitants, of course, felt nothing of the sort. A room in Shooter's Gardens was the only kind of room that most of them knew or desired. The majority preferred it, on all grounds, to that offered them in a block of model lodgings not very far away. Here was independence, that is to say, the liberty to be as vile as they pleased. How they came to love vileness, well, that is quite another matter, and shall not for the present concern us. Pennyloaf ran into the jaws of this black horror with the indifference of habit. It had never occurred to her that the gardens were fearful in the night's gloom, nor even that better lighting would have been a convenience. Did it happen that she awoke from her first sleep with the ring of ghastly shrieking in her ears? That was an incident of too common occurrence to cause her more than a brief curiosity. She could wait till the morning to hear who had half killed whom. 4 days ago it was her own mother's turn to be pounded into insensibility. Her father, a journeyman baker, often working 19 hours out of the 24, which probably did not improve his temper, maddened by his wife's persistent drunkenness, was stopped just on the safe side of murder. To the amazement and indignation of the Gardens, Miss Candy prosecuted her sovereign lord. The case had been heard to-day, and Candy had been East in a fine. The money was paid, and the baker went his way, remarking that his family were to expect him back when they saw him. Miss Candy, on her return, was hooted through all the length of the Gardens, a demonstration of public feeling probably rather of base than of worthy significance. As Pennyloaf drew near to the house, a wild, discordant voice suddenly broke forth somewhere in the darkness, singing in a high key, "All ye works of the Lord, bless ye the Lord, praise him and magnify him for ever." It was Mad Jack, who had his dwelling in the court, and at all hours was wont to practise the psalmody which made him notorious through Clerkenwell. A burst of laughter followed from a group of men and boys gathered near the archway. Unheeding, the girl passed in at an open door and felt her way up a staircase. The air was noisome, notwithstanding a fierce draught which swept down the stairs. She entered a room lighted by a small metal lamp hanging on the wall, a precaution of Pennyloaf's own contrivance. There was no bed, but one mattress lay with a few rags of bed-clothing spread upon it, and 2 others were rolled up in a corner. This chamber accommodated, under ordinary circumstances, 4 persons, Mr. and Mrs. Candy, Pennyloaf, and a son named Stephen, whose years were 18. Stephen pursued the occupation of a potman. His hours were from 8 in the morning till midnight on weekdays, and on Sunday, the time during which a public house is permitted to be open. Once a month he was allowed freedom after 6 o'clock. Against the window was hung an old shawl, pierced with many rents. By the fire sat Miss Candy. She leaned forward, her head, which was bound in linen swathes, resting upon her hands. "What have you got?" she asked, in the thick voice of a drunkard, without moving. 18 pence. It's all they'd give me." The woman cursed in her throat, but exhibited no anger with Pennyloaf. "Go and get some tea and milk," she said after a pause. "There's sugar, and bring 7 of coals. There's only a dust." She pointed to a deal box which stood by the hearth. Pennyloaf went out again. Over the fireplace the stained wall bore certain singular ornaments. These were 5 coloured cards, such as are signed by one who takes a pledge of total abstinence. Each presented the signature Maria Candy, and it was noticeable that at each progressive date the handwritten had become more unsteady. Yes, 5 times had Maria Candy promised with the help of God to abstain. Each time she was in earnest, but it appeared that the help of God availed little against the views of one Miss Green, who kept the beer shop in Rosamond Street, once Miss Peovers, and who could on no account afford to lose so good a customer. For many years that house, licensed for the sale of non-spirituous liquors, had been working Miss Candy's ruin. Not a particle of her frame but was vitiated by the drugs retailed there under the approving smile of civilization. Spirits would have been harmless in comparison. The advantage of Miss Green's ale was that the very first half-pint gave conscience its bemuddling sop. For a penny you forgot all the cares of existence. For 3 pence you became a yelling maniac. Poor creature! She was sober to-night, sitting over the fire with her face battered into shapelessness, and now that her fury had had its way, she bitterly repented invoking the help of the law against her husband. What use? What use? Perhaps he had now abandoned her for good, and it was certain that the fear of him was the only thing that ever checked her on the ruinous road she would so willingly have quitted. But for the harm to himself, the only pity was he had not taken her life outright. She knew all the hatefulness of her existence. She knew also that only the grave would rescue her from it. The struggle was too unequal between Miss Candy with her appeal to Providence, and Miss Green with the forces of civilization at her back. Pennyloaf speedily returned with a ha'porth of milk, a pennyworth of tea, and 7 pounds, also priced 1 penny, of coals in an apron. It was very seldom indeed that the Candys had more of anything in their room than would last them for the current day. There being no kettle, water was put on to boil in a tin saucepan. The tea was made in a jug. Pennyloaf had always been a good girl to her mother. She tended her as well as she could to-night, but there was no word of affection from either. Kindly speech was stifled by the atmosphere of Shooter's Gardens. Having drunk her tea, Miss Candy lay down as she was, on the already extended mattress, and drew the ragged coverings about her. In half an hour she slept. Pennyloaf then put on her hat and jacket again, and left the house. She walked away from the denser regions of Clerkenwell, came to Sadler's Wells Theatre, gloomy in its profitless recollection of the last worthy manager that London knew, and there turned into Middleton Passage. It is a narrow paved walk between brick walls 7 feet high. On the one hand lies the new river head, on the other are small gardens behind Middleton Square. The branches of a few trees hang over. There are doors, seemingly never opened, belonging one to each garden. A couple of gas lamps shed feeble light. Pennyloaf paced the length of the passage several times, meeting no one. Then a policeman came along with echoing tread, and eyed her suspiciously. She had to wait more than a quarter of an hour before Bob Hewit made his appearance. Greeting her with a nod and a laugh, he took up a leaning position against the wall and began to put questions concerning the state of things at her home. "And what'll your mother do if the old man don't give her nothing to live on?" he inquired. when he had listened good-naturedly to the recital of domestic difficulties. "Don't know," replied the girl, shaking her head, the habitual surprise of her countenance becoming a blank interrogation of destiny. Bob kept kicking the wall, first with one heel, then with the other. He whistled a few bars of the last song he had learnt at the music-hall. "Say, Penny," he remarked at length, with something of shamefacedness, "there's a namesake of mine here as I shan't miss. If you couldn't do any good with it—" He held a shilling towards her under his hand. Pennyloaf turned away, casting down her eyes and looking troubled. "We can get on for a bit," she said indistinctly. Bob returned the coin to his pocket. He whistled again for a moment, then asked abruptly, "Say, have you seen Clem again?" "No," replied the girl, examining him with sudden acuteness. "What about her?" "Nothing much. She's got her back up a bit, that's all." "About me?" Pennyloaf asked anxiously. Bob nodded. As he was making some further remarks on the subject, a man's figure appeared at a little distance, and almost immediately withdrew again round a winding of the passage. A moment after there sounded from that direction a shrill whistle. Bob and the girl regarded each other. "Who was that?" said the former suspiciously. "I half believe it was Jack Bartley. If Jack is up to any of his larks, I'll make him remember it. You wait here a minute." He walked at a sharp pace towards the suspected quarter. Scarcely had he gone half a dozen yards when there came running from the other end of the passage a girl whom Pennyloaf at once recognised. It was Clem Peckover. With some friend's assistance she had evidently tracked the couple and was now springing out of ambush. She rushed upon Pennyloaf, who for very alarm could not flee, and attacked her with clenched fists. A scream of terror and pain caused Bob to turn and run back. Pennyloaf could not even ward off the blows that descended upon her head. She was pinned against the wall. Her hat was torn away. Her hair began to fly in disorder. But Bob effected a speedy rescue. He gripped Clem's muscular arms and forced them behind her back as if he meant to dismember her. Even then it was with no slight effort that he restrained the girl's fury. "You run off home," he shouted to Pennyloaf. "If she tries this on again, I'll murder her." Pennyloaf's hysterical cries and the frantic invectives of her assailant made the passage ring. Again Bob roared to the former to be off, and was at length obeyed. When Pennyloaf was out of sight, he released Clem. Her twisted arms caused her such pain that she threw herself against the wall, mingling maledictions with groans. Bob burst into scornful laughter. Clem went home vowing vengeance. In the nether world this trifling dissension might have been expected to bear its crop of violent language and straightway pass into oblivion. But Miss Peckover's malevolence was of no common stamp, and the scene of to-night originated a feud which in the end concerned many more people than those immediately interested. End of Chapter 8. Recording by Carl Henning. Chapter 9 of The Netherworld. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Carl Henning. The Netherworld by George Robert Gissing. Chapter 9. Through the day and through the evening, Clara Hwit had her place behind Miss Tubbs's bar. For daylight wear, the dress which had formerly been her best was deemed sufficient. It was simple, but not badly made, and became her figure. Her evening attire was provided by Miss Tubbs, who recouped herself by withholding the promised wages for a certain number of weeks. When Clara had surveyed this garment in the bar mirror, she turned away contemptuously. The material was cheap, the mold vulgar. It must be borne with, for the present, like other indignities which she found to be inseparable from her position. As soon as her employer's claim was satisfied and the weekly 5 shillings began to be paid, Clara remembered the promise she had volunteered to her father. But John was once more at work. For the present there really seemed no need to give him any of her money, and she herself, on the other hand, lacked so many things. This dress plainly would not be suitable for the better kind of engagement she had in view. It behoved her first of all to have one made in accordance with her own taste. A mantle, 2, a silk umbrella, gloves. It would be unjust to herself to share her scanty earnings with those at home. Yes, but you must try to understand this girl of the people, with her unfortunate endowment of brains and defect of tenderness. That smile of hers, which touched and fascinated and made thoughtful, had of course a significance discoverable by study of her life and character. It was no mere affection. She was not conscious, in smiling, of the expression upon her face. Moreover, there was justice in the sense of wrong discernible upon her features when the very self looked forth from them. All through his life John Hwit had suffered from the same impulse of revolt, less sensitively constructed than his daughter. Uncalculating, inarticulate, he fumed and fretted away his energies in a conflict with forces ludicrously personified. In the matter of his second marriage he was seen at his best, generously defiant of social cruelties, but self-knowledge was denied him, and circumstances condemned his life to futility. Clara inherited his temperament. Transferred to her more complex nature, it gained in subtlety and in power of self-direction, but lost in its nobler elements. Her mother was a capable and ambitious woman, one in whom active characteristics were more prominent than the emotional. With such parents, every probability told against her patient acceptance of a lot which allowed her faculties no scope, and the circumstances of her childhood were such as added a peculiar bitterness to the trials waiting upon her maturity. Clara, you remember, had reached her 11th year when her father's brother died and left the legacy of which came so little profit. That was in 1878. State education had recently made a show of establishing itself, and in the Hwits world much argument was going on with reference to the new board schools and their advantages or disadvantages when compared with those in which working folks' children had hitherto been taught. Clara went to a church school, and the expense was greater than the new system rendered necessary. Her father's principles naturally favoured education on an independent basis, but a prejudice then, and still common among workpeople of decent habits, made him hesitate about sending his girl to sit side by side with the children of the street. And he was confirmed by Clara's own view of the matter. She spoke with much contempt of board schools, and gave it to be understood that her religious convictions would not suffer her to be taught by those who made light of orthodoxy. This attitude was intelligible enough in a child of sharp wit and abundant self-esteem. Notwithstanding her father's indifferentism, little Clara perceived that a regard for religion gave her a certain distinction at home, and elsewhere placed her apart from common girls. She was subject also to special influences, on the one hand from her favourite teacher, Miss Harrop, on the other from a school friend, Grace Rudd. Miss Harrop was a good, warm-hearted woman of about 30, one of those unhappy persons who are made for domestic life, but condemned by fate to school celibacy. Lonely and impulsive, she drew to herself the most interesting girl in her classes, and with complete indiscretion made a familiar, a pet, a prodigy of one whose especial need was discipline. By her confidences and her flatteries, she set Clara aflame with spiritual pride. Ceaselessly, she excited her to ambition, remarked on her gifts, made dazzling forecasts of her future. Clara was to be a teacher first of all, but only that she might be introduced to the notice of people who would aid her to better things, and the child came to regard this as the course inevitably before her. Had she not already received school prizes, among them a much gilded little volume for religious knowledge? Did she not win universal applause when she recited a piece of verse on prize day? Miss Harrop, disastrous kindness, even saying that the delivery reminded her of Miss So-and-so, the celebrated actress. Grace Rudd was busy in the same fatal work. 4 years older than Clara, weakly pretty, sentimental, conceited, she had a fancy for patronizing the clever child, to the end that she might receive homage in return. Poor Grace! She left school, spent a year or two at home with parents as foolish as herself, and disappeared. Prior to that, Miss Harrop had also passed out of Clara's ken, driven by restlessness to try another school, away from London. These losses appeared to affect Clara unfavourably. She began to neglect her books, to be insubordinate, to exhibit arrogance, which brought down upon her plenty of wholesome reproof. Her father was not without a share in the responsibility for it all. Entering upon his £400, one of the first things John did was to hire a piano, that his child might be taught to play. Pity that Sidney Kirkwood could not then cry with effective emphasis, "We are working classes, we are the lower orders." It was exactly what Hwit would not bring himself to understand. What? His Clara must be robbed of chances just because her birth was not that of a young lady? Nay, by all the unintelligible powers, she should enjoy every help that he could possibly afford her. Bless her bright face and her clever tongue! Yes, it was now a settled thing that she should be trained for a school-teacher. An atmosphere of refinement must be made for her. She must be better dressed, more delicately fed. The bitter injustice of it! In the outcome you are already instructed. Long before Clara was anything like ready to enter upon a teacher's career, her father's ill luck once more darkened over the home. Clara had made no progress since Miss Harrop's day. The authorities directing her school might have come forward with aid of some kind, had it appeared to them that the girl would repay such trouble, but they had their forebodings about her. Whenever she chose, she could learn in 5 minutes what another girl could scarcely commit to memory in 20. But it was obviously for the sake of display. The teachers disliked her. Among the pupils she had no friends. So at length there came the farewell to school and the beginning of practical life, which took the shape of learning to stamp crests and addresses on note-paper. There was hope that before long Clara might earn 13 shillings a week. The bitter injustice of it! Clara was 17 now, and understood the folly of which she had been guilty a few years ago. But at the same time she felt in her innermost heart the tyranny of a world which takes a revenge for errors that are inevitable, which misleads a helpless child and then condemns it for being found astray. She could judge herself, yes, better than Sidney Kirkwood could judge her. She knew her defects, knew her vices, and a feud with fate caused her to accept them defiantly. Many a time had she sobbed out to herself, "I wish I could neither read nor write. I wish I had never been told that there is anything better than to work with one's hands and earn daily bread." But she could not renounce the claims that nature had planted in her, that her guardians had fostered. The better she understood how difficult was every way of advancement, the more fiercely resolute was she to conquer satisfactions which seemed beyond the sphere of her destiny. Of late she had thought much of her childish success in reciting poetry. It was not often that she visited a theatre. Her father had always refused to let her go with any one save himself or Sidney. But on the rare occasions when her wish was gratified, she had watched each actress with devouring interest, with burning envy, and had said to herself, "Couldn't I soon learn to do as well as that? Can't I see where it might be made more lifelike? Why should it be impossible for me to go on the stage?" In passing a shop window where photographs were exposed, she looked for those of actresses, and gazed at them with terrible intensity. "I'm as good-looking as she is. Why shouldn't my portrait be seen some day in the windows?" And then her heart throbbed, smitten with passionate desire. As she walked on there was a turbid gloom about her, and in her ears the echoing of a dread temptation. Of all this she spoke to nobody, for she had no friends. A couple of years ago something like an intimacy had sprung up between her and Bessie Jones, since married and become Bessie Bias, seemingly on the principle of contrast in association. Bessie, like most London work-girls, was fond of the theatre, and her talk helped to nourish the ambition which was secretly developing in Clara. But the two could not long harmonise. Bessie, just after her marriage, ventured to speak with friendly reproof of Clara's behaviour to Sidney Kirkwood. Clara was not disposed to admit freedoms of that kind. She half gave it to be understood that, though others might be easily satisfied, she had views of her own on such subjects. Thereafter Miss Bias grew decidedly cool. The other girls with whom Clara had formal intercourse showed no desire to win her confidence. They were kept aloof by her reticent civility. As for Sidney himself, it was not without reason that he had seen encouragement in the girl's first reply to his advances. At 16 Clara found it agreeable to have her good graces sought by the one man in whom she recognised superiority of mind and purpose. Of all the unbetrothed girls she knew not one but would have felt flattered had Kirkwood thus distinguished her. Nothing common adhered to his demeanour, to his character. He had the look of one who will hold his own in life. This word had the ring of truth. Of his generosity she had innumerable proofs, and it contrasted nobly with the selfishness of young men as she knew them. She appreciated it all the more because her own frequent desire to be unselfish was so fruitless. Of awakening tenderness towards him she knew nothing, but she gave him smiles and words which might mean little or much, just for the pleasure of completing a conquest. Nor did she, in truth, then regard it as impossible that, sooner or later, she might become his wife. If she must marry a workman, assuredly it should be Sidney. He thought so highly of her, he understood things in her to which the ordinary artisan would have been dead. He had little delicacies of homage which gave her keen pleasure, and yet, well, time enough. Time went very quickly, and changed both herself and Sidney in ways she could not foresee. It was true, all he said to her in anger that night by the prison wall, true and deserved every word of it, even in acknowledging that she hardened herself against him implacably. Since he chose to take this tone with her, to throw aside all his graceful blindness to her faults, he had only himself to blame if she considered everything at an end between them. She tried to believe herself glad this had happened. It relieved her from an embarrassment, and made her absolutely free to pursue the ambitions which now gave her no rest. For all that, she could not dismiss Sidney from her mind. Indeed, throughout the week that followed their parting, She thought of him more persistently than for many months. That he would before long seek pardon for his rudeness, she felt certain. She felt also that such submission would gratify her in a high degree. But the weeks were passing and no letter came. In vain she glanced from the window of the bar at the faces which moved by. Even on Sunday, when she went home for an hour or two, she neither saw nor heard of Kirkwood. She could not bring herself to ask a question. Under any circumstances Clara would ill have borne a suspense that irritated her pride, and at present she lived amid conditions so repugnant that her nerves were ceaselessly strung almost beyond endurance. Before entering upon this engagement she had formed but an imperfect notion of what would be demanded of her. To begin with, Miss Tubbs belonged to the order of women who are by nature slave-drivers, though it was her interest to secure Clara for a permanency. She began by exacting from the girl as much labour as could possibly be included in their agreement. The hours were insufferably long. By 9 o'clock each evening Clara was so outworn that with difficulty she remained standing. Yet not until midnight was she released. The unchanging odours of the place sickened her, made her head ache, and robbed her of all appetite. Many of the duties were menial, and to perform them fevered her with indignation. Then the mere waiting upon such men as formed the majority of the customers, vulgarly familiar, when not insolent, in their speech to her, was hateful beyond anything she had conceived. Had there been no one to face but her father, she would have returned home and resumed her old occupation at the end of the first fortnight. So extreme was her suffering in mind and body, but rather than give Sidney Kirkwood such triumph, she would work on, and breathe no word of what she underwent. Even in her anger against him, the knowledge of his forgiving disposition, of the sincerity of his love, was an unavowed support. She knew he could not utterly desert her. When some day he sought a reconciliation, the renewal of conflict between his pride and her own would, she felt, supply her with new courage. Early one Saturday afternoon she was standing by the windows, partly from heavy idleness of thought, partly on the chance that Kirkwood might go by, when a young, well-dressed man, who happened to be passing at a slow walk, turned his head and looked at her. He went on, but in a few moments Clara, who had moved back into the shop, saw him enter and come forwards. He took a seat at the counter and ordered a luncheon. Clara waited upon him with her customary cold reserve, and he made no remark until she returned him change out of the coin he offered. Then he said with an apologetic smile, "We are old acquaintances, Miss Hewett, but I'm afraid you've forgotten me." Clara regarded him in astonishment. His age seemed to be something short of 30. He had a long, grave, intelligent face, smiled enigmatically, spoke in a rather slow voice. His silk hat, sober necktie drawn through a gold ring, and dark morning coat made it probable that he was in the city. "We used to know each other very well about 5 years ago," he pursued, pocketing his change carelessly. "Don't you remember a Mr. Scawthorne, who used to be a lodger with some friends of yours called Rudd?" On the instant memory revived in Clara. In her school days she often spent a Sunday afternoon with Grace Rudd, and this Mr. Scawthorne was generally at the tea-table. Mr. and Miss Rudd made much of him, said he held a most important post in a lawyer's office, doubtless had private designs concerning him and their daughter. Thus aided, she even recognized his features. "And you knew me again after all this time?" "Yours isn't an easy face to forget," replied Mr. Scawthorne, with the subdued polite smile which naturally accompanied his tone of unemotional intimacy. To tell you the whole truth, however, I happened to hear news of you a few days ago. I met Grace Rudd. She told me you were here. Some old friends had told her." Grace's name awoke keen interest in Clara. She was startled to hear it, and did not venture to make the inquiry her mind at once suggested. Mr. Scawthorne observed her for an instant, then proceeded to satisfy her curiosity. Grace Rudd was on the stage. She had been acting in provincial theatres under the name of Miss Danvers, and was now waiting for a promised engagement at a minor London theatre. "Do you often go to the theatre?" he added carelessly. "I have a great many acquaintances connected with the stage in one way or another. If you would like, I should be very glad to send you tickets now and then. I always have more given me than I could well use." Clara thanked him rather coldly, and said that she was very seldom free in the evening. Thereupon Mr. Scawthorne again smiled, raised his hat, and departed. Possibly he had some consciousness of the effect of his words, but it needed a subtler insight, a finer imagination than his, to interpret the pale, beautiful, harassed face which studiously avoided looking towards him as he paused before stepping out on to the pavement. The rest of the evening, the hours of night that followed, passed for Clara in bet tumult of heart and brain. The news of Grace Rudd had flashed upon her as revelation of a clear possibility where hitherto she had seen only mocking phantoms of futile desire. Grace was an actress, no matter by what course. To this she had attained. This man, Scawthorne, spoke of the theatrical life as one to whom all its details were familiar. Acquaintance with him of a sudden bridged over the chasm which had seemed impassable. Would he come again to see her? Had her involuntary reserve put an end to any interest he might have felt in her? Of him personally she thought not at all. She could not have recalled his features. He was a mere abstraction, the representative of a wild hope which his conservation had inspired. From that day the character of her suffering was altered. It became less womanly. It defied weakness and grew to a fever of fierce, unscrupulous rebellion. Whenever she thought of Sidney Kirkwood, the injury he was inflicting upon her pride rankled into bitter resentment, unsoftened by the despairing thought of a self-subdual which had at times visited her sick weariness. She bore her degradations with the sullen indifference of one who is supported by the hope of a future revenge. The disease inherent in her being, that deadly outcome of social tyranny which perverts the generous elements of youth into mere seeds of destruction, developed day by day, blighting her heart, corrupting her moral sense, even setting marks of evil upon the beauty of her countenance. A passionate desire of self-assertion familiarized her with projects, with ideas, which formerly she had glanced at only to dismiss as ignoble. In proportion as her bodily health failed, the worst possibilities of her character came into prominence, like a creature that is beset by unrelenting forces. She summoned and surveyed all the craft faculties lurking in the dark places of her nature. Theoretically, she had now accepted every debasing compact by which a woman can spite herself on the world's injustice. Self-assertion, to be no longer an unregarded atom in the mass of those who are born only to labour for others, to find play for the strength and the passion which, by no choice of her own, distinguished her from the time-slave. Sometimes in the silence of night she suffered from a dreadful need of crying aloud, of uttering her anguish in a scream like that of insanity. She stifled it only by crushing her face into the pillow until the hysterical fit had passed, and she lay like one dead. On a fortnight after his first visit, Mr. Scawthorne again presented himself, polite, smiling, perhaps rather more familiar. He stayed talking for nearly an hour, chiefly of the theatre. Casually he mentioned that Grace Rudd had got her engagement, only a little part in a farce. Suppose Clara came to see her play some evening, might he take her? He could at any time have places in the dress circle. Clara accepted the invitation. She did so without consulting Miss Tubbs, and when it became necessary to ask for the evening's freedom, difficulties were made. "Very well," said Clara in a tone she had never used to her employer. "Then I shall leave you." She spoke without a moment's reflection. Something independent of her will seemed to direct her in speech and act. Miss Tubbs yielded. Clara had not yet been able to obtain the dress she wished for. Her savings, however, were sufficient for the purchase of a few accessories, which made her, she considered, not unpresentable. Scawthorne was to have a cab waiting for her at a little distance from the luncheon-bar. It was now June, and at the hour of their meeting still broad daylight, but Clara cared nothing for the chance that acquaintance might see her. Nay, she had a reckless desire that Sidney Kirkwood might pass just at this moment. She noticed no one whom she knew, however, but just as the cab was turning into Pentonville Road, Scawthorne drew her attention to a person on the pavement. "You see that old fellow?" he said. "Would you believe that he is very wealthy?" Clara had just time to perceive an old man with white hair, dressed as a mechanic. "But I know him," she replied. "His name's Snowden." "So it is. How do you come to know him?" Scawthorne inquired with interest. She explained. "Better not say anything about it," remarked her companion. "He's an eccentric chap. I happen to know his affairs in the way of business. I oughtn't to have told secrets, but I can trust you." A gentle emphasis on the last word, and a smile of more than usual intimacy. But his manner was and remained through the evening respectful almost to exaggeration. Clara seemed scarcely conscious of his presence, save in the act of listening to what he said. She never met his look, never smiled. From entering the theatre to leaving it, she had a high flush on her face. Impossible to recognize her friend in the actress whom Scawthorne indicated. Features and voice were wholly strange to her. In the intervals, Scawthorne spoke of the difficulties that beset an actress's career at its beginning. "I suppose you never thought of trying it?" he asked. "Yet I fancy you might do well, if only you could have a few months' training just to start you. Of course it all depends on knowing how to go about it. A little money would be necessary, not much." Clara made no reply. On the way home she was mute. Scawthorne took leave of her in Upper Street and promised to look in again before long. Under the heat of these summer days, in the reeking atmosphere of the bar, Clara panted fever-stricken. The weeks went on. What strength supported her from the Monday morning to the Saturday midnight she could not tell. Acting and refraining, speaking and holding silence, these things were no longer the consequences of her own volition. She wished to break free from her slavery, but had not the force to do so. Something held her voice as often as she was about to tell Miss Tubbs that this week would be the last. Her body wasted so that all the garments she wore were loose upon her. The only mental process of which she was capable was reviewing the misery of days just past and anticipating that of the days to come. Her only feelings were infinite self-pity and a dull, smouldering hatred of all others in the world. A doctor would have bidden her to take to bed, as one in danger of grave illness. She bore through it without a change in her habits, and in time the strange lethargy passed. Scawthorne came to the bar frequently. He remarked often on her look of suffering and urged a holiday. At length Near the end of July he invited her to go up the river with him on the coming Bank Holiday. Clara consented, though aware that her presence would be more than ever necessary at the bar on the day of much drinking. Later in the evening she addressed her demand to Miss Tubbs. It was refused. Without a word of anger, Clara went upstairs, prepared herself for walking, and set forth among the byways of Islington. In half an hour she had found a cheap bedroom, for which she paid a week's rent in advance. She purchased a few articles of food and carried them to her lodging, then lay down in the darkness. End of chapter 9. Recording by Carl Henning.
Chapter 10 of the Netherworld. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Netherworld, by George Robert Gissing. Chapter 10, The Last Combat. During these summer months Sidney Kirkwood's visits to the house in Clerkenwell Close were comparatively rare. It was not his own wish to relax in any degree the close friendship so long subsisting between the Hewits and himself, but from the day of Clara's engagement with Mrs. Tubbs John Hewit began to alter in his treatment of him. At first there was nothing more than found its natural explanation in regret of what had happened, a tendency to muteness, to troubled brooding. But before long John made it unmistakable that the young man's presence was irksome to him. If, on coming home, he found Sidney with Mrs. Hewit and the children, a cold nod was the only greeting he offered. Then followed signs of ill humour, such as Sidney could not in the end fail to interpret as unfavourable to himself. He never heard Clara's name on her father's lips, and himself never uttered it when John was in hearing. She told him what had passed between us that night, Sidney argued inwardly. But it was not so. Hewit had merely abandoned himself to an unreasonable resentment. Notwithstanding his concessions, he blamed Sidney for the girl's leaving home, and, as his mood grew more irritable, the more hopeless it seemed that Clara would return, he nursed the suspicion of treacherous behaviour on Sidney's part. He would not take into account any such thing as pride which could forbid the young man to urge a rejected suit. Sidney had grown tired of Clara, that was the truth, and gladly caught at any means of excusing himself. He had made new friends. Mrs. Peckover reported that he was a constant visitor at the old man Snowden's lodgings. She expressed her belief that Snowden had come back from Australia with a little store of money, and if Kirkwood had knowledge of that, would it not explain his interest in Jane Snowdon? "For shame to listen to such things!" cried Mrs. Hewit angrily, when her husband once repeated the landlady's words. "I'd be ashamed of myself, John. If you don't know him no better than that, you ought to by this time." And John did, in fact, take to himself no little shame, but his unsatisfied affection turned all the old feelings to bitterness. In spite of himself, he blundered along the path of perversity. Sidney, too, had his promptings of obstinate humour. When he distinctly recognized Hewit's feelings it galled him. He was being treated with gross injustice, and temper suggested reprisals which could answer no purpose but to torment him with self-condemnation. However, he must needs consult his own dignity. He could not keep defending himself against ignoble charges. For the present, there was no choice but to accept John's hints, and hold apart as much as was possible without absolute breach of friendly relations. Nor could he bring himself to approach Clara. It was often in his mind to write to her. Had he obeyed the voice of his desire he would have penned such letters as only the self-abasement of a passionate lover can dictate. But herein, too, the strain of sternness that marked his character made its influence felt. He said to himself that the only hope of Clara's respecting him lay in his preservation of the attitude he had adopted, and as the months went on he found a bitter satisfaction in adhering so firmly to his purpose. The self-flattery with which no man can dispense whispered assurance that Clara only thought the more of him the longer he held aloof. When the end of July came, he definitely prescribed to his patience a trial of yet one more month. Then he would write Clara a long letter, telling her what it had cost him to keep silence, and declaring the constancy he devoted to her. This resolve he registered whilst at work one morning. The triumphant sunshine, refusing to be excluded even from London workshops, gleamed upon his tools and on the scraps of jewellery before him. He looked up to the blue sky, and thought with heavy heart of many a lane in Surrey and in Essex where he might be wandering but for this ceaseless necessity of earning the week's wage. A fly buzzed loudly against the grimy window, and by one of those associations which time and change cannot affect, he mused himself back into boyhood. The glimpse before him of St. John's Arch aided the revival of old impressions. His hand ceased from its mechanical activity, and he was absorbed in a waking dream, when a voice called to him and said that he was wanted. He went down to the entrance, and there found Mrs. Hewett. Her coming at all was enough to signal some disaster, and the trouble on her face caused Sidney to regard her with silent interrogation. "I couldn't help comin' to you," she began, gazing at him fixedly. "I know you can't do anything, but I had to speak to somebody, an' I know nobody better than you. It's about Clara." "What about her?" "She's left Mrs. Tubbs. They had words about Bank Holiday last night, and Clara went off at once. Mrs. Tubbs thought she'd come 'ome, but this mornin' her box was sent for, an' it was to be took to a house in Islington. And then Mrs. Tubbs came and told me. And there's worse than that, Sidney. She's been goin' about to the theatre and such places with a man as she got to know at the bar, and Mrs. Tubbs says she believes it's him has tempted her away." She spoke the last sentences in a low voice, painfully watching their effect. "And why hasn't Mrs. Tubbs spoken about this before?" Sidney asked, also in a subdued voice, but without other show of agitation. "That's just what I said to her myself. The girl was in her charge, and it was her duty to let us know if things went wrong. But how am I to tell her father? I dursn't do it, Sidney; for my life, I dursn't. I'd go and see her where she's lodging. See, I've got the address wrote down here; but I should do more harm than good. She'd never pay any heed to me at the best of times, and it isn't likely she would now. Look here, if she's made no attempt to hide away, you may be quite sure there's no truth in what Mrs. Tubbs says. They've quarrelled, and of course the woman makes Clara as black as she can. Tell her father everything as soon as he comes home. You've no choice." Mrs. Hewett averted her face in profound dejection. Sidney learnt at length what her desire had been in coming to him. She hoped he would see Clara and persuade her to return home. "I dursn't tell her father," she kept repeating. "But perhaps it isn't true what Mrs. Tubbs says. Do go and speak to her before it's too late. Say we won't ask her to come 'ome, if only she'll let us know what she's goin' to do." In the end he promised to perform this service, and to communicate the result that evening. It was Saturday. At 1:30 he left the workroom, hastened home to prepare himself for the visit, and, without thinking of dinner, set out to find the address Mrs. Hewett had given him. His steps were directed to a dull street on the north of Pentonville Road. The house at which he made inquiry was occupied by a drum manufacturer. Miss Hewett, he learnt, was not at home. She had gone forth 2 hours ago, and nothing was known of her movements. Sidney turned away and began to walk up and down the shadowed side of the street. There was no breath of air stirring, and from the open windows radiated stuffy odours. A quarter of an hour sufficed to exasperate him with anxiety and physical malaise. He suffered from his inability to do anything at once, from conflict with himself as to whether or not it behoved him to speak with John Hewett. Of Clara he thought with anger rather than fear, for her behaviour seemed to prove that nothing had happened save the inevitable breach with Mrs. Tubbs. Just as he had said to himself that it was no use waiting about all afternoon, he saw Clara approaching. At sight of him she manifested neither surprise nor annoyance, but came forward with eyes carelessly averted. Not having seen her for so long, Sidney was startled by the change in her features. Her cheeks had sunk, her eyes were unnaturally dark, there was something worse than the familiar self-will about her lips. "I've been waiting to see you," he said. "Will you walk along here for a minute or two?" "What do you want to say?" "I'm tired." "Mrs. Tubbs has told your mother what has happened, and she came to me. Your father doesn't know yet." "It's nothing to me whether he knows or not. I've left the place, that's all, and am going to live here till I've got another." "Why not go home?" "Because I don't choose to. I don't see that it concerns you, Mr. Kirkwood." Their eyes met, and Sidney felt how little fitted he was to reason with the girl, even would she consent to hear him. His mood was the wrong one; the torrid sunshine seemed to kindle an evil fire in him, and with difficulty he kept back words of angry unreason. He even—strangest of inconsistencies—experienced a kind of brutal pleasure in her obvious misery. Already she was reaping the fruit of obstinate folly. Clara read what his eyes expressed; she trembled with responsive hostility. "No, it doesn't concern me," Sidney replied, half turning away. "But perhaps it's as well you should know that Mrs. Tubbs is doing her best to take away your good name. However little we are to each other, it's my duty to tell you that, and put you on your guard. I hope your father mayn't hear these stories before you have spoken to him yourself." Clara listened with a contemptuous smile. "What has she been saying?" "I shan't repeat it." As he gazed at her, the haggardness of her countenance smote like a sword edge through all the black humours about his heart, piercing the very core of love and pity. He spoke in a voice of passionate appeal. "Clara, come home before it is too late. Come with me; now; come at once. Thank heaven you have got out of that place. Come home, and stay there quietly till we can find you something better." "I'll die rather than go home!" was her answer, flung at him as if in hatred. "Tell my father that, and tell him anything else you like. I want no one to take any thought for me; and I wouldn't do as you wish, not to save my soul." How often, in passing along the streets, one catches a few phrases of discord such as this! The poor can seldom command privacy; their scenes alike of tenderness and of anger must for the most part be enacted on the peopled ways. It is one of their misfortunes, one of the many necessities which blunt feeling, which balk reconciliation, which enhance the risks of dialogue at best semi-articulate. Clara, having uttered the rancour which had so long poisoned her mind, straightway crossed the street and entered the house where she was lodging. She had just returned from making several applications for employment; futile, as so many were likely to be, if she persevered in her search for a better place than the last. The wages due to her for the present week she had of course sacrificed; her purchases of clothing, essential and superfluous, had left only a small sum out of her earnings. Food, fortunately, would cost her little; the difficulty, indeed, was to eat anything at all. She was exhausted after her long walk, and the scene with Sidney had made her tremulous. In thrusting open the windows, as soon as she entered, she broke a pane which was already cracked. The glass cut into her palm, and blood streamed forth. For a moment she watched the red drops falling to the floor, then began to sob miserably, almost as a child might have done. The exertion necessary for binding the wound seemed beyond her strength. Sobbing and moaning, she stood in the same attitude until the blood began to congeal. The tears, too, she let dry unneeded upon her eyelashes and her cheeks. The mist with which for a time they obscured her vision was nothing amid that cloud of misery which blackened about her spirit as she brooded. The access of self-pity was followed, as always, by a persistent sense of intolerable wrong, and that again by a fierce desire to plunge herself into ruin, as though by such an act she could satiate her instincts of defiance. It is a phase of exasperated egoism common enough in original natures frustrated by circumstance; never so pronounced as in those who suffer from the social disease. Such mood perverts everything to cause of bitterness. The very force of sincerity, which Clara could not but recognise in Kirkwood's appeal, inflamed the resentment she nourished against him. She felt that to yield would be salvation and happiness, yet yield she might not, and upon him she visited the anger due to the evil impulses in her own heart. He spoke of her father, and in so doing struck the only nerve in her which conveyed an emotion of tenderness. Instantly the feeling begot self-reproach, and of self-reproach was born as quickly the harsh self-justification with which her pride ever answered blame. She had made her father's life even more unhappy than it need have been, and to be reminded of that only drove her more resolutely upon the recklessness which would complete her ingratitude. The afternoon wore away, the evening, a great part of the night. She ate a few mouthfuls of bread, but could not exert herself to make tea. It would be necessary to light a fire, and already the air of the room was stifling. After a night of sleeplessness, she could only lie on her bed through the Sunday morning, wretched in a sense of abandonment. And then began to assail her that last and subtlest of temptations, the thought that already she had taken an irrevocable step, that an endeavour to return would only be trouble spent in vain, that the easy course was, in truth, the only one now open to her. Mrs. Tubbs was busy circulating calumnies. That they were nothing more than calumnies could never be proved; all who heard them would readily enough believe. Why should she struggle uselessly to justify herself in the eyes of people predisposed to condemn her? Fate was busy in all that had happened during the last 2 days. Why had she quitted her situation at a moment's notice? Why on this occasion rather than 50 times previously? It was not her own doing; something impelled her, and the same force, call it chance or destiny, would direct the issue once more. All she could foresee was the keeping of her appointment with Scawthorne to-morrow morning. What use to try and look further, when assuredly a succession of circumstances impossible to calculate would in the end constrain her? The best would be if she could sleep out the interval. At midday she rose, ate and drank mechanically, then contemplated the hours that must somehow be killed. There was sunlight in the sky, but to what purpose should she go out? She went to the window, and surveyed the portion of the street that was visible. On the opposite pavement, at a little distance, a man was standing. It was Sidney Kirkwood. The sight of him roused her from apathy. Her blood tingled, rushed into her cheeks and throbbed at her temples. So, for all she had said, he was daring to act the spy. He suspected her; he was lurking to surprise visitors, to watch her outgoing and coming in. Very well; at least he had provided her with occupation. 5 minutes later she saw that he had gone away. Thereupon, having in the meantime clad herself, She left the house and walked at a quick step towards a region of North London with which she had no acquaintance. In an hour's time she had found another lodging, which she took by the day only. Then back again to Islington. She told her landlady that a sudden necessity compelled her to leave. She would have a cab and remove her box at once. There was the hazard that Sidney might return just as she was leaving. She braved it, and in another 10 minutes was out of reach. Let his be the blame. She had warned him, and he chose to disregard her wish. Now she had cut the last bond that fretted her, and the hours rushed on like a storm wind driving her whither they would. Her mind was relieved from the stress of conflict. Despair had given place to something that made her laugh at all the old scruples. So far from dreading the judgments that would follow her disappearance, she felt a pride in evil repute. Let them talk of her. If she dared everything, it would be well understood that she had not done so without a prospect worthy of herself. If she broke away from the obligations of a life that could never be other than poor and commonplace, those who knew her would estimate the compensation she had found. Sidney Kirkwood was aware of her ambitions. For his own sake he had hoped to keep her on the low level to which she was born. Now let him recognize his folly. Some day she would present herself before him. "Very sorry that I could not oblige you, my dear sir, but you see that my lot was to be rather different from that you kindly planned for me." Let them gossip and envy. It was a strange night that followed. Between 1 and 2 o'clock the heavens began to be overflashed with summer lightning. There was no thunder, no rain. The blue gleams kept illuminating the room for more than an hour. Clara could not lie in bed. The activity of her brain became all but delirium. Along her nerves, through all the courses of her blood, seemed to run fires which excited her with an indescribable mingling of delight and torment. She walked to and fro, often speaking aloud, throwing up her arms. She leaned from the open window and let the lightning play freely upon her face. She fancied it had the effect of restoring her wasted health. Whatever the cause, she felt stronger and more free from pain than for many months. At dawn she slept. The striking of the church clock woke her at 9, giving her just time to dress with care and set forth to keep her appointment. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of the Nether World. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. The Netherworld, by George Robert Gissing. Chapter 11. A Disappointment. On ordinary Sundays the Byasses breakfasted at 10 o'clock. This morning the meal was ready at 8, and Bessie's boisterous spirits declared the exception to be of joyous significance. Finding that Samuel's repeated promises to rise were the merest evasion, she rushed into the room where he lay fly-fretted, dragged the pillows from under his tousled head, and so belaboured him in schoolboy fashion that he had no choice but to leap towards his garments. In 5 minutes he roared down the kitchen stairs for shaving water, and in 5 minutes more was seated in his shirt-sleeves, consuming fried bacon with prodigious appetite. Bessie had the twofold occupation of waiting upon him and finishing the toilet of the baby. She talked incessantly and laughed with an echoing shrillness which would have given a headache for the rest of the day to any one of average nervous sensibility. They were going to visit Samuel's parents, who lived at Greenwich. Bessie had not yet enjoyed an opportunity of exhibiting her firstborn to the worthy couple. She had, however, written many and long letters on the engrossing subject, and was just a little fluttered with natural anxiety lest the infant's appearance or demeanour should disappoint the expectations she had excited. Samuel found his delight in foretelling the direst calamities. "Don't say I didn't advise you to draw it mild," he remarked whilst breakfasting, when Bessie had for the 10th time obliged him to look round and give his opinion on points of costume. "Remember it was only last week you told them that the imp had never cried since the day of his birth, and I'll bet you 3 half-crowns to a bad halfpenny he roars all through to-night." "Hold your tongue, Sam, or I'll throw something at you." Samuel had just appeased his morning hunger, and was declaring that the day promised to be the hottest of the year, such a day as would bring out every vice inherent in babies, when a very light tap at the door caused Bessie to abandon her intention of pulling his ears. "That's Jane," she said. "Come in." The Jane who presented herself was so strangely unlike her namesake who lay ill at Mrs. Peckover's 4 months ago, that one who had not seen her in the interval would with difficulty have recognized her. To begin with, she had grown a little, only a little, but enough to give her the appearance of her full 13 years. Then her hair no longer straggled in neglect, but was brushed very smoothly back from her forehead, and behind was plaited in a coil of perfect neatness. One could see now that it was soft, fine, mouse-colored hair, such as would tempt the fingers to the lightest caress. No longer were her limbs huddled over with a few shapeless rags. She wore a full-length dress of quiet grey, which suited well with her hair and the pale tones of her complexion. As for her face, oh yes, it was still the good, simple, unremarkable countenance, with the delicate arched eyebrows, with the diffident lips, with the cheeks of exquisite smoothness, but so sadly thin. Here too, however, a noteworthy change was beginning to declare itself. You were no longer distressed by the shrinking fear which used to be her constant expression. Her eyes no longer reminded you of a poor animal that has been beaten from every place where it sought rest and no longer expects anything but a kick and a curse. Timid they were, drooping after each brief glance, the eyes of one who has suffered and cannot but often brood over wretched memories, who does not venture to look far forward lest some danger may loom inevitable. Meet them for an instant, however, and you saw that lustre was reviving in their still depths, that a woman's soul had begun to manifest itself under the shadow of those gently falling lids. A kind word, and with what purity of silent gratitude the grey pupils responded. A merry word, and mark if the light does not glisten on them, if the diffident lips do not form a smile which you would not have more decided lest something of its sweetness should be sacrificed. "Now come and tell me what you think about baby," cried Bessie. "Will he do? Don't pay attention to my husband; he's a vulgar man." Jane stepped forward. "I'm sure he looks very nice, Mrs. Byass." "Of course he does, bless him. Sam, get your coat on, and brush your hat, and let Miss Snowden teach you how to behave yourself. Well, we're going to leave the house in your care, Jane. We shall be back some time to-morrow night, but goodness knows when. Don't you sit up for us." "You know where to wire to if there's a fire breaks out in the back kitchen," observed Samuel facetiously. "If you hear footsteps in the passage at 2:30 to-morrow morning don't trouble to come down; wait till daylight to see whether they've carried off the dresser." Bessie screamed with laughter. "What a fool you are, Sam! If you don't mind, you'll be making Jane laugh. You're sure you'll be home before dark to-morrow, Jane?" "Oh, quite sure. Mr. Kirkwood says there's a train gets to Liverpool Street about 7, and grandfather thought that would suit us." "You'll be here before 8 then. Do you see that your fire's out before you leave. And you'll be sure to pull the door to? And see that the area gate's fastened." Can't you find a few more orders?" observed Samuel. "Hold your tongue. Jane doesn't mind. Do you, Jane? Now, Sam, are you ready? Bless the man, if he hasn't got a great piece of bread sticking in his whiskers. How did that get there? Off you go." Jane followed them, and stood at the front door for a moment, watching them as they departed. Then she went upstairs. On the first floor the doors of the 2 rooms stood open, and the rooms were bare. The lodgers who had occupied this part of the house had recently left. A card was again hanging in the window of Bessie's parlour. Jane passed up the succeeding flight and entered the chamber which looked out upon Hanover Street. The truckle bed on which her grandfather slept had been arranged for the day some 2 hours ago. Snowden rose at 6, and everything was orderly in the room when Jane came to prepare breakfast an hour later. At present the old man was sitting by the open window, smoking a pipe. He spoke a few words with reference to the Byasses, then seemed to resume a train of thought, and for a long time there was unbroken silence. Jane seated herself at a table, on which were a few books and writing materials. She began to copy something, using the pen with difficulty, and taking extreme pains. Occasionally her eyes wandered, and once they rested upon her grandfather's face for several minutes. But for the cry of a milkman or a paper boy in the street, no sound broke the quietness of the summer morning. The blessed sunshine, so rarely shed from a London sky, sunshine, the source of all solace to mind and body, reigned gloriously in heaven and on earth. When more than an hour had passed, Snowdon came and sat down beside the girl. Without speaking she showed him what she had written. He nodded approvingly. "Shall I say it to you, grandfather?" "Yes." Jane collected her thoughts, then began to repeat the parable of the Samaritan. From the first words it was evident that she frequently thus delivered passages committed to memory; evident, too, that instruction and natural good sense guarded her against the gabbling method of recitation. When she had finished Snowdon spoke with her for a while on the subject of the story. In all he said there was the earnestness of deep personal feeling. His theme was the virtue of compassion; he appeared to rate it above all other forms of moral goodness, to regard it as the saving principle of human life. "If only we had pity on one another, all the worst things we suffer from in this world would be at an end. It's because men's hearts are hard that life is so full of misery. If we could only learn to be kind and gentle and forgiving, never mind anything else. We act as if we are all each other's enemies. We can't be merciful, because we expect no mercy. We struggle to get as much as we can for ourselves and care nothing for others. Think about it; never let it go out of your mind. Perhaps some day it'll help you in your own life." Then there was silence again. Snowdon went back to his seat by the window and relit his pipe. To muse in the sunshine seemed sufficient occupation for him. Jane opened another book and read to herself. In the afternoon they went out together. The old man had grown more talkative. He passed cheerfully from subject to subject, now telling a story of his experiences abroad, now reviving recollections of London as he had known it 60 years ago. Jane listened with quiet interest. She did not say much herself, and when she did speak it was with a noticeable effort to overcome her habit of diffidence. She was happy, but her nature had yet to develop itself under these strangely novel conditions. A little before sunset there came a knocking at the house door. Jane went down to open, and found that the visitor was Sidney Kirkwood. The joyful look with which she recognized him changed almost in the same moment. His face wore an expression that alarmed her; it was stern, hard set in trouble, and his smile could not disguise the truth. Without speaking, he walked upstairs and entered Snowdon's room. To Sidney there was always something peculiarly impressive in the first view of this quiet chamber. Simple as were its appointments, it produced a sense of remoteness from the common conditions of life. Invariably he subdued his voice when conversing here. A few flowers such as can be bought in the street generally suffused a slight scent through the air, making another peculiarity which had its effect on Sidney's imagination. When Jane moved about, it was with a soundless step. If she placed a chair or arranged things on the table, it was as if with careful avoidance of the least noise. When his thoughts turned hitherwards, Sidney always pictured the old man sitting in his familiar mood of reverie, and Jane, in like silence, bending over a book at the table. Peace, the thing most difficult to find in the world that Sidney knew, had here made itself a dwelling. He shook hands with Snowdon and seated himself. A few friendly words were spoken, and the old man referred to an excursion they had agreed to make together on the morrow, the general holiday. "I'm very sorry," replied Kirkwood, "but it'll be impossible for me to go." Jane was standing near him. Her countenance fell, expressing uttermost disappointment. "Something has happened," pursued Sidney, "that won't let me go away, even for a few hours. I don't mean to say that it would really prevent me, but I should be so uneasy in my mind all the time that I couldn't enjoy myself, and I should only spoil your pleasure. Of course you'll go just the same?" Snowdon reassured him on this point. Jane had just been about to lay supper. She continued her task, and Sidney made a show of sharing the meal. Soon after, as if conscious that Sidney would speak with more freedom of his trouble but for her presence, Jane bade them good night and went to her own room. There ensued a break in the conversation. Then Kirkwood said, with the abruptness of one who is broaching a difficult subject: "I should like to tell you what it is that's going wrong with me. I don't think anyone's advice would be the least good, but it's a miserable affair, and I shall feel better for speaking about it." Snowdon regarded him with eyes of calm sympathy. There is a look of helpful attention peculiar to the faces of some who have known much suffering. In this instance, the grave force of character which at all times made the countenance impressive heightened the effect of its gentleness. In external matters, the two men knew little more of each other now than after their first meeting, but the spiritual alliance between them had strengthened with every conversation. Each understood the other's outlook upon problems of life, which are not commonly discussed in the top rooms of lodging-houses. They felt and thought differently at times, but in essentials they were at one, and it was the first time that either had found such fruitful companionship. "Did you hear anything from the Peovers of Clara Hewett?" Sidney began by asking. "Not from them. Jane has often spoken of her." Sidney again hesitated, then, from a fragmentary beginning, passed into a detailed account of his relations with Clara. The girl herself, had she overheard him, could not have found fault with the way in which the story was narrated. He represented his love as from the first without response which could give him serious hope. Her faults he dealt with not as characteristics to be condemned, but as evidences of suffering, the outcome of cruel conditions. Her engagement at the luncheon-bar he spoke of as a detestable slavery, which had wasted her health and driven her in the end to an act of desperation. What now could be done to aid her? John Hewett was still in ignorance of the step she had taken, and Sidney described himself as distracted by conflict between what he felt to be his duty, and fear of what might happen if he invoked Hewett's authority. At intervals through the day he had been going backwards and forwards in the street where Clara had her lodging. He did not think she would seek to escape from her friends altogether, but her character and circumstances made it perilous for her to live thus alone. "What does she really wish for?" inquired Snowden, when there had been a short silence. "She doesn't know, poor girl. Everything in the life she has been living is hateful to her, everything since she left school. She can't rest in the position to which she was born; she aims at an impossible change of circumstances. It comes from her father; she can't help rebelling against what seems to her unjust restraints. But what's to come of it? She may perhaps get a place in a large restaurant, and what does that mean?" He broke off, but in a moment resumed even more passionately. "What a vile, cursed world this is, where you may see men and women perish before your eyes, and no more chance of saving them than if they were going down in mid-ocean. She's only a child, only just 17, and already she's gone through a lifetime of miseries. And I, like a fool, I've often been angry with her. I was angry yesterday. How can she help her nature? How can we, any of us, help what we're driven to in a world like this? Clara isn't made to be one of those who slave to keep themselves alive. Just a chance of birth! Suppose she'd been the daughter of a rich man. Then everything we now call a fault in her would either have been of no account or actually a virtue. Just because we haven't money we may go to perdition, and comfortable people tell us we've only ourselves to blame. Put them in our place." Snowdon's face had gone through various changes as Sidney flung out his vehement words. When he spoke, it was in a tone of some severity. "Has she no natural affection for her father? Does she care nothing for what trouble she brings him?" Sidney did not reply at once. As he was about to speak, Snowdon bent forward suddenly and touched his arm. "Let me see her. Let me send Jane to her to-morrow morning, and ask her to come here. I might—I can't say—but I might do some good." To this Sidney gave willing assent, but without sanguine expectation. In further talk it was agreed between them that, if this step had no result, John Hewett ought to be immediately informed of the state of things. This was at 10 o'clock on Sunday evening. So do we play our tragi-comedies in the eye of fate. The mention of Jane led to a brief conversation regarding her before Sidney took his leave. Since her recovery she had been going regularly to school, to make up for the time of which she had been defrauded by Mrs. Peckover. Her grandfather's proposal was, that she should continue thus for another 6 months, after which, he said, it would be time for her to learn a business. Mrs. Byass had suggested the choice of artificial flower-making, to which she herself had been brought up; possibly that would do as well as anything else. "I suppose so," was Sidney's reluctant acquiescence. "Or as ill as anything else, would be a better way to put it." Snowdon regarded him with unusual fixedness, and seemed on the point of making some significant remark. But immediately his face expressed change of purpose, and he said, without emphasis: "Jane must be able to earn her own living." Sidney, before going home, walked round to the street in which he had already lingered several times to-day, and where yesterday he had spoken with Clara. The windows of the house he gazed at were dark. Chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of The Netherworld. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Carl Henning. The Netherworld by George Robert Gissing. So at length came Monday, the first Monday in August. a day gravely set apart for the repose and recreation of multitudes who neither know how to rest nor how to refresh themselves with pastime. Today will the slaves of industrialism don the pileus. It is high summertide. With joy does the awakening publican look forth upon the blue misty heavens and address his adorations to the sun god, inspirer of thirst. Throw wide the doors of the temple of alcohol. Behold, we come in our thousands, jingling the coins that shall purchase us this one day of tragical mirth. Before us is the dark and dreary autumn. It is a far cry to the foggy joys of Christmas. Io, Saturnalia. For certain friends of ours this morning brought an event of importance. At a church in Clerkenwell were joined together in holy matrimony Robert Hwit and Penelope, otherwise Pennyloaf, Candy. The former aged 19, the latter less than that by nearly 3 years. John Hwit would have nothing to do with an alliance so disreputable. Miss Hwit had in vain besought her stepson not to marry so unworthily. Even as a young man of good birth has been known to enjoy a subtle self-flattery in the thought that he graciously bestows his name upon a maiden who, to all intents and purposes, may said never to have been born at all, so did Bob Hewett feel when he put a ring upon the scrubby finger of Pennyloaf. Proudly conscious was Bob that he, a married beneath him, conscious also that Clem Peckover was gnawing her lips in rage. Miss Candy was still sober at the hour of the ceremony. Her husband, not a bad fellow in his way, had long since returned to her, and as yet had not done more than threaten a repetition of his assault. Both were present at church. A week ago Bob had established himself in a room in Shooter's Gardens, henceforth to be shared with him by his bride. Probably he might have discovered a more inviting abode for the early days of married life, but Bob had something of the artist temperament and could not trouble about practical details. For the present this room would do as well as another. It was cheap, and he had need of all the money he could save from everyday expenses. Pennyloaf would go in with her shirt-making, of course, and all they wanted was a roof over their heads at night. And in truth he was fond of Pennyloaf. The poor little slave worshipped him so sincerely. She repaid his affectionate words with such fervent gratitude, and there was no denying that she had rather a pretty face, which had attracted him from the first. But above all, this preference accorded to so humble a rival had set Clem Peckover beside herself. It was all very well for Clem to make pretence of having transferred her affections to Jack Bartley. Why, Suke Jollop, ostensibly Clem's bosom friend, but treacherous at times because she had herself given an eye to Jack. Suke Jollop reported that Clem would have killed Pennyloaf had she dared. Pennyloaf had begun going about in fear for her life since that attack upon her in Middleton Passage. "I dursn't marry you, Bob, I dursn't," she kept saying, when the proposal was first made. But Bob laughed with contemptuous defiance. He carried his point, and now he was going to spend his wedding day at the Crystal Palace, choosing that resort because he knew Clem would be there, and Jack Bartley, and Suke Jollop, and many other acquaintance, before whom he was resolved to make display of magnanimity. Pennyloaf shone in most unwonted apparel. Everything was new except her boots. It had been decided that these only needed soling. Her broad-brimmed hat of yellow straw was graced with the reddest feather purchasable in the City Road. She had a dolman of most fashionable cut, blue, lustrous. Blue likewise was her dress, hung about with bows and streamers, and the gleaming ring on the scrubby small finger. On that hand most assuredly Pennyloaf would wear no glove. How proud she was of her ring! How she turned it round and round when nobody was looking! Gold, Pennyloaf, real gold. The pawnbroker would lend her 7 and 6pence on it any time. At Holborn Viaduct there was a perpetual rush of people for the trains to the palace. As soon as a train was full, off it went, and another long string of empty carriages drew up in its place. No distinction between classes to-day. Get in where you like, where you can. Positively Pennyloaf found herself seated in a first-class carriage. She would have been awestruck, but that Bob flung himself back on the cushions with such an easy air and nodded laughingly at her. Among their companions was a youth with a concertina. As soon as the train moved he burst into melody. It was the natural invitation to song, and all joined in the latest ditties learnt at the music hall. Away they sped, over the roofs of South London, about them the universal glare of sunlight, the carriage dense with tobacco smoke. Ho, for the bottle of muddy ale, passed round in genial fellowship from mouth to mouth. Pennyloaf would not drink of it. She had a dread of all such bottles. In her heart she rejoiced that Bob knew no craving for strong liquor. Towards the end of the journey the young man with the concertina passed round his hat. Clem Peckover had come by the same train. She was one of a large party which had followed close behind Bob and Pennyloaf to the railway station. Now they followed along the long corridors into the palace, with many a loud expression of mockery, with hee-hawing laughter, with coarse jokes. Depend upon it, Clem was gorgeously arrayed. Amid her satellites she swept on like a stately ship of Tarsus bound for the isles of Javan or Gadir. Her face was aflame, her eyes flashed in enjoyment of the uproar. Jack Bartley wore a high hat. Bob never had owned one in his life, and about his neck was a tie of crimson. Yellow was his waistcoat, even such a waistcoat as you may see in Pall Mall, and his walking stick had a nigger's head for handle. He was the oracle of the maidens around him. Every moment the appeal was to Jack. Jack! Soup Jollop, who would in reality have preferred to accompany Bob and his allies, whispered it about that Jack had £2.10 in his pocket, and was going to spend every penny of it before he left the palace. Yes, every bloomin' penny. Thus early in the day the grounds were of course preferred to the interior of the glass house. Bob and Pennyloaf bent their steps to the fair. Here already was gathered much goodly company. Above their heads hung a thick, white, wavering cloud of dust. Swing-boats and merry-go-rounds are, from of old, the chief features of these rural festivities. They soared and dipped and circled to the joyous music of organs which played the same tune automatically for any number of hours, whilst raucous voices invited all and sundry to take their turn, should this delight pale behold on every hand such sports as are dearest to the Briton, those which call for strength of sinew and exactitude of aim. The philosophic mind would have noted with interest how ingeniously these games were made to appeal to the patriotism of the throng. Did you choose to shy sticks in the contest for coconuts? Behold, your object was a wooden model of the treacherous Afghan or the base African. If you took up the mallet to smite upon a spring and make proof of how far you could send a ball flying upwards, your blow descended upon the head of some other recent foeman. Try your fist at the indicator of muscularity, and with zeal you smote full in the stomach of a guy made to represent a Russian. If you essayed the pop-gun, the mark set you was on the flank of a wooden donkey, so contrived that it would kick when hit in the true spot. What a joy to observe the tendency of all these diversions! How characteristic of a high-spirited people that nowhere could be found any amusement appealing to the mere mind, or calculated to effeminate by encouraging a love of beauty. Bob had a sovereign to get rid of. He shied for cocoa-nuts. He swung in the boat with Loaf. He rowed with her on the whirligigs. When they were choked and whitened from head to foot with dust, it was natural to seek the nearest refreshment booth. Bob had some half-dozen male and female acquaintances clustered about him by now. Of course. He must celebrate the occasion by entertaining all of them. Consumed with thirst, he began to drink without counting the glasses. Loaf plucked at his elbow, but Bob was beginning to feel that he must display spirit. Because he was married, that was no reason for his relinquishing the claims to leadership and gallantry which had always been recognized. Hallo! Here was Suke Jollop. She had just quarrelled with Clem, and had been searching for the hostile camp. "Have a drink, Suke," cried Bob, when he heard her acrimonious charges against Clem and Jack. A pretty girl, Suke, and with a hat which made itself proudly manifest a quarter of a mile away. Drink! Of course she would drink, that thirsty she could almost drop. Bob enjoyed his secession from the enemy. He knew Suke's old fondness for him, and began to play upon it. Elated with beer and vanity, he no longer paid the least attention to Pennyloaf's remonstrances. Nay, he at length bade her hold her bloomin' row. Pennyloaf had a tear in her eye. She looked fiercely at Miss Jollop. The day wore on. For utter weariness, Pennyloaf was constrained to beg that they might go into the palace and find a shadowed seat. Her tone revived tenderness in Bob. Again he became gracious, devoted. He promised that not another glass of beer should pass his lips, and Suke Jollop, with all her like, might go to perdition. But heavens, how sweltering it was under this glass canopy! How the dust rose from the trampled boards! Come, let's have tea. The programme says there will be a military band playing presently, and we shall return refreshed to hear it. So they made their way to the shilling tea-room. Having paid at the entrance, they were admitted to feed freely on all that lay before them. With difficulty could a seat be found in the huge room. The uproar of voices was deafening. On the tables lay bread, butter, cake in hunches, teapots, milk jugs, sugar basins, all things to whomso could secure them in the conflict. Along the gangways coursed perspiring waiters, heaping up giant structures of used plates and cups, distributing clean utensils, and miraculously sharp in securing the gratuity expected from each guest as he rose satiate. Muscular men in aprons wheeled hither the supplies of steaming fluid in immense cans on heavy trucks. Here practical joking found the most graceful of opportunities. Whether it were the deft direction of a piece of cake at the nose of a person sitting opposite, or the emptying of a saucer down your neighbour's back, or the ingenious jogging of an arm which was in the act of raising a full teacup. Now and then an ill-conditioned fellow, whose beer disagreed with him, would resent some piece of elegant trifling, and the waiters would find it needful to request gentlemen not to fight until they had left the room. These cases, however, were exceptional. On the whole, there reigned a spirit of imbecile joviality. Shrieks of female laughter testified to the success of the entertainment. As Bob and his companion quitted this sphere of delight, ill luck brought it to pass that Mr. Jack Bartley and his train were on the point of entering. Jack uttered a phrase of stinging sarcasm with reference to Pennyloaf's red feather, whereupon Bob smote him exactly between the eyes. Yells arose. There was a scuffle, a rush, a tumult. The two were separated before further harm came of the little misunderstanding, but Jack went to the tea-tables vowing vengeance. Poor Pennyloaf shed tears as Bob led her to the place where the band had begun playing. Only her husband's anger prevented her from yielding to utter misery. But now they had come to the centre of the building, and by dint of much struggle in the crowd they obtained a standing whence they could see the vast amphitheatre filled with thousands of faces. Here at length was quietness, intermission of folly and brutality. Bob became another man as he stood and listened. He looked with kindness into Pennyloaf's pale, weary face, and his arm stole about her waist to support her. Pennyloaf was happy. The last trace of tears vanished. She too was sensible of the influences of music. Her heart throbbed as she let herself lean against her husband. Well, as every one must needs have his panacea for the ills of society, let me inform you of mine. To humanize the multitude, two things are necessary, two things of the simplest kind conceivable. In the first place, you must effect an entire change of economic conditions, a preliminary step of which every tyro will recognize the easiness. Then you must bring to bear on the new order of things the constant influence of music. Does not the prescription recommend itself? It is jesting in earnest, for, work as you will, there is no chance of a new and better world until the old be utterly destroyed. Destroy, sweep away, prepare the ground, then shall music the holy, music the civilizer, breathe over the renewed earth, and with Orphean magic raise in perfected beauty the towers of the city of man.
Hours yet before the fireworks begin. Never mind. Here, by good luck, we find seats where we can watch the throng passing and repassing. It is a great review of the people. On the whole, how respectable they are, how sober, how deadly dull. See how worn out the poor girls are becoming, how they gape, what listless eyes most of them have. The stoop in the shoulders, so universal among them, merely means over-toil in the workroom. No one in 1,000 shows the elements of taste in dress. Vulgarity, and worse, glares in all but every costume. Observe the middle-aged woman. It would be small surprise that their good looks had vanished. But whence comes it they are animal, repulsive, absolutely vicious in ugliness? Mark the men in their turn. 4 in every 6 have visages so deformed by ill health that they excite disgust. Their hair is cut down to within half an inch of the scalp. Their legs are twisted out of shape by evil conditions of life from birth upwards. Whenever a youth and a girl come along arm in arm, how flagrantly shows the man's coarseness. They are pretty, so many of these girls, delicate of feature, graceful, did but their slavery allow them natural development, and the heart sinks as one sees them side by side with the men who are to be their husbands. One of the livelier groups is surging hitherwards. Here we have frolic, here we have humour. The young man who leads them has been going about all day with the lining of his hat turned down over his forehead. For the 1000th time these girls are screaming with laughter at the sight of him. Ha ha! He has slipped and fallen upon the floor, and makes an obstruction. His companions treat him like a horse that is down in the street. "Look out for his heels!" cries one, and another, "Sit on his head!" If this doesn't come to an end, we shall die of laughter. Lot, one of the funniest of the party, is wearing a gigantic cardboard nose and flame-coloured whiskers. There the stumbler is on his feet again. "Here he comes up smiling!" cries his friend of the cardboard nose, and we shake our diaphragms with mirth. One of the party is an unusually tall man. "When are you coming down to have a look at us?" cries a pert lass as she skips by him. A great review of the people. Since man came into being, did the world ever exhibit a sadder spectacle? Evening advances. The great ugly building will presently be lighted with innumerable lamps. Away to the west yonder the heavens are afire with sunset, but at that we do not care to look. Never in our lives did we regard it. We know not what is meant by beauty or grandeur. Here under the glass roof stand white forms of undraped men and women, casts of antique statues, but we care as little for the glory of art as for that of nature. We have a vague feeling that, for some reason or other, antiquity excuses the indecent, but further than that we do not get. As the dusk descends, there is a general setting of the throng towards the open air. All the pathways swarm with groups which have a tendency to disintegrate into couples. Universal is the protecting arm. Relief from the sweltering atmosphere of the hours of sunshine causes a revival of hilarity. Those who have hitherto only bemused themselves with liquor now pass into the stage of jovial recklessness, and others, determined to prolong a flagging merriment, begin to depend upon their companions for guidance. On the terraces, dancing has commenced. The players of violins, concertinas, and penny whistles do a brisk trade among the groups eager for a rough and tumble valse. So do the pickpockets. Vigorous and varied is the jollity that occupies the external galleries, filling now in expectation of the fireworks. Indescribable the mingled tumult that roars heavenwards. Girls linked by the half-dozen arm-in-arm leap along with shrieks like grotesque maenads. A rougher horseplay finds favour among the youths, occasionally leading to fisticuffs. Thick voices bellow in fragmentary chorus. From every side comes the yell, the cat-call, the ear-rending whistle, and as the bass, the never-ceasing accompaniment sounds, myriad-footed tramp along the wooded flooring. A fight, a scene of bestial drunkenness, a tender whispering between two lovers, proceed concurrently in a space of 5 square yards. Above them glimmers the dawn of starlight. For perhaps the first time in his life, Bob Hewit has drunk more than he can well carry. To Pennyloaf's remonstrances he answers more and more impatiently. "What does she talk like a bloomin' fool? One doesn't get married every day." He is on the lookout for Jack Bartley. Now only let him meet Jack, and it shall be seen who is the better man. Pennyloaf rejoices that the hostile party are nowhere discoverable. She is persuaded to join in a dance, though every moment it seems to her that she must sink to the ground in uttermost exhaustion. Naturally, she does not dance with sufficient liveliness to please Bob. He seizes another girl, a stranger, and whirls around the 6-foot circle with a laugh of triumph. Pennyloaf's misery is relieved by the beginning of the fireworks. Up shoot the rockets, and all the reeking multitude utters a huge "Oh!" of idiot admiration. Now at length must we think of tearing ourselves away from these delights. Already the more prudent people are hurrying to the railway, knowing by dire experience what it means to linger until the last car goes. Pennyloaf has hard work to get her husband as far as the station. Bob is not quite steady upon his feet, and the hustling of the crowd perpetually excites him to bellicose challenges. They reach the platform somehow. They stand wedged amid a throng which roars persistently as a substitute for the activity of limb. Row become impossible. A train is drawing up slowly. The danger is lest people in the front row should be pushed over the edge of the platform, but porters exert themselves with success. A rush, a tumble, curses, blows, laughter, screams of pain, and we are in a carriage. Pennyloaf has to be dragged up from under the seat, and all her indignation cannot free her from the jovial embrace of a man who insists that there is plenty of room on his knee. Off we go. It is a long third-class coach, and already 5 or 6 musical instruments have struck up. We smoke and sing at the same time. We quarrel and make love, the latter in somewhat primitive fashion. We roll about with the rolling of the train. We nod into hoggish sleep.
the platform at Holborn Viaduct, and there, to Pennyloaf's terror, it is seen that Clem Peckover and her satellites have come by the same train. She does her best to get Bob quickly away, but Clem keeps close in their neighbourhood. Just as they issue from the station, Pennyloaf feels herself bespattered from head to foot with some kind of fluid. Turning, she is aware that all her enemies have squirts in their hands and are preparing for a second discharge of filthy water. Anguish for the ruin of her dress overcomes all other fear. She calls upon Bob to defend her. But an immediate conflict was not Jack Bartley's intention. He and those with him made off at a run, Bob pursuing as closely as his unsteadiness would permit. In this way they all traversed the short distance to Clerkenwell Green, either party echoing the other's objurgations along the thinly peopled street. At length arrived the suitable moment. Near St. James's Church, Jack Bartley made a stand and defied his enemy to come on. Bob responded with furious eagerness amid a press of delighted spectators. Swelled by people just turned out of the public houses, the two lads fought like wild animals. Nor were they the only combatants. Exasperated by the certainty that her hat and dolman were ruined, Pennyloaf flew with erected nails at Clem Peckover. It was just what the latter desired. In an instant she had rent half Pennyloaf's garments off her back, and was tearing her face till the blood streamed. Inconsolable was the grief of the crowd when a couple of stalwart policemen came hustling forward, thrusting to left and right, irresistibly clearing the corner. There was no question of making arrests. It was the night of Bank Holiday, and the capacity of police cells is limited, enough that the fight perforce came to an end. Amid frenzied blasphemy, Bob and Jack went their several ways. So did Clem and Pennyloaf. Poor Pennyloaf, arrived at Shooter's Gardens, and having groped her way blindly up to the black hole which was her wedding chamber, she just managed to light a candle, then sank down upon the bare floor and wept. You could not have recognized her. Her pretty face was all blood and dirt. She held in her hand the fragment of a hat, and her dolman had disappeared. Her husband was not in much better plight. His waistcoat and shirt were rent open. His coat was filth smeared, and it seemed likely that he had lost the sight of one eye. Sitting there in drunken lassitude, he breathed nothing but threats of future vengeance. An hour later noises of a familiar kind sounded beneath the window. A woman's voice was raised in the fury of mad drunkenness, and a man answered her with threats and blows. "That's mother," sobbed Pennyloaf. "I knew she wouldn't get over today. She never did get over a bank holiday." Miss Candy had taken the pledge when her husband consented to return and live with her. Unfortunately, she did not at the same time transfer herself to a country where there are no beer shops and no bank holidays. Short of such decisive change, what hope for her? Bob was already asleep, breathing stertorously. As for Pennyloaf, she was so overwearied that hours passed before oblivion fell upon her aching eyelids. She was thinking all the time that on the morrow it would be necessary to pawn her wedding ring. End of chapter 12. Recording by Carl Henning. Chapter 13 of The Netherworld. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Carl Henning. The Netherworld by George Robert Gissing. Chapter 13. Knowing the likelihood that Clara Hewett would go from home for Bank Holiday, Sidney made it his request before he left Hanover Street on Sunday night that Jane might be dispatched on her errand at an early hour next morning. At 8 o'clock, accordingly, Snowden went forth with his granddaughter, and, having discovered the street to which Sidney had directed him, he waited at a distance whilst Jane went to make her inquiries. In a few minutes the girl rejoined him. "Miss Hewett has gone away," she reported. "To spend the day, do you mean?" was Snowden's troubled question. "No, she has left the house. She went yesterday in the afternoon. It was very sudden, the landlady says, and she doesn't know where she's gone to." Jane had no understanding of what her information implied. Seeing that it was received as grave news, she stood regarding her grandfather anxiously. Though Clara had passed out of her world since those first days of illness, Jane held her in a memory which knew no motive of retention so strong as gratitude. The thought of harm or sorrow coming upon her protector had a twofold painfulness. Instantly she divined that Clara was in some way the cause of Sidney Kirkwood's inability to go into the country to-day. For a long time the two had been closely linked in her reflections. Miss Peover and Clem used constantly to exchange remarks which made this inevitable. But not until now had Jane really felt the significance of the bond. Of a sudden she had a throbbing at her heart and a confusion of mind which would not allow her to pursue the direct train of thought naturally provoked by the visit she had just paid. A turbid flood of ideas, of vague surmises, of apprehensions, of forecasts, swept across her consciousness. The blood forsook her cheeks, but that the old man began to move away. She could have remained thus for many minutes, struggling with that new, half-understood thing which was taking possession of her life. The disappointment of the day was no longer simple and such as a child experiences. Nor ever from this hour onwards would Jane regard things as she had been wont to do, with the simple feelings of childhood. Snowden walked on in silence until the street they had visited was far behind them. Jane was accustomed to his long fits of musing, but now she with difficulty refrained from questioning him. He said at length, "Jane, I'm afraid we shall have to give up our day in the country." She assented readily, gladly. All the joy had gone out of the proposed excursion, and she wished Dow to be by herself in quietness. "I think I'll let you go home alone," Snowden continued. "I want to see Mr. Kirkwood, and I dare say I shall find him in if I walk on at once." They went in different directions, and Snowden made what speed he could to Tysoe Street. Sidney had already been out, walking restlessly and aimlessly for 2 or 3 hours. The news he now heard was the half-incredible fulfilment of a dread that had been torturing him through the night. No calamity is so difficult to realize when it befalls as one which has haunted us in imagination. "That means nothing," he exclaimed, as if resentfully. "She was dissatisfied with the lodging, that's all. Perhaps she's already got a place. I dare say there's a note from her at home this morning." "Shall you go and see if there is?" asked Snowden, allowing, as usual, a moment's silence to intervene. Sidney hesitated, avoiding the other's look. "I shall go to that house first of all, I think. Of course I shall hear no more than they told Jane, but—" He took a deep breath. "Yes, go there," said Snowden, "but afterwards go to the Hwits. If she hasn't written to them or let them have news of any kind, her father oughtn't to be kept in ignorance for another hour." "He ought to have been told before this," replied Sidney, ill, a thick under-voice. "He ought to have been told on Saturday, and the blame will be mine." It is an experience familiar to impulsive and self-confident men that a moment's crisis may render scarcely intelligible a mode of thought or course of action which till then one had deemed perfectly rational. Sidney, hopeless in spite of the pretences he made, stood aghast at the responsibility he had taken upon himself. It was so obvious to him now that he ought to have communicated to John Hewett without loss of time the news which Miss Hewett brought on Saturday morning. But could he be sure that John was still in ignorance of Clara's movements? Was it not all but certain that Miss Hewett must have broken the news before this. If not, there lay before him a terrible duty. The two went forth together, and another visit was paid to the lodging-house. After that, Sidney called upon Miss Tubbs and made a simple inquiry for Clara, with the anticipated result. "You won't find her in this part of London, it's my belief," said the woman significantly. "She's left the lodgings as she took. So much I know. Never meant to stay there, not she. You're friend of her father's, mister?" Sidney could not trust himself to make a reply. He rejoined Snowden at a little distance, and expressed his intention of going at once to Clerkenwell Close. "Let me see you again to-day," said the old man sadly. Sidney promised, and they took leave of each other. It was now nearing 10 o'clock. In the Close an organ was giving delight to a great crowd of children, some of them wearing holiday garb, but most clad in the native rags which served them for all seasons and all days. The volume of clanging melody fell with torture upon Kirkwood's ear, and when he saw that the instrument was immediately before Miss Peovers's house, he stood aside in gloomy impatience, waiting till it should move away. This happened in a few minutes. The house door being open, he walked straight upstairs. On the landing he confronted Miss Hwit. She started on seeing him, and whispered a question. The exchange of a few words apprised Sidney that Hwit did not even know of Clara's having quitted Miss Tubbs. "Then I must tell him everything," he said. To put the task upon the poor woman would have been simple cowardice. Merely in hearing his news she was blanched with dread. She could only point to the door of the front room, the only one rented by the family since Jane Snowdon's occupation of the other had taught them to be as economical in this respect as their neighbours were. Sidney knocked and entered. 2 months had passed since his latest visit, and he observed that in the meantime everything had become more squalid. The floor, the window, the furniture were not kept so clean as formerly. Inevitable result of the overcrowding of a room. The air was bad, the children looked untidy, the large bed had not been set in order since last night. In it lay the baby, crying as always, ailing as it had done from the day of its birth. John Hwit was engaged in mending one of the chairs, of which the legs had become loose. He looked with surprise at the visitor, and at once averted his face sullenly. "Mr. Hwit," Kirkwood began, without form of greeting, "on Saturday morning I heard something that I believe I ought to have let you know at once. I felt, though, that it was hardly my business, and somehow we haven't been quite so open with each other just lately as we used to be." His voice sank. Hewett had risen from his crouching attitude and was looking him full in the face with eyes which grew momentarily darker and more hostile. "Well, why are you stopping? What have you got to say?" The words came from a dry throat. The effort to pronounce them clearly made the last all but violent. "On Friday night," Sidney resumed, his own utterance uncertain, "Clara left her place. She took a room not far from Upper Street, and I saw her, spoke to her. She quarrelled with Miss Tubbs. I urged her to come home, but she wouldn't listen to me. This morning I've been to try and see her again, but they tell me she went away yesterday afternoon. I can't find where she's living now." Hewett took a step forward. His face was so distorted, so fierce, that Sidney involuntarily raised an arm as if to defend himself. "And it's you as comes telling me this!" John exclaimed, a note of anguish blending with his fury. "You have the face to stand there and speak like that to me, when you know it's all your own doing. Who was the cause as the girl went away from home? Who was it, I say? Haven't been as friendly as we used to be, haven't we? And why? Haven't I seen it plainer and plainer what you was thinking when you told me to let her have her own way? I spoke the truth then, 'cause I felt it, and I was fool enough, for all that, to try and believe I was in the wrong. Now you come and stand before me. Why, I couldn't have thought there was a man had so little shame in him." Miss Hewett entered the room, The loud, angry voice had reached her ears, and in spite of terror she came to interpose between the two men. "Do you know what he's come to tell me?" cried her husband. "Oh, you do. He's been trying to talk you over, has he? You just answer to me and tell the truth. Who was it persuaded me to let Clara go from home? Who was it to come here and talk till he got his way? He knew what'd be the end of it. He knew, I tell you, and it's just what he wanted. Hasn't he been drawn away from us ever since the girl left? I saw it all that night when he came here persuading me, and I told him it plain. He wanted to have done with her, and to have done with us. Am I speaking the truth or not?" "Why should he think that way, John?" pleaded the woman faintly. "You know very well as Clara 'ud never listen to him. What need had he to do such things?" "Oh, yes, I'm wrong. Of course I'm wrong. You always did go against me when there was anything to do with Clara. She'd never listen to him. No, of course she wouldn't, and he couldn't rest until he saw her come to harm. What do you care either? She's no child of yours. But I tell you, I'd seen you and all your children beg and die in the streets rather than a hair of my own girl's head should be touched." Indulgence of his passion was making a madman of him. Never till now had he uttered an unfeeling word to his wife, but the look with which lie accompanied this brutal speech was one of fiery hatred. "Don't turn on her," cried Sidney with bitterness. "Say what you like to me, and believe the worst you can of me. I shouldn't have come here if I hadn't been ready to bear everything. It's no good speaking reason to you now, but maybe you'll understand some day." "Who knows as she's come to harm?" urged Miss Hewett. "Nobody can say it of her for certain yet." "I'd have told him that, if he'd only listened to me and given me credit for honesty," said Kirkwood. "It is as likely as not she's gone away just because I angered her on Saturday. Perhaps she said to herself she'd have done with me once for all. It would be just her way." "Speak another word against my girl," Hewett shouted, misinterpreting the last phrase, "and I'll do more than say what I think of you. Old man though they call me. Take yourself out of this room. It was the worst day of my life that ever you came into it. Never let me and you come across each other again. I hate the sight of you, and I hate the sound of your voice." The animal in Sidney Kirkwood made it a terrible minute for him as he turned away in silence before this savage injustice. The veins upon his forehead were swollen. His clenched teeth gave an appearance of ferocity to his spirited features. With head bent and shoulders quivering, as if in supreme muscular exertion, he left the room without another word. In a few minutes Hewett also quitted the house. He went to the luncheon bar in Upper Street, and heard for the first time Miss Tubbs's rancorous surmises. He went to Clara's recent lodgings. A girl of 10 was the only person in the house, and she could say nothing more than that Miss Hewett no longer lived there. Till midway in the afternoon John walked about the streets of Islington, Highbury, Hoxton, Clerkenwell, impelled by the unreasoning hope that he might see Clara, but also because he could not rest in any place. He was half conscious now of the madness of his behaviour to Kirkwood, but this only confirmed him in hostility to the young man. The thought of losing Clara was anguish intolerable, yet with it mingled a bitter resentment of the girl's cruelty to him, and all these sources of misery swelled the current of rebellious feeling which had so often threatened to sweep his life into wreckage. He was Clara's father, and the same impulse of furious revolt which had driven the girl to recklessness now inflamed him with the rage of despair. On a bank holiday only a few insignificant shops remain open, even in the poor districts of London. Sweets you can purchase, and tobacco, but not much else that is sold across an ordinary counter. The more noticeable becomes the brisk trade of public houses. At the gin shop centres the life of each street. Here is a wide door and a noisy welcome, the more attractive by contrast with the stretch of closed shutters on either hand. At such a door, midway in the sultry afternoon, John Hewett paused. To look at his stooping shoulders, his uncertain swaying this way and that, his flushed, perspiring face, you might have taken him for one who had already been drinking. No, it was only a struggle between his despairing wretchedness and a lifelong habit of mind. Not difficult to foresee which would prevail. The public house always has its doors open in expectation of such instances. With a gesture which made him yet more like a drunken man, he turned from the pavement and entered. About 9 o'clock in the evening, just when Miss Hewett had put the unwilling children to bed, and had given her baby a sleeping dose, it had cried incessantly for 18 hours, the door of the room was pushed open. Her husband came in. She stood looking at him, unable to credit the evidence of her eyes. "John!" She laid her hand upon him and stared into his face. The man shook her off without speaking, and moved staggeringly forward. Then he turned around, waved his arm, and shouted, "Let her go to the devil! She cares nothing for her father!" He threw himself upon the bed, and soon sank into drunken sleep. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Netherworld. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Carl Henning. The Netherworld by George Robert Gissing. Chapter 14. The bells of St. James, Clerkenwell, ring melodies in intervals of the pealing for service time. One morning of spring their music, like the rain that fell intermittently, was flung westward by the boisterous wind, away over Clerkenwell Close, until the notes failed one by one, or were clashed out of existence by the clamour of a less civilized steeple. Had the wind been under mortal control, it would doubtless have blown thus violently, and in this quarter, in order that the inhabitants of the house of detention might derive no solace from the melody. Yet I know not. Just now the bells were playing, "There is a happy land far, far away," and that hymn makes too great a demand upon the imagination to soothe amid instant miseries. In Miss Peover's kitchen the music was audible in bursts. Clem and her mother, however, it neither summoned to prepare for church nor lulled into a mood of restful reverie. The two were sitting very close together before the fire and holding intimate converse. Their voices kept a low murmur, as if, though the door was shut, they felt it necessary to use every precaution against being overheard. 3 years have come and gone since we saw these persons. On the elder, time has made little impression, but Clem has developed noticeably. The girl is now in the very prime of her ferocious beauty. She has grown taller and somewhat stouter. Her shoulders spread like those of a caryatid. The arm with which she props her head is as strong as a carter's and magnificently moulded. The head itself looks immense with its pile of glossy hair, reddened by the rays of the fire. Her features had a splendid savagery which seemed strangely at discord with the paltry surroundings amid which she sat. Her eyes just now were gleaming with a crafty and cruel speculation which would have become those of a barbarian in ambush. I wonder how it came about that her strain, after passing through the basest conditions of modern life, had thus reverted to a type of ancestral exuberance. "If only he doesn't hear about the old man or the girl from somebody," said Miss Peover. "I've been afraid of it ever since he came into the house. There's so many people might tell him. You'll have to come round him sharp, Clem." The mother was dressed as her kind are wont to be on Sunday morning. That is to say, not dressed at all, but hung about with coarse garments, her hair in unbeautiful disarray. Clem, on the other hand, seemed to have devoted much attention to her morning toilet. She wore a dark dress trimmed with velveteen, and a metal ornament of primitive taste gleamed amid her hair. "There ain't no mistake?" she asked, after a pause. "You're jolly sure of that?" "Mistake? What a blessed fool you must be! Didn't they advertise in the papers for him? Didn't the lawyers themselves say as it was something to his advantage? Don't you say yourself as Jane says her grandfathers often spoke about him and wished he could find him? How can it be a mistake? If it was only Bill's letter we had to go on, you might talk. But, there, don't be a idiot. If it turned out as he hadn't nothing, remarked Clem resolutely, I'd leave him if I was married 50 times. Her mother uttered a contemptuous sound. At the same time she moved her head as if listening. Someone was, in fact, descending the stairs. "Here he comes," she whispered. "Get the eggs ready, and I'll make the coffee." A tap at the door, then entered a tallish man of perhaps 40, though he might be a year or two younger. His face was clean-shaven, harsh-featured, unwholesome of complexion. Its chief peculiarity was the protuberance of the bone in front of each temple, which gave him a curiously animal aspect. His lower lip hung and jutted forward when he smiled, as now in advancing to the fire it slightly overlapped the one above. His hair was very sparse. He looked, indeed, like one who has received the tonsure. The movement of his limbs betokened excessive indolence. He dragged his feet rather than walked. His attire was equally suggestive. Not only had it fallen into the last degree of shabbiness, having originally been such as is worn by a man above the mechanic ranks, but it was patched with dirt of many kinds and held together by a most inadequate supply of buttons. At present he wore no collar, and his waistcoat, half open, exposed a red shirt. "Why, you're all a-blowin' and a-growin' this morning, Peckover," was his first observation, as he dropped heavily into a wooden arm-chair. "I shall begin to think that colour of yours ain't natural. Dare you let me rub it with a handkerchief?" "Course I dare," replied Clem, tossing her head. "Don't be so forward, Mr. Snowden." "Forward? Not I. I'm behind time, if anything. I hope I haven't kept you from church." He chuckled at his double joke. Mother and daughter laughed appreciatively. "Will you take your eggs boiled or fried?" inquired Miss Peckover. "Going to give me eggs, are you? Well, I've no objection, I assure you, and I think I'll have them fried, Miss Peckover. But, I say, you mustn't be running up too big a bill. The Lord only knows when I shall get anything to do, and it ain't very likely to be 1,000 a year when it does come." "Oh, that's all right," replied the landlady, as if sordid calculation were a thing impossible to her. "I can't say as you behaved quite straightforward years ago, Mr. Snowden, but I ain't one to make a row about bygones, and as you say, you'll put it all straight as soon as you can. Well, I won't refuse to trust you once more." Mr. Snowden lay back in the chair, his hands in his waistcoat pockets, his legs outstretched upon the fender. He was smiling placidly now at the preparing breakfast, now at Clem. The latter he plainly regarded with much admiration, and cared not to conceal it. When, in a few minutes, it was announced to him that the meal was ready, he dragged his chair up to the table and reseated himself with a sigh of satisfaction. A dish of excellent ham and eggs, as nearly fresh as can be obtained in Clerkenwell, invited him with appetizing odour. A large cup of what is known to the generality of English people as coffee steamed at his right hand. Slices of new bread lay ready cut upon a plate. A slab of the most expensive substitute for butter caught his eye with yellow promise. Vinegar and mustard appealed to the refinements of his taste. "I've got a couple more eggs if you'd like them doing," said Miss Peckover, when she had watched the beginning of his attack upon the viands. "I think I shall manage pretty well with this supply," returned Mr. Snowden. As he ate he kept silent, partly because it was his habit, partly in consequence of the activity of his mind. He was in fact musing about a question which he found it very difficult to answer in any satisfactory way. "What's the meaning of all this?" he asked himself, and not for the first time. "What makes them treat me in this fashion? A week ago I came here to look up Miss Peckover, just because I'd run down to my last penny, and I didn't know where to find a night's lodging. I'd got an idea, too, that I should like to find out what had become of my child, whom I left here 9 or 10 years ago. Possibly she was still alive, and might welcome the duty of supporting her parent. The chance was, to be sure, that the girl had long since been in her grave, and that Miss Peckover no longer lived in the old quarters. If I discovered the woman, on the other hand, she was not very likely to give me an affectionate reception, seeing that I found it inconvenient to keep sending her money for Jane's keep in the old days. The queer thing is that everything turned out exactly the opposite of what I had expected. Miss Peckover had rather a sour face at first, but after a little talk she began to seem quite glad to see me. She put me into a room, undertook to board me for a while, till I find work, and I wonder when that'll be. And blessed if this strapping daughter of hers doesn't seem to have fallen in love with me from the first go-off. As for my girl, I'm told she was carried off by her grandfather, my old dad, 3 years ago, and where they went nobody knows. Very puzzling all this. How on earth came it that Miss Peckover kept the child so long, and didn't send her to the workhouse? If I'm to believe her, she took a motherly kindness for the poor brat. But that won't exactly go down with J. Snowden. He's seen a bit too much in his knocking about the world. Still, what if I'm making a mistake about the old woman? There are some people do things of that sort, upon my soul. I've known people be kind even to me, without a chance of being paid back. You may think you know a man or a woman, and then all at once they'll go and do something you'd have taken your Davy couldn't possibly happen. I'd have sworn she was nothing but a skinflint and a lying old witch. And so she may be. The chances are there's some game going on that I can't see through. Make inquiries? Why, so I have done, as far as I know how. I've only been able to hit on one person who knows anything about the matter, and he tells me it's true enough. The girl was taken away about 3 years ago, but he's no idea where she went to. Surely the old man must be dead by now, though he was tough. Well, the fact of the matter is, I've got a good berth, and I'm a precious sight too lazy to go on the private detective job. Here's this girl Clem, the finest bit of flesh I've seen for a long time. I've more than half a mind to see if she won't be fool enough to marry me. I'm not a bad-looking fellow, that's the truth, and she may have taken a real liking to me. Seems to me that I should have come in for a comfortable thing in my old age. If I haven't a daughter to provide for my needs, at all events I shall have a wife who can be persuaded into doing so. When the old woman gets out of the way, I must have a little quiet talk with Clem. The opportunity he desired was not long in offering itself. Having made an excellent breakfast, he dragged his chair up to the fender again and reached a pipe from the mantelpiece, where he had left it last night. Tobacco he carried loose in his waistcoat pocket. It came forth in the form of a yellowish dust, intermingled with all sorts of alien scraps. When he had lit his pipe, he poised the chair on its hind legs, clasped his hands over his bald crown, and continuing his musing with an air of amiable calm. Smoke curled up from the corner of his loose lips, and occasionally removing his pipe for an instant, he spat skilfully between the bars of the grate. Assured of his comfort, Miss Peckover said she must go and look after certain domestic duties. Her daughter had begun to clean some vegetables that would be cooked for dinner. "How old may you be, Clem?" Mr. Snowden inquired genially, when they had been alone together for a few minutes. "What's that to you?" "Guess." "Why, let me see. You was not much more than a baby when I went away. You'll be 18 or 19, I suppose." "Yes, I'm 19, last 6th of February. Pity you come too late to give me a birthday present, ain't it?" "Ah, and who'd have thought you'd have grown up such a beauty? I say, Clem, how many of the young chaps about here have been wanting to marry you, eh?" "A dozen or two, I dessay," Clem replied, shrugging her shoulders scornfully. Mr. Snowden laughed, and then spat into the fire. "Tell me about some of them, will you? Who is it you're keeping company with now?" "Who indeed? Why, there isn't one I'd look at. Several of 'em's took to drinking 'cause I won't have nothing to do with 'em." This excited Mr. Snowden's mirth in a high degree. He rolled on his chair and almost pitched backwards. I suppose you give one or other bit of encouragement now and then just to make a fool of 'em, eh?" "Course I do. There was Bob Hewit. He used to lodge here, but that was after your time. I kep him off and on till he couldn't bear it no longer. Then he went and married a common slut of a thing, just because he thought it'd make me mad. Ha! I believe he'd give her poison and risk it any day, if only I promised to marry him afterwards. Then there was a feller called Jack Bartley. I set him and Bob fighting one bank holiday. You should have seen him go at it. Jack went and got married a year ago to a girl called Sue Jollop. Her mother forced him. How I did laugh! Last Christmas Day they smashed up their home and threw the bits out into the street. Jack got one of his eyes knocked out. I thought I should have died o' laughing when I saw him next morning." The hearer became uproarious in merriment. "Tell you what it is, Clem," he cried. "You're something like a girl. Darn me if I don't like you. I say, I wonder what my daughter's grown up. Like her mother, I suppose. You and she was sort of sisters, wasn't you?" He observed her closely. Clem laughed and shrugged her shoulders. "Queer sort of sisters. She was a bit too quiet-like for me. There never was no fun in her." "Aye, like her mother. And where did you say she went to with the old man?" "Where she went to?" repeated Clem, regarding him steadily with her big eyes. "I never said nothing about it, 'cause I didn't know." "Well, I shan't cry about her, and I don't suppose she misses me much. Wherever she is, all the same, Clem, I'm a domesticated sort of man. You can see that, can't you? I shouldn't wonder if I marry again one of these first days. Just tell me where to find a girl of the right sort. I dare say you know heaps." "Dare say I do. What sort do you want?" "Oh, a littlish girl, yellow hair, you know. One of them that look as if they didn't weigh half a stone." "I'll throw this parsnip at you, Mr. Snowden." "What's up now? You don't call yourself littlish, do you?" Clem snapped the small end of the vegetable she was paring and aimed it at his head. He ducked just in time. Then there was an outburst of laughter from both. "Say, Clem, you haven't got a glass of beer in the house?" "You have to wait till opening time," replied the girl sourly, going away to the far end of the room. "Have I offended you, Clem?" "Offended, indeed, as if I cared what you say." "Do you care what I think?" "Not I." "That means you do. Say, Clem, just come here. I've something to tell you." "You're a nuisance. Let me get on with my work, can't you?" "No, I can't. You just come here. You'd better not give me the trouble of fetching you." The girl obeyed him. Her cheeks were very hot, and the danger signal was flashing in her eyes. 10 minutes later she went upstairs and had a vivacious dialogue of whispers with Miss Peckover. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Nether World. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Carl Henning. The Nether World by George Robert Gissing. Chapter 15. Among the byways of Clerkenwell you might, with some difficulty, have discovered an establishment known in its neighbourhood as Whitehead's. It was an artificial flower factory, and the rooms of which it consisted were only to be reached by traversing a timber yard, and then mounting a wood staircase outside a sawmill. Here, at busy seasons, worked some 80 women and girls, who, owing to the nature of their occupation, were spoken of by the jocose youth of the locality as Whitehead's paste-pots. Naturally, they varied much in age and aspect. There was the child who had newly left school and was now invited to consider the question of how to keep herself alive. There was the woman of uncertain age who had spent long years of long days in the atmosphere of workrooms, and showed the result in her parchmenty cheeks and lack-lustre eye. and between these extremes came all the various types of the London crafts girl. She who is young enough to hope that disappointments may yet be made up for by the future, she who is already tasting such scanty good as life had in store for her, she who has outlived her illusions and no longer cares to look beyond the close of the week. If regularly engaged as time workers, they made themselves easy in the prospect of wages that allowed them to sleep under a roof and eat at certain intervals of the day. If employed on piecework, they might at any moment find themselves wageless, but this, being a familiar state of things, did not trouble them. With few exceptions, they were clad neatly. On the whole, they plied their task in wonderful contentment. The general tone of conversation among them was not high. Moralists unfamiliar with the ways of the nether-world would probably have applied a term other than negative to the laughing discussions which now and then enlivened this or that group. But it was very seldom indeed that a child newly arriving heard anything with which she was not already perfectly familiar. One afternoon at the end of May there penetrated into the largest of the workrooms that rarest of visitants, a stray sunbeam. Only if the sun happened to shine at given moments could any of its light fall directly into the room I speak of. This afternoon, however, all circumstances were favourable, and behold the floor chequered with uncertain gleam. The workers were arranged in groups of 3, called parties, consisting of a learner, an improver, and a hand. All sat with sleeves pushed up to their elbows, and had a habit of rocking to and fro as they plied their mechanical industry. Owing to the movement of a cloud, the sunlight spread gradually towards one of these groups. It touched the skirt, the arms, the head of one of the girls, who, as if gladdened by the kindly warmth, looked around and smiled. A smile you would have been pleased to observe, unconscious, gently thoughtful, rich in possibilities of happiness. She was quite a young girl, certainly not 17, and wore a smooth grey dress with a white linen collar. Her brown hair was closely plaited, her head well shaped, the bend of her neck very graceful. From her bare arms it could be seen that she was anything but robustly made, yet her general appearance was not one of ill health, and she held herself, even thus late in the day, far more uprightly than most of her companions. Had you watched her for a while, you would have noticed that her eyes occasionally strayed beyond the work-table, and perhaps unconsciously fixed themselves for some moments on one or other of the girls near her. When she remembered herself and looked down again upon her task, there rose to her face a smile of the subtlest meaning, the outcome of busy reflection. By her side was a little girl just beginning to learn the work, whose employment it was to paper wires and make centres. This toil always results in blistered fingers, and frequent was the child's appeal to her neighbour for sympathy. "It'll be easier soon," said the latter on one of these occasions, bending her head to speak in a low voice. "You should have seen what blisters I had when I began." "It's all very well to say that. I can't do no more, so there. Oh, when'll it be 5 o'clock? It's 1:45. Try and go on, Annie." 5 o'clock did come at length, and with it 20 minutes' rest for tea. The rule at Whitehead's was that you could either bring your own tea, sugar, and eatables, or purchase them here from a forewoman. Most of the workers chose to provide themselves. It was customary for each party to club together, emptying their several contributions of tea out of little twists of newspaper into one teapot. Wholesome bustle and confusion succeeded to the former silence. One of the learners, whose turn it was to run on errands, was overwhelmed with commissions to a chandler's shop close by. A wry-faced, stupid little girl she was, and they called her, because of her slowness, the funeral horse. She had strange habits, which made laughter for those who knew of them. For instance, it was her custom in the dinner hour to go apart and eat her poor scraps on a doorstep close by a cook-shop. She confided to a companion that the odour of baked joints seemed to give her food a relish. From her present errand she returned with a strange variety of dainties, for it was early in the week, and the girls still had coppers in their pockets. For 2 or 3 she had purchased a farthing's worth of jam, which she carried in paper. A bite of this and a taste of that rewarded her for her trouble. The quiet-mannered girl whom we were observing took her cup of tea from the pot in which she had a share, and from her bag produced some folded pieces of bread and butter. She had begun her meal, when there came and sat down by her a young woman of very different appearance, our friend, Miss Peckover. They were old acquaintances, but when we first saw them together it would have been difficult to imagine that they would ever sit and converse as at present, apparently in all friendliness. Strange to say, it was Clem who, during the past 3 years, had been the active one in seeking to obliterate disagreeable memories. The younger girl had never repelled her, but was long in overcoming the dread excited by Clem's proximity. Even now she never looked straight into Miss Peckover's face, as she did when speaking with others. There was reserve in her manner, reserve unmistakable, though clothed with her pleasant smile and amiable voice. "I've got something to tell you, Jane," Clem began in a tone inaudible to those who were sitting near. "Something as'll surprise you." "What is it, I wonder?" "You must swear you won't tell nobody." Jane nodded. Then the other brought her head a little nearer and whispered, "I'm going to be married." "Are you really?" "In a week. Who do you think it is? Somebody as you know of. But if you guessed till next Christmas, you'd never come right." Nor had Clem any intention of revealing the name, but she laughed consumedly, as if her reticence covered the most amusing situation conceivable. "It'll be the biggest surprise you have ever had in your life. You've swore you won't speak about it." "I don't think I shall come to work after this week, but you'll have to come and see us. You'll promise to, won't you?" Still convulsed with mirth, Clem went off to another part of the room. From Jane's countenance the look of amusement which she had perforce summoned soon passed. It was succeeded by a shadow almost of pain, and not till she had been at work again for nearly an hour was the former placidity restored to her. When final release came, Jane was among the first to hasten down the wooden staircase and get clear of the timber yard. By the direct way, it took her 20 minutes to walk from Whitehead's to her home in Hanover Street. But this evening she had an object in turning aside. The visit she wished to pay took her into a disagreeable quarter, a street of squalid houses, swarming with yet more squalid children. On all the doorsteps, bat little girls themselves, only just out of infancy, nursing or neglecting bald, red-eyed, doughy-limbed abortions in every stage of babyhood, hapless spawn of diseased humanity, born to embitter and brutalize yet further the lot of those who unwillingly gave them life. With wide, pitiful eyes, Jane looked at each group she passed. 3 years ago she would have seen nothing but the ordinary and the inevitable in such spectacles, but since then her moral and intellectual being had grown on rare nourishment. There was indignation as well as heartache in the feeling with which she had learnt to regard the world of her familiarity. To enter the house at which she paused it was necessary to squeeze through a conglomerate of dirty little bodies. At the head of the first flight of stairs she came upon a girl sitting in a weary attitude on the top step and beating the wood listlessly with the last remnant of a hearth-brush. On her lap was one more specimen of the infinitely multiplied baby, and a child of 2 years sprawled behind her on the landing. "Waiting for him to come home, Pennyloaf," said Jane. "Oh, is that you, Miss Snowden?" exclaimed the other, returning to consciousness and manifesting some shame at being discovered in this position. Hastily she drew together the front of her dress, which, for the baby's sake, had been wide open, and rose to her feet. Pennyloaf was not a bit more womanly in figure than on the day of her marriage. Her voice was still an immature treble. The same rueful irresponsibility marked her features, but all her poor prettiness was wasted under the disfigurement of pains and cares. Incongruously enough, she wore a gown of bright patterned calico, and about her neck had a collar of pretentious lace. Her hair was dressed as if for a holiday, and a daub recently made on her cheeks by the baby's fingers lent emphasis to the fact that she had but a little while ago washed herself with much care.
"I can't stop," said Jane.
"But I thought I'd just look in and speak a word. How have you been getting on?"
"Oh, do come in for just a minute," pleaded Pennyloaf, moving backwards to an open door, whither Jane followed.
They entered a room, much like other rooms that we have looked into from time to time. Following the nomadic custom of their kind, Bob Hewit and his wife had lived in 6 or 7 different lodgings since their honeymoon in Shooter's Gardens. Miss Candy first of all made a change necessary, as might have been anticipated, and the restlessness of domestic ill-being subsequently drove them from place to place. "Come in here, Johnny," she called to the child lying on the landing. "What's the good of washing you, I'd like to know? Just see, Miss Snowden, he's made his face all white with the milk as the boy spilt on the stairs. Take this brush and play with it, do. I can't keep them clean, Miss Snowden, so it's no use talking." "Are you going somewhere tonight?" Jane inquired, with a glance at the strange costume. Pennyloaf looked up and down in a shamefaced way. "I only did it just because I thought he might like to see me. He promised me faithful as he'd come home tonight, and I thought, it's only something that's got into my head today, Miss Snowden."
"But hasn't he been coming home since I saw you last?" "He did just once, and then it was all the old ways again. I did what you told me. I did, as sure as I'm standing here. I made the room so clean you wouldn't have believed. I scrubbed the floor and table, and I washed the windows. You can see they ain't dirty yet. And he'd never have paid a bit of notice if I hadn't told him. He was jolly enough for one night, just like he can be when he likes. But I knew as it wouldn't last, and the next time he was off with a lot of fellers and girls, same as ever. I didn't make no row when he came home. I wish I may die if I said a word to set his back up. And I've gone on just the same all the week. We haven't had not the least bit of row. So you see, I kept my promise. But it's no good. He won't come home. He's always got fellers and girls to go round with. He took his oath as he'd come back tonight, and then it come into my head as I'd put my best things on, just to... You know what I mean, Miss Snowden? But he won't come home before 12 o'clock. I know he won't, and I get that low setting here. You can't think I can't go nowhere, because of the children. If it wasn't for them, I could go to work again, and I'd be that glad. I feel as if my head would drop off sometimes. I am so glad you just come in." Jane had tried so many forms of encouragement, of consolation on previous occasions, that she knew not how to repeat herself. She was ashamed to speak words which sounded so hollow and profitless. This silence was only too significant to Pennyloaf, and in a moment she exclaimed with querulous energy, "I know what'll be the bend of it. I'll go and do like mother does, I will. I will. I'll put my ring away, and I'll go and sit all night in the public-house. It's what all the others does, and I'll do the same. I often feel I'm a fool to go on like this. I don't know what I live for. Perhaps he'll be sorry when I get run in like mother." "Don't talk like that, Pennyloaf," cried Jane, stamping her foot. It was odd how completely difference of character had reversed their natural relations to each other. Pennyloaf was the child, Jane the mature woman. "You know better. You've no right to give way to such thoughts. I was going to say I'd come and be with you all Saturday afternoon, but I don't know whether I shall now. And I've been thinking you might like to come see me on Sunday. But I can't have people that go to the public-house, so we won't say anything more about it. I shall have to be off. Good-bye." She stepped to the door. "Miss Snowden!" Jane turned, and after an instant of mock severity broke into a laugh which seemed to fill the wretched den with sunlight.
Words, too, she found, words of soothing influence such as leap from the heart to the tongue in spite of the heavy thoughts that try to check them. Pennyloaf was learning to depend upon these words for strength in her desolation. They did not excite her to much hopefulness, but there was a sustaining power in their sweet sincerity which made all the difference between despair tending to evil and the sigh of renewed effort. "I don't care," Pennyloaf had got into the habit of thinking after her friend's departure. "I won't give up as long as she looks in now and then." Out from the swarm of babies, Jane hurried homewards. She had a reason for wishing to be back in good time tonight. It was Wednesday, and on Wednesday evening there was wont to come a visitor, who sat for a couple of hours in her grandfather's room and talked. The most interesting talk Jane had ever heard or could imagine. A latchkey admitted her. She ran up to the second floor. A voice from the front room caught her ear. Certainly not his voice. It was too early, but that of some unusual visitor. She was on the point of entering her own chamber when the other door opened and somebody exclaimed, "Ah, here she is." The speaker was an old gentleman dressed in black, bald with small and rather rugged features. His voice was pleasant. A gold chain and a bunch of seals shone against his waistcoat, also a pair of eyeglasses. A professional man, obviously. Jane remembered that she had seen him once before, about a year ago, when he had talked with her for a few minutes, very kindly. "Will you come in here, Jane?" her grandfather's voice called to her. Snowden had changed much. Old age was heavy upon his shoulders, and had even produced a slight tremulousness in his hands. His voice told the same story of enfeeblement. Even more noticeable was the aging of his countenance. Something more, however, than the progress of time seemed to be here at work. He looked strangely careworn. His forehead was set in lines of anxiety. His mouth expressed a nervousness of which formerly there had been no trace. One would have said that some harassing preoccupation must have seized his mind. His eyes were no longer merely sad and absent, but restless with fatiguing thought. As Jane entered the room, he fixed his gaze upon her, a gaze that appeared to reveal worrying apprehension. "You remember Mr. Percival, Jane?" he said. The old gentleman thus presented held out his hand with something of fatherly geniality. "Miss Snowden, I hope to have the pleasure of seeing you again before long. But just now I am carrying off your grandfather for a couple of hours, and indeed we mustn't linger that number of minutes. You look well, I think?" He stood and examined her intently, then cried, "Come, my dear sir, come. We shall be late." Snowden was already prepared for walking. He spoke a few words to Jane, then followed Mr. Percival downstairs. Flurried by the encounter, Jane stood looking about her. Then came a rush of disappointment as she reflected that the visitor of Wednesday evenings would call in vain. Hearing that her grandfather was absent, doubtless he would take his leave at once. Or would he? In a minute or two she ran downstairs to exchange a word with Miss Bias. On entering the kitchen she was surprised to see Bessie sitting idly by the fire. At this hour it was usual for Mr. Bias to have returned, and there was generally an uproar of laughing talk. This evening a dead silence, and a noticeable something in the air which told of trouble. The baby, of course a new baby, lay in a bassinet near its mother, seemingly asleep. The other child was sitting in a high chair by the table, clattering bricks. Bessie did not even look round. "Is Mr. Bias late?" inquired Jane, in an apprehensive voice. "He's somewhere in the house, I believe," was the answer in monotone. "Oh dear!" Jane recognized a situation which had already come under her notice once or twice during the last 6 months. She drew near, and asked in a low voice, "What's happened, Miss Bias?" "He's a beast. If he doesn't mind, I shall go and leave him. I mean it." Bessie was in a genuine fit of sullenness. One of her hands was clenched below her chin. Her pretty lips were not pretty at all. Her brow was rumpled. Jane began to seek for the cause of dissension, to put affectionate questions, to use her voice soothingly. "He's a beast," was Bessie's reiterated observation, but by degrees she added phrases more exclamatory. "How can I help it if he cuts himself when he's shaving? Serve him right. What for? Why, for saying that babies was nothing but a nuisance, and that my baby was the ugliest and noisiest ever born." "Did she cry in the night?" inquired Jane with sympathy. "Of course she did. Hasn't she a right to? And then Mr. Bias cut himself with his razor." "Yes, and he said it was because he was woke so often, and it made him nervous, and his hand shook. And then I told him he'd better cut himself on the other side, and it wouldn't matter. And then he complained because he had to wait for breakfast, and he said there'd be no comfort in the house since we'd had children. And I cared nothing about him, he said, and only about the baby and Ernest, and he went on like a beast as he is. I hate him." "Oh no, not a bit of it," said Jane, seeing the opportunity for a transition to jest. "I do, and you may go upstairs and tell him so." "All right, I will." Jane ran upstairs and knocked at the door of the parlour. A gruff voice bade her enter, but the room was nearly in darkness. "Will you have a light, Mr. Bias?" "No, thank you." "Mr. Bias, Miss Bias says I'm to say she hates you." "All right, tell her I've known it a long time. She needn't trouble about me. I'm going out to enjoy myself." Jane ran back to the kitchen. "Mr. Bias says he's known it a long time," she reported with much gravity, "and he's going out to enjoy himself." Bessie remained mute. "What message shall I take back, Miss Bias?" "Tell him if he dares to leave the house, I'll go to mother's the first thing tomorrow, and let them know how he's treating me." "Tell her," was Mr. Bias's reply, "that I don't see what it matters to her whether I'm at home or away. And tell her she's a cruel wife to me." Something like a sound of a snivel came out of the darkness as he concluded. Jane, in reporting his speech, added that she thought he was shedding tears. Thereupon Bessie gave a sob, quiet and earnest. "So am I," she said chokingly. "Go and tell him, Jane." "Mr. Bias, Miss Bias is crying," whispered Jane at the parlour door. "Don't you think you'd better go downstairs?" Hearing a movement, she ran to be out of the way. Samuel left the dark room and with a slow step descended to the kitchen. Then Jane knew that it was all right, and tripped up to her room, humming a song of contentment. Had she, then, wholly outgrown the bitter experiences of her childhood? Had the cruelty which tortured her during the years when the soul is being fashioned left upon her no brand of slavish vice, nor the baseness of those early associations affected her with an irremovable taint? As far as human observation could probe her, Jane Snowden had no spot of uncleanness in her being. She had been rescued while it was yet time, and the subsequent period of fostering had enabled features of her character, which no one could have discerned in the helpless child, to expand with singular richness. Two effects of the time of her bondage were, however, clearly to be distinguished. Though nature had endowed her with a good intelligence, she could only with extreme labour acquire that elementary book knowledge which vulgar children get easily enough. It seemed as if the bodily overstrain at a critical period of life had affected her memory, and her power of mental application generally. In spite of ceaseless endeavour, she could not yet spell words of the least difficulty. She could not do the easiest sums with accuracy. Geographical names were her despair. The second point in which she had suffered harm was of more serious nature. She was subject to fits of hysteria, preceded and followed by the most painful collapse of that buoyant courage which was her supreme charm, and the source of her influence. Without warning, an inexplicable terror would fall upon her. Like the weakest child, she craved protection from a dread inspired solely by her imagination, and solace for an anguish of wretchedness to which she could give no form in words.
Happily, this illness afflicted her only at long intervals,
and her steadily improving health gave warrant for hoping that in time it would altogether pass away. Whenever an opportunity had offered for struggling successfully with some form of evil, were it poor Pennyloaf's dangerous despair, or the very human difficulties between Bessie and her husband, Jane lived at her highest reach of spiritual joy. For all that there was a disappointment on her mind, she felt this joy to-night, and went about her pursuits in happy self-absorption. So it befell that she did not hear a knock at the house door. Miss Bias answered it, and not knowing that Mr. Snowden was from home, bade his usual visitor go upstairs. The visitor did so, and announced his presence at the door of the room. "Oh, Mr. Kirkwood," said Jane, "I'm so sorry, but grandfather had to go out with a gentleman." And she waited, looking at him, a gentle warmth on her face. End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of the Netherworld. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Netherworld, by George Robert Gissing. Chapter 16. Dialogue and Comment. "Will it be late before he comes back?" asked Sidney, his smile of greeting shadowed with disappointment. "Not later than 10:30, he said. Sidney turned his face to the stairs. The homeward prospect was dreary after that glimpse of the familiar Mom through the doorway. The breach of habit discomposed him, and something more positive strengthened his reluctance to be gone. It was not his custom to hang in hesitancy and court chance by indirectness of speech. Recognizing and admitting his motives, he said simply: "I should like to stay a little, if you will let me. If I shan't be in your way?" "Oh no. Please come in. I'm only sewing." There were two round-backed wooden chairs in the room. One stood on each side of the fireplace, and between them, beside the table, Jane always had her place on a small chair of the ordinary comfortless kind. She seated herself as usual, and Sidney took his familiar position, with the vacant chair opposite. Snowden and he were accustomed to smoke their pipes whilst conversing, but this evening Sidney dispensed with tobacco. It was very quiet here. On the floor below dwelt at present two sisters who kept themselves alive. It is quite inaccurate to use any other phrase in such instances, by doing all manner of skilful needlework. They were middle-aged women, gentle-natured, and so thoroughly subdued to the hopelessness of their lot that scarcely ever could even their footfalls be heard as they went up and down the stairs. Their voices were always sunk to a soft murmur. Just now no infant wailing came from the Bias's regions. Kirkwood enjoyed a sense of restfulness, intenser, perhaps, for the momentary disappointment he had encountered. He had no desire to talk, enough for a few minutes to sit and watch Jane's hand as it moved backwards and forwards with the needle. "I went to see Pennyloaf as I came back from work," Jane said at length, just looking up. "Did you? Do things seem to be any better?" "Not much, I'm afraid. Mr. Kirkwood, don't you think you might do something? If you tried again with her husband?" "The fact is," replied Sidney, "I'm so afraid of doing more harm than good." "You think; but then perhaps that's just what I'm doing." Jane let her hand fall on the sewing and regarded him anxiously. "No, no. I'm quite sure you can't do harm. Pennyloaf can get nothing but good from having you as a friend. She likes you. She misses you when you happen not to have seen her for a few days. I'm sorry to say it's quite a different thing with Bob and me. We're friendly enough, as friendly as ever, but I haven't a scrap of influence with him like you have with his wife. It was all very well to get hold of him once, and to try to make him understand, in a half-joking way, that he wasn't behaving as well as he might. He didn't take it amiss, just that once. But you can't think how difficult it is for one man to begin preaching to another. The natural thought is, mind your own business. If I was the parson of the parish—" He paused, and in the same instant their eyes met. The suggestion was irresistible. Jane began to laugh merrily. What sweet laughter it was! How unlike the shrill discord whereby the ordinary work-girl expresses her foolish mirth! For years Sidney Kirkwood had been unused to utter any sound of merriment; even his smiling was done sadly. But of late he had grown conscious of the element of joy in Jane's character, had accustomed himself to look for its manifestations, to observe the brightening of her eyes which foretold a smile, the moving of her lips which suggested inward laughter; and he knew that herein, as in many another matter, a profound sympathy was transforming him. Sorrow such as he had suffered will leave its mark upon the countenance long after time has done its kindly healing, and in Sidney's case there was more than the mere personal affliction tending to confirm his life in sadness. With the ripening of his intellect, he saw only more and more reason to condemn and execrate those social disorders of which his own wretched experience was but an illustration. From the first, his friendship with Snowden had exercised upon him a subduing influence. The old man was stern enough in his criticism of society, but he did not belong to the same school as John Hewett, and the sober authority of his character made appeal to much in Sidney that had found no satisfaction amid the uproar of Clerkenwell Green. For all that, Kirkwood could not become other than himself. His vehemence was moderated, but he never affected to be at one with Snowden in that grave enthusiasm of far-off hope which at times made the old man's speech that of an exhorting prophet. Their natural parts were reversed. The young eyes declared that they could see nothing but a horizon of blackest cloud, whilst those enfeebled by years bore ceaseless witness to the raying forth of dawn. And so it was with a sensation of surprise that Sidney first became aware of light-heartedness in the young girl who was a silent hearer of so many lugubrious discussions. Ridiculous as it may sound, as Sidney felt it to be, he almost resented this evidence of happiness. To him, only just recovering from a shock which would leave its mark upon his life to the end, his youth wronged by bitter necessities, forced into brooding over problems of ill when nature would have bidden him enjoy, it seemed for the moment a sign of shallowness that Jane could look and speak cheerfully. This extreme of morbid feeling proved its own cure. Even in reflecting upon it, Sidney was constrained to laugh contemptuously at himself. And therewith opened for him a new world of thought. He began to study the girl. Of course he had already occupied himself much with the peculiarities of her position, but of Jane herself he knew very little. She was still, in his imagination, the fearful and miserable child over whose shoulders he had thrown his coat one bitter night. His impulse towards her was one of compassion merely, justified now by what he heard of her mental slowness, her bodily sufferings. It would take very long to analyze the process whereby this mode of feeling was changed, until it became the sense of ever-deepening sympathy which so possessed him this evening. Little by little Jane's happiness justified itself to him, and in so doing began subtly to modify his own temper. With wonder he recognized that the poor little serf of former days had been meant by nature for one of the most joyous among children. What must that heart have suffered, so scorned and trampled upon? But now that the days of misery were over, behold nature having its way after all. If the thousands are never rescued from oppression, if they perish abortive in their wretchedness, is that a reason for refusing to rejoice with the one whom fate has blessed? Sidney knew too much of Jane by this time to judge her shallow-hearted. This instinct of gladness had a very different significance from the animal vitality which prompted the constant laughter of Bessie Byass. It was but one manifestation of a moral force which made itself nobly felt in many another way. In himself Sidney was experiencing its pure effects, and it was owing to his conviction of Jane's power for good that he had made her acquainted with Bob Hewit's wife. Snowden warmly approved of this. The suggestion led him to speak expressly of Jane, a thing he very seldom did, and to utter a strong wish that she should begin to concern herself with the sorrows she might in some measure relieve. Sidney joined in the laughter he had excited by picturing himself the parson of the parish. But the topic under discussion was a serious one, and Jane speedily recovered her gravity. "Yes, I see how hard it is," she said. "But it's a cruel thing for him to neglect poor Pennyloaf as he does. She never gave him any cause." "Not knowingly, I quite believe," replied Kirkwood. "But what a miserable home it is!" "Yes." Jane shook her head. "She doesn't seem to know how to keep things in order. She doesn't seem even to understand me when I try to show her how it might be different." "There's the root of the trouble, Jane. What chance had Pennyloaf of ever learning how to keep a decent home, and bring up her children properly? How was she brought up? The wonder is that there's so much downright good in her. I feel the same wonder about people every day. Suppose Pennyloaf behaved as badly as her mother does, who on earth would have the right to blame her? But we can't expect miracles. So long as she lives decently, it's the most that can be looked for. And there you are. That isn't enough to keep a fellow like Bob Hewit in order. I doubt whether any wife could manage it, but as for poor Pennyloaf—" "I shall speak to him myself," said Jane quietly. "Do. There's much more hope in that than in anything I could say. Bob isn't a bad fellow; the worst thing I know of him is his conceit. He's good-looking, and he's clever in all sorts of ways, and unfortunately he can't think of anything but his own merits. Of course he'd no business to marry at all whilst he was nothing but a boy." Jane plied her needle, musing. "Do you know whether he ever goes to see his father?" Sidney inquired presently. "No, I don't," Jane answered, looking at him, but immediately dropping her eyes. "If he doesn't I should think worse of him. Nobody ever had a kinder father, and there's many a reason why he should be careful to pay the debt he owes." Jane waited a moment, then again raised her eyes to him. It seemed as though she would ask a question, and Sidney's grave attentiveness indicated a surmise of what she was about to say. But her thought remained unuttered, and there was a prolongation of silence. Of course they were both thinking of Clara. That name had never been spoken by either of them in the other's presence, but as often as conversation turned upon the Hewits, it was impossible for them not to supplement their spoken words by a silent colloquy of which Clara was the subject. From her grandfather Jane knew that, to this day, nothing had been heard of Hewit's daughter. What people said at the time of the girl's disappearance she had learned fully enough from Clem Peckover, who even yet found it pleasant to revive the scandal, and by contemptuous comments revenge herself for Clara's haughty usage in old days. Time had not impaired Jane's vivid recollection of that Bank Holiday morning when she herself was the first to make it known that Clara had gone away. Many a time since then she had visited the street whither Snowden led her, had turned aside from her wonted paths in the thought that it was not impossible she might meet Clara, though whether with more hope or fear of such a meeting she could not have said. When 2 years had gone by, her grandfather one day led the talk to that subject. He was then beginning to change in certain respects the tone he had hitherto used with her, and to address her as one who had outgrown childhood. He explained to her how it came about that Sidney could no longer be even on terms of acquaintance with John Hewett. The conversation originated in Jane's bringing the news that Hewett and his family had at length left Mrs. Peckover's house. For 2 years things had gone miserably with them, their only piece of good fortune being the death of the youngest child. John was confirmed in a habit of drinking. Not that he had become a brutal sot. Sometimes for as much as a month he would keep sober, and even when he gave way to temptation he never behaved with violence to his wife and children. Still, the character of his life had once more suffered a degradation, and he possessed no friends who could be of the least use to him. Snowden, for some reason of his own, maintained a slight intercourse with the Peckovers, and through them he endeavoured to establish an intimacy with Hewett. But the project utterly failed. Probably on Kirkwood's account, John met the old man's advances with something more than coldness. Sternly he had forbidden his wife and little ones to exchange a word of any kind with Sidney, or with any friend of his. He appeared to nourish incessantly the bitter resentment to which he gave expression when Sidney and he last met. There was no topic on which Sidney was more desirous of speaking with Jane than this which now occupied both their minds. How far she understood Clara's story, and his part in it, he had no knowledge; for between Snowden and himself there had long been absolute silence on that matter. It was not improbable that Jane had been instructed in the truth. He hoped she had not been left to gather what she could from Clem Peckover's gossip. Yet the difficulty with which he found himself beset, now that an obvious opportunity offered for frank speech, was so great that, after a few struggles, he fell back on the reflection with which he was wont to soothe himself. Jane was still so young, and the progress of time, by confirming her knowledge of him, would make it all the simpler to explain the miserable past. Had he, in fact, any right to relate this story, to seek her sympathy in that direct way? It was one aspect of a very grave question which occupied more and more of Sidney's thought. With an effort, he turned the dialogue into quite a new direction, and Jane, though a little absent for some minutes, seemed at length to forget the abruptness of the change. Sidney had of late been resuming his old interest in pencil work. 2 or 3 of his drawings hung on these walls, and he spoke of making new sketches when he next went into the country. Years ago, one of his favourite excursions—of the longer ones which he now and then allowed himself—was to Danbury Hill, some 5 miles to the east of Chelmsford, one of the few pieces of rising ground in Essex, famous for its view over Maldon and the estuary of the Blackwater. Thither Snowden and Jane accompanied him during the last summer but one, and the former found so much pleasure in the place that he took lodgings with certain old friends of Sidney's, and gave his granddaughter a week of healthful holiday. In the summer that followed, the lodgings were again taken for a week, and this year the same expedition was in view. Sidney had as good as promised that he would join his friends for the whole time of their absence, and now he talked with Jane of memories and anticipations. Neither was sensible how the quarters and the half-hours went by in such chatting. Sidney abandoned himself to the enjoyment of peace such as he had never known save in this room, to a delicious restfulness such as was always inspired in him by the girl's gentle voice, by her laughter, by her occasional quiet movements. The same influence was affecting his whole life. To Jane he owed the gradual transition from tumultuous politics and social bitterness to the mood which could find pleasure as of old in nature and art. This was his truer self, emancipated from the distorting effect of the evil amid which he perforce lived. He was recovering somewhat of his spontaneous boyhood; at the same time, reaching after a new ideal of existence which only ripened manhood could appreciate. Snowden returned at 11. It alarmed Sidney to find how late he had allowed himself to remain, and he began shaping apologies. But the old man had nothing but the familiar smile and friendly words. "Haven't you given Mr. Kirkwood any supper?" he asked of Jane, looking at the table. "I really forgot all about it, grandfather," was the laughing reply. Then Snowdon laughed, and Sidney joined in the merriment; but he would not be persuaded to stay longer. Chapter 16. Chapter 17 of the Netherworld. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. The Netherworld, by George Robert Gissing. Chapter 17, Clem makes a disclosure. When Miss Peckover suggested to her affianced that their wedding might as well take place at the registry office, seeing that there would then be no need to go to expense in the article of costume, Mr. Snowdon readily assented. At the same time it gave him new matter for speculation. Clem was not exactly the kind of girl to relinquish without good reason that public ceremony which is the dearest of all possible ceremonies to women least capable of reverencing its significance. Every day made it more obvious that the Peckovers desired to keep this marriage a secret until it was accomplished. In one way only could Joseph James account for the mystery running through the whole affair. It must be that Miss Peckover had indiscretions to conceal, certain points in her history with which she feared lest her bridegroom should be made acquainted by envious neighbours. The thought had no effect on Mr. Snowdon save to excite his mirth. His attitude with regard to such possibilities was that of a philosopher. The views with which he was entering upon this alliance were so beautifully simple that he really did not find it worth while to puzzle further as soon as the plausible solution of his difficulties had presented itself. Should he hereafter discover that something unforeseen perturbed the smooth flow of life to which he looked forward, nothing could be easier than his remedy. The world is wide, and a cosmopolitan does not attach undue importance to a marriage contracted in one of its somewhat numerous parishes. In any case he would have found the temporary harbour of refuge which stress of weather had made necessary. He surrendered himself to the pleasant tickling of his vanity which was an immediate result of the adventure. For, whatever Clem might be hiding, it seemed to him beyond doubt that she was genuinely attracted by his personal qualities. Her demonstrations were not extravagant, but in one noteworthy respect she seemed to give evidence of a sensibility so little in keeping with her general character that it was only to be explained as the result of a strong passion. In conversing with him she at times displayed a singular timidity, a nervousness, a self-subdual surprisingly unlike anything that could be expected from her. It was true that at other moments her lover caught a gleam in her eyes, a movement of her lips, expressive of anything rather than diffidence, and tending to confirm his view of her as a cunning as well as fierce animal, but the look and tone of subjugation came often enough to make their impression predominant. One would have said that she suffered from jealous fears which for some reason she did not venture to utter. Now and then he surprised her gazing at him as if in troubled apprehension, the effect of which upon Mr. Snowdon was perhaps more flattering than any other look. "What's up, Clem?" he inquired, on one of these occasions. Are you wondering whether I shall cut and leave you when we've had enough time to get tired of each other?" Her face was transformed. She looked at him for an instant with fierce suspicion, then laughed disagreeably. "We'll see about that," was her answer, with a movement of the head and shoulders strongly reminding him of a lithe beast about to spring. The necessary delay passed without accident. As the morning of the marriage approached there was, however, a perceptible increase of nervous restlessness in Clem. She had given up her work at Whitehead's, and contrived to keep her future husband within sight nearly all day long. Joseph James found nothing particularly irksome in this, for beer and tobacco were supplied him ad libitum, and a succession of appetizing meals made the underground kitchen a place of pleasantest associations. A loan from Mrs. Peckover had enabled him to renew his wardrobe. When the last night arrived, Clem and her mother sat conversing to a late hour, their voices again cautiously subdued. A point had been for some days at issue between them, and decision was now imperative. "It's you as started the job," Clem observed with emphasis, "and it's you as'll have to finish it." "And who gets most out of it, I'd like to know?" replied her mother. "Don't be such a fool. Can't you see as it'll come easier from you? A nice thing for his mother-in-law to tell him. If you don't like to do it the first day, then leave it to the second, or third. But if you take my advice, you'll get it over the next morning." "You'll have to do it yourself," Clem repeated stubbornly, propping her chin upon her fists. "Well, I never thought as you was such a frightened babby. Frightened of a feller like him. I'd be ashamed o' myself." "Who's frightened? Hold your row." "Why, you are. What else?" "I ain't." "You are." "I ain't. You better not make me mad, or I'll tell him before, just to spite you." "Spite me, you cat! What difference'll it make to me? I'll tell you what, I've a jolly good mind to tell him myself beforehand, and then we'll see who's spited." In the end Clem yielded, shrugging her shoulders defiantly. "I'll have a kitchen knife near by when I tell him," she remarked with decision. "If he lays a hand on me I'll cut his face open, and chance it." Mrs. Peckover smiled with tender motherly depreciation of such extreme measures. But Clem repeated her threat, and there was something in her eyes which guaranteed the possibility of its fulfilment. No personal acquaintance of either the Peckover or the Snowden family happened to glance over the list of names which hung in the registrar's office during these weeks. The only interested person who had foreknowledge of Clem's wedding was Jane Snowden, and Jane, though often puzzled in thinking of the matter, kept her promise to speak of it to no one. It was imprudence in Clem to have run this risk, but the joke was so rich that she could not deny herself its enjoyment. She knew, moreover, that Jane was one of those imbecile persons who scruple about breaking a pledge. On the eve of her wedding day she met Jane as the latter came from Whitehead's, and requested her to call in the Close next Sunday morning at 12 o'clock. "I want you to see my 'usband," she said, grinning. "I'm sure you'll like him." Jane promised to come. On the next day, Saturday, Clem entered the registry office in a plain dress, and after a few simple formalities came forth as Mrs. Snowden. Her usual high colour was a trifle diminished, and she kept glancing at her husband from under nervously knitted brows. Still the great event was unknown to the inhabitants of the Close. There was no feasting, and no wedding journey. For the present Mr. and Mrs. Snowden would take possession of 2 rooms on the first floor. 24 hours later, when the bells of St. James's were ringing their melodies before service, Clem requested her husband's attention to something of importance she had to tell him. Mr. Snowden had just finished breakfast and was on the point of lighting his pipe. With the match burning down to his fingers, He turned and regarded the speaker shrewdly. Clem's face put it beyond question that at last she was about to make a statement definitely bearing on the history of the past month. At this moment she was almost pale, and her eyes avoided his. She stood close to the table, and her right hand rested near the bread-knife. Her left held a piece of paper. "What is it?" asked Joseph James mildly. "Go ahead, Clem." "You ain't bad-tempered, are you? You said you wasn't." "Not I. Best-tempered feller you could have come across. Look at me smiling." His grin was in a measure reassuring, but he had caught sight of the piece of paper in her hand, and eyed it steadily. "You know you played mother a trick a long time ago," Clem pursued, "when you went off and left that child on her 'ands." "Hullo! What about that?" "Well, it wouldn't be nothin' but fair if someone was to go and play tricks with you, just to pay you off in a friendly sort o' way. See?" Mr. Snowdon still smiled, but dubiously. "Out with it," he muttered. "I'd have bet a trifle there was some game on. You're welcome, old girl. Out with it." "Did you know as I got a brother in 'Stralia, him as you used to know when you lived here before?" "You said you didn't know where he was." "No more we do not just now. But he wrote mother a letter about this time last year, and there's something in it as I'd like you to see. You'd better read for yourself." Her husband laid down his pipe on the mantelpiece and began to cast his eye over the letter, which was much defaced by frequent foldings, and in any case would have been difficult to decipher, so vilely was it scrawled. But Mr. Snowdon's interest was strongly excited, and in a few moments he had made out the following communication: "I don't begin with no dearing, because it's a played-out thing, and because I'm writin' to two people at once, both mother and Clem, and it's so long since I had a pen in my hand I've harf forgot how to use it. If you think I'm making my pile, you think wrong, so you've got no need to ask me when I'm going to send money home, like you did in the last letter. I just keep myself and that's about all, because things ain't what they used to be in this busted up country. And that reminds me what it was as I meant to tell you when I could get a bit of time to write. Not so long ago, I met a chap as used to work for somebody called Snowden, and from what I can make out it was Snowden's brother at home, him as we used to air about so much. He made his pile, this Snowden, you bet, and Ned Williams says he died worth no ends of thousands. Not so long before he died, his old father from England came out to live with him. Then Snowden and a son as he had both got drownded going over a river at night. And Ned says that all the money went to the old bloke and to a brother in England, and that's what he heard when he was paid off. The old father made tracks very soon, and they said he'd gone back to England. So it seems to me as you ought to find Snowden and make him pay up what he owes you. And I don't know as I've anything more to tell you both, except I'm working at a place as I don't know how to spell, and it wouldn't be no good if I did, because there's no saying where I shall be before you could write back. So good luck to you both, yours truly, W.P. In reading, Joseph James scratched his bald head thoughtfully. Before he had reached the end there were signs of emotion in his projecting lower lip. At length he regarded Clem, no longer smiling, but without any of the wrath she had anticipated. "Ha, ha! This was your game, was it? Well, I don't object, old girl, so long as you tell me a bit more about it. Now there's no need for any more lies. Perhaps you'll mention where the old fellow is." "He's livin' not so far away, and Jane's with him." Put somewhat at her ease, Clem drew her hand from the neighborhood of the bread-knife, and detailed all she knew with regard to old Mr. Snowdon and his affairs. Her mother had from the first suspected that he possessed money, seeing that he paid, with very little demur, the sum she demanded for Jane's board and lodging. True, he went to live in poor lodgings, but that was doubtless a personal eccentricity. An important piece of evidence subsequently forthcoming was the fact that in sundry newspapers there appeared advertisements addressed to Joseph James Snowden, requesting him to communicate with Messrs. Percival and Peel of Furnival's Inn, whereupon Mrs. Peckover made inquiries of the legal firm in question, by means of an anonymous letter, and received a simple assurance that Mr. Snowden was being sought for his own advantage. "Your cool hands, you and your mother," observed Joseph James, with a certain involuntary admiration. "This is not quite 3 years ago, you say, just when I was in America. Ha! What I can't make out is, how the devil that brother of mine came to leave anything to me. We never did anything but curse each other from the time we were children to when we parted for good. And so the old man went out to Australia, did he? That's a rum affair, too. Mike and he could never get on together. Well, I suppose there's no mistake about it. I shouldn't much mind if there was, just to see the face you'd pull, young woman. On the whole, perhaps it's as well for you that I am fairly good-tempered. Eh?" Clem stood apart, smiling dubiously, now and then eyeing him in askance. His last words once more put her on her guard. She moved towards the table again. "Give me the address," said her husband. "I'll go and have a talk with my relations. What sort of girl's Janey grown up? Eh?" "If you'll wait a bit, you can see for yourself. She's going to call here at 12. "Oh, she is? I suppose you've arranged a pleasant little surprise for her? Well, I must say you're a cool hand, Clem. I shouldn't wonder if she's been in the house several times since I've been here?" "No, she hasn't. It wouldn't have been safe, you see." "Give me the corkscrew, and I'll open this bottle of whiskey. It takes it out of a fellow, this kind of thing. Here's to you, Mrs. Clem. Have a drink? All right. Go downstairs and show your mother you're alive still, and let me know when Jane comes. I want to think a bit." When he had sat for a quarter of an hour in solitary reflection the door opened, and Clem led into the room a young girl, whose face expressed timid curiosity. Joseph James stood up, joined his hands under his coat-tail, and examined the stranger. "Do you know who this is?" asked Clem of her companion. "Your husband; but I don't know his name." "You ought to, it seems to me," said Clem, giggling. "Look at him." Jane tried to regard the man for a moment. Her cheeks flushed with confusion. Again she looked at him, and the color rapidly faded. In her eyes was a strange light of painfully struggling recollection. She turned to Clem, and read her countenance with distress. "Well, I'm quite sure I should never have known you, Janey," said Snowden, advancing. "Don't you remember your father?" Yes. As soon as consciousness could reconcile what seemed impossibilities Jane had remembered him. She was not 7 years old when he forsook her, and a life of anything but orderly progress had told upon his features. Nevertheless Jane recognized the face she had never cause to love, recognized yet more certainly the voice which carried her back to childhood. But what did it all mean? The shock was making her heart throb as it was wont to do before her fits of illness. She looked about her with dazed eyes. "Sit down, said her father, not without a note of genuine feeling. "It's been a bit too much for you, like something else was for me just now. Put some water in that glass, Clem; a drop of this will do her good." The smell of what was offered proved sufficient to restore Jane. She shook her head and put the glass away. After an uncomfortable silence, during which Joseph dragged his feet about the floor, Clem remarked: "He wants you to take him home to see your grandfather, Jane. There's been reasons why he couldn't go before. Hadn't you better go at once, Joe?" Jane rose and waited whilst her father assumed his hat and drew on a new pair of gloves. She could not look at either husband or wife. Presently she found herself in the street, walking without consciousness of things in the homeward direction. "You've grown up a very nice, modest girl, Jane," was her father's first observation. "I can see your grandfather has taken good care of you." He tried to speak as if the situation were perfectly simple. Jane could find no reply. "I thought it was better," he continued, in the same matter-of-fact voice, "not to see either of you till this marriage of mine was over. I've had a great deal of trouble in life. I'll tell you all about it some day, my dear, and I wanted just to settle myself before. I dare say you'll understand what I mean. I suppose your grandfather has often spoken to you about me?" "Not very often, father," was the murmured answer. "Well, well, things'll soon be set right. I feel quite proud of you, Janey. I do, indeed. And I suppose you keep house for him, eh?" "I go to work as well." "What? You go to work? How's that, I wonder?" "Didn't Miss Peckover tell you?" Joseph laughed. The girl could not grasp all these astonishing facts at once, and the presence of her father made her forget who Miss Peckover had become. "You mean my wife, Janey? No, no. She didn't tell me you went to work. An accident. But I'm delighted you and Clem are such good friends. Kind-hearted girl, isn't she?" Jane whispered an assent. "No doubt your grandfather often tells you about Australia, and your uncle that died there?" "No, he never speaks of Australia. And I never heard of my uncle." "Indeed? Ha! Hmm." Joseph continued his examination all the way to Hanover Street, often expressing surprise, but never varying from the tone of affection and geniality. When they reached the door of the house he said: "Just let me go into the room by myself. I think it'll be better. He's alone, isn't he?" "Yes. I'll come up and show you the door." She did so, then turned aside into her own room, where she sat motionless for a long time. Chapter 17.
Chapter 18 of The Netherworld. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Carl Henning. The Netherworld by George Robert Gissing. Chapter 18. Michael Snowden, to distinguish the old man by name from the son who thus unexpectedly returned to him, professed no formal religion. He attended no Sunday service, nor had ever shown a wish that Jane should do so. We have seen that he used the Bible as a source of moral instruction. Jane and he still read passages together on a Sunday morning, but only such were chosen as had a purely human significance, and the comments to which they gave occasion never had any but a human bearing. Doubtless Jane reflected on these things. It was her grandfather's purpose to lead her to such reflection, without himself dogmatizing on questions which from his own point of view were unimportant. That Jane should possess the religious spirit was a desire he never lost sight of. The single purpose of his life was involved therein, but formalism was against the bent of his nature. Born and bred amid the indifference of the London working classes,
he was one of the very numerous thinking men who have never needed to cast aside a faith of childhood. From the dawn of rationality they simply stand apart from all religious dogmas, unable to understand the desire of such helps to conduct, untouched by spiritual trouble, as that phrase is commonly interpreted. And it seemed that Jane closely resembled him in this matter. Sensitive to every prompting of humanity, instinct with moral earnestness, she betrayed no slightest tendency to the religion of church, chapel, or street corner. A promenade of the Salvation Army half puzzled, half amused her. She spoke of it altogether without intolerance, as did her grandfather, but never dreamt that it was a phenomenon which could gravely concern her. Prayers she had never said, enough that her last thought before sleeping was one of kindness to those beings amid whom she lived her life, that on awakening her mind turned most naturally to projects of duty and helpfulness. Excepting the Bible, Snowden seldom made use of books either for inquiry or amusement. Very imperfectly educated in his youth, he had never found leisure for enriching his mind in the ordinary way until it was too late. As an old man, he had so much occupation in his thoughts that the printed page made little appeal to him. Till quite recently he had been in the habit of walking for several hours daily, always choosing poor districts. Now that his bodily powers were sensibly failing him, he passed more and more of his time in profound brooding, so forgetful of external things that Jane, on her return from work, had more than once been troubled by noticing that he had taken no midday meal. It was in unconsciousness such as this that he sat when his son Joseph, receiving no reply to his knock, opened the door and entered. But that his eyes were open, the posture of his body and the forward drooping of his head would have made it appear that he slept. Joseph stepped towards him, and at length the old man looked up. He gazed at his visitor first unintelligently, then with wonders and growing emotion. "Joe? Joe, at last! You were in my mind only a few minutes ago, but I saw you as a boy." He rose from the chair and held out both his hands, trembling more than they were wont to do. "I almost wonder you knew me," said Joseph. "It's 17 years since we saw each other. It was all Jane could do to remember me." "Jane? Where have you seen her? At the house in the close?" "Yes. It was me she went to see, but she didn't know it. I've just been married to Miss Peckover. Sit down again, father, and let's talk over things quietly." "Married to Miss Peckover?" repeated the old man, as if making an effort to understand the words. "Then why didn't you come here before?" Joseph gave the explanation which he had already devised for the benefit of his daughter. His manner of speaking was meant to be very respectful, but it suggested that he looked upon the hearer as suffering from feebleness of mind, as well as of body. He supplemented his sentences with gestures and smiles, glancing about the room meantime with looks of much curiosity. "So you've been living here a long time, father? It was uncommonly good of you to take care of my girl. I dare say you've got so used to having her by you, you wouldn't care for her to go away now." "Do you wish to take Jane away?" Michael inquired gravely. "No, no, not I. Why, it's nothing but her duty to keep you company and be what use she can. She's happy enough, that I can see." "Well, well, I've gone through a good deal since the old days, father, and I'm not what you used to know me. I'm gladder than I can say to find you so easy in your old age. Neither Mike nor me did our duty by you, that's only too sure. I wish I could have the time back again, but what's the good of that? Can you tell me anything about Mike?" "Yes, he died in Australia about 4 years ago." "Did he now? Well, I've been in America, but I never got so far as Australia." So Mike's dead, is he? I hope he had better luck than me. The old man did not cease from examining his son's countenance. "What is your position at present?" he asked after a pause. "You don't look unprosperous." "Nothing to boast of, father. I've gone through all kinds of trades. In the States I both made and lost money. I invented a new method of nickel plating, but it did me no good, and then I gave up that line altogether. Since I've been back in England, 2 years about, I've mostly gone in for canvassing, advertising agencies, and that kind of thing. I make an honest living, and that's about all. But I shouldn't wonder if things go a bit better now. I feel as if I was settled at last. What with having a home of my own, and you and Janey near at hand, you won't mind if I come and see you both now and then." "I shall hope to see you often," replied the other, still keeping his grave face and tone. "It's been my strong desire that we might come together again, and I've done the best I could to find you. But, as you said, we've been parted for a very long time, and it isn't in a day that we can come to understanding each other. These 17 years have made an old man of me, Joe. I think and speak and act slowly. Better for us all if I had learned to do so long ago. Your coming was unexpected. I shall need a little time to get used to the change it makes." "To be sure, that's true enough. Plenty of time to talk over things. As far as I'm concerned, father, the less said about bygones the better. It's the future that I care about now. I want to put things right between us, as they ought to be between father and son. You understand me, I hope?" Michael nodded, keeping his eyes upon the ground. Again there was a silence. Then Joseph said that if Jane would come in and speak a few words, so as to make things homelike, it would be time for him to take his leave for the present. At her grandfather's summons Jane entered the room. She was still oppressed by the strangeness of her position, and with difficulty took part in the colloquy. Joseph, still touching the note of humility in his talk, eyed his relatives alternately, and exhibited reluctance to quit them. When he returned to the close, it was with a face expressing dissatisfaction. Clem's eager inquiries he met at first with an ill-tempered phrase or two, which informed her of nothing. But when dinner was over, he allowed himself to be drawn into a confidential talk, in which Miss Peckover took part. The old man, he remarked, was devilish close. It looked as if some game was on. Miss Peckover ridiculed this remark. Of course there was a game on. She spoke of Sidney Kirkwood, the influence he had obtained over Snowden, the designs he was obviously pursuing. If Joseph thought he would recover his rights at this time of day, save by direct measures, it only proved how needful it was for him to be instructed by shrewd people. The old man was a hard nut to crack. Why he lived in Hanover Street and sent Jane to work, when it was certain that he had wealth at command, Miss Peckover could not pretend to explain. But in all probability he found a pleasure in accumulating money, and was abetted therein by Sidney Kirkwood. Clem could bear witness that Jane always seemed to have secrets to hide. Nevertheless, a good deal of information had been extracted from the girl during the last year or so, and it all went to confirm the views which Miss Peckover now put forth. After long discussion it was resolved that Joseph should call upon the lawyers whose names had appeared in the advertisement addressed to himself. If he was met with any shuffling, or if they merely referred him to his father, the next step would be plain enough. Clem began to exhibit sullenness. Her words were few, and it was fortunate for Joseph that he could oppose a philosophical indifference to the trouble with which his honeymoon was threatened. As early as possible on Monday morning he ascended the stairs of a building in Furnival's Inn, and discovered the office of Messrs. Percival and Field. He was hesitating whether to knock or simply turn the handle,
when a man came up to the same door with the quick step of one at home in the place. "Business with us?" inquired the newcomer, as Joseph drew back. They looked at each other. He who had spoken was comparatively a young man, dressed with much propriety, gravely polite in manner. How do you do?" exclaimed Snowden, with embarrassment, and in an undertone. "I wasn't expecting—" The recognition was mutual, and whilst Joseph, though disconcerted, expressed his feelings in a familiar smile, the other cast a quick glance of uneasiness towards the stairs, his mouth compressed, his eyebrows twitching a little. "Business with Mr. Percival?" he inquired confidentially, but without Joseph's familiar accentuation. "Yes, that is he here?" "Won't be for another hour. Anything I could see about for you?" Joseph moved in uncertainty, debating with himself. Their eyes met again. "Well, we might have a word or two about it," he said. "Better meet somewhere else, perhaps." "Could you be at the top of Chancery Lane at 6 o'clock?" With a look of mutual understanding they parted. Joseph went home and explained that, to his surprise, he had found an old acquaintance at the lawyer's office, a man named Scawthorne, whom Li was going to see in private before having an interview with the lawyer himself. At 6 o'clock the appointed meeting took place, and from Chancery Lane the pair walked to a quiet house of refreshment in the vicinity of Lincoln's Inn Fields. On the way they exchanged a few insignificant remarks, having reference to a former intimacy and a period during which they had not come across each other. Established in a semi-private room, with a modest stimulant to aid conversation, they became more at ease. Mr. Scawthorne allowed himself a discreet smile, and Joseph, fingering his glass, broached the matter at issue with a cautious question. "Do you know anything of a man called Snowden?" "What Snowden?" "Joseph James Snowden, a friend of mine. Your people advertised for him about 3 years ago. Perhaps you haven't been at the office as long as that." "Oh, yes, I remember the name. What about him?" "Your people wanted to find him. Something to his advantage. Do you happen to know whether it's any use his coming forward now?" Mr. Scawthorne was not distinguished by directness of gaze. He had handsome features and a not unpleasant cast of countenance, but something, possibly the habit of professional prudence, made his regard coldly, fitfully, absently observant. It was markedly so as he turned his face towards Joseph whilst the latter was speaking. After a moment's silence, he remarked without emphasis, "A relative of yours, you said?" "No, I said a friend. Intimate friend. Polkenhorne knows him too." "Does he? I haven't seen Polkenhorne for a long time." "You don't care to talk about the business? Perhaps you'd better introduce me to Mr. Percival." "By the name of Camden? Hang it, I may as well tell you at once. Snowden is my own name." "Indeed? And how am I to be sure of that?" "Come and see me where I'm living, in Clerkenwell Close, and then make inquiries of my father, in Hanover Street, Islington. There's no reason now for keeping up the old name. A little affair, all put right. But the fact is, I'd as soon find out what this business is with your office without my father knowing. I have reasons. Shouldn't mind talking them over with you, if you can give me the information I want." "I can do that," replied Scawthorne with a smile. "If you are J. Snowden, you are requested to communicate with Michael Snowden. That's all." "Oh, but I have communicated with him, and he's nothing particular to say to me, as far as I can see." Scawthorne sipped at his glass, gave a stroke to each side of his moustache, and seemed to reflect. You were coming to ask Mr. Percival privately for information. That's just it. Of course, if you can't give me any, I must see him tomorrow. He won't tell you anything more than I have. And you don't know anything more? I didn't say that, my dear fellow. Suppose you begin by telling me a little more about yourself. It was a matter of time, but at length the dialogue took another character. The glasses of stimulant were renewed, and as Joseph grew expansive, Scawthorne laid aside something of his professional reserve, without, however, losing the discretion which led him to subdue his voice and express himself in uncompromising phrases. Their sitting lasted about an hour, and before taking leave of each other they arranged for a meeting at a different place in the course of a few days. Joseph walked homewards with deliberation, in absent mood, his countenance alternating strangely between a look of mischievous jocoseness and irritable concern. Occasionally he muttered to himself. Just before reaching the close he turned into a public-house. When he came forth, the malicious smile was on his face, and he walked with the air of a man who has business of moment before him. He admitted himself to the house. "That you, Joe?" cried Clem's voice from upstairs. "Me, sure enough," was the reply with a chuckle. "Come up sharp, then." Humming a tune, Joseph ascended to the sitting-room on the first floor and threw himself on a seat. His wife stood just in front of him, her sturdy arms akimbo. Her look was fiercely expectant, answering in some degree to the smile with which he looked here and there. "Well, can't you speak?" "No hurry, Miss Clem, no hurry, my dear. It's all right. The old man's rolling in money." "And what about your share?" Joseph laughed obstreperously, his wife's brow lowering the while. "Just tell me, can't you?" she cried. "Of course I will. The best joke you've ever heard. You had yours yesterday, Miss Clem. My turn comes today. My share is just nothing at all. Not a penny, not a cent. Swallow that, old girl, and tell me how it tastes." "You're a liar!" shouted the other, her face flushing scarlet, her eyes aflame with rage. "Never told a lie in my life," replied her husband, still laughing noisily. But for that last glass of cordial on the way home he could scarcely have enjoyed so thoroughly the dramatic flavour of the situation. Joseph was neither a bully nor a man of courage. The joke with which he was delighting himself was certainly a rich one, but it had its element of danger, and only by abandoning himself to riotous mirth could he overcome the nervousness with which Clem's fury threatened to affect him. She, coming forward in the attitude of an enraged fishwife, for a few moments made the room ring with foul abuse, that vituperative vernacular of the nether world which has never yet been exhibited by typography, and presumably never will be. "Go it, Clem!" cried her husband, pushing his chair a little back. "Go it, my angel! When you've eased your mind a little, I'll explain how it happens." She became silent, glaring at him with murderous eyes. But just at that moment Miss Peckover put her head in at the door, inquiring, "What's up?" "Come in if you want to know," cried her daughter. "See what you've let me in for. Didn't I tell you as it might be all a mistake? Oh, yes, you may look." Miss Peckover was startled. Her small, cunning eyes went rapidly from Clem to Joseph, and she fixed the latter with a gaze of angry suspicion. "Got a bit of news for you, mother," resumed Joseph, nodding. "You and Clem were precious artful, weren't you now? It's my turn now. Thought I'd get money. Ha, ha!" "And so you have," replied Miss Peckover. "We know all about it.
so you needn't try your little game. Know all about it, do you? We'll see here. My brother Mike died out in Australia, and his son died at the same time. They was drowned. Mike left no will, and his wife was dead before him. What's the law, eh? Pity you didn't make sure of that. Why, all his money went to the old man, every cent of it. I've no claim on a penny. That's the law, my pretty dears." "He's a liar!" roared Clem, who at the best of times would have brought small understanding to a legal question. "What did my brother say in his letter?" "He was told wrong, that's all, or else he got the idea out of his own head." "Then why did they advertise for you?" inquired Miss Peckover, keeping perfect command of her temper. "The old man thought he'd like to find his son again, that's all. Why can't you take it good-humoured, Clem? You had your joke yesterday, and you can't say I cut up rough about it. I'm a good-natured fellow, I am. There's many a man would have broke every bone in your body, my angel. You just remember that." It rather seemed as if the merry proceeding would, in this case, be reversed. Joseph had risen and was prepared to defend himself from an onslaught. But Miss Peckover came between the newly wedded pair, and by degrees induced Clem to take a calmer view of the situation, or at all events to postpone her vengeance. It was absurd, she argued, to act as if the matter were hopeless. Michael Snowden would certainly leave Joseph money in his will, if only the right steps were taken to secure his favour. Instead of quarrelling, they must put their heads together and scheme. She had her ideas. Let them listen to her. "Clem, you go and get a pot of old six for supper, and don't be such a fool," was her final remark. End of chapter 18. Recording by Carl Henning.
Chapter 19 of The Netherworld. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Netherworld by George Robert Gissing. Chapter 19. A Retreat. Visiting his friends as usual on Sunday evening, Sidney Kirkwood felt, before he had been many minutes in the room, that something unwonted was troubling the quiet he always found here. Michael Snowden was unlike himself, nervously inattentive, moving frequently, indisposed to converse on any subject. Neither had Jane her accustomed brightness, and the frequent glances she east at her grandfather seemed to show that the latter's condition was causing her anxiety. She withdrew very early, and, as at once appeared, in order that Sidney might hear in private what had that day happened. The story of Clem Peckover's marriage naturally occasioned no little astonishment in Sidney. "And how will all this affect Jane?" he asked involuntarily. "That is what I cannot tell," replied Michael. "It troubles me. My son is a stranger. All these years have made him quite a different man from what I remember, and the worst is I can no longer trust myself to judge him. Yet I must know the truth. Sidney, I must know the truth. It's hard to speak ill of the only son left to me of the four I once had, but if I think of him as he was 17 years ago— No, no, he must have changed as he has grown older, but you must help me to know him, Sidney." And in a very few days Sidney had his first opportunity of observing Jane's father. At this meeting Joseph seemed to desire nothing so much as to recommend himself by an amiable bearing. Impossible to speak with more engaging frankness than he did while strolling away from Hanover Street in Sidney's company. Thereafter the two saw a great deal of each other. Joseph was soon a familiar visitor in Tysoe Street. He would come about 9 o'clock of an evening and sit till after midnight. The staple of his talk was at first the painfully unnatural relations existing between his father, his daughter, and himself. He had led a most unsatisfactory life. He owned it, deplored it. That the old man should distrust him was but natural. But would not Sidney, as a common friend, do his best to dispel this prejudice? On the subject of his brother Mike he kept absolute silence. The accident of meeting an intimate acquaintance at the office of Messrs. Percival and Peel had rendered it possible for him to pursue his inquiries in that direction without it becoming known to Michael Snowden that he had done anything of the kind, and the policy he elaborated for himself demanded the appearance of absolute disinterestedness in all his dealings with his father. Aided by the shrewd Mrs. Peckover, he succeeded in reconciling Clem to a present disappointment, bitter as it was, by pointing out that there was every chance of his profiting largely upon the old man's death, which could not be a very remote contingency. At present there was little that could be done save to curry favour in Hanover Street, and keep an eye on what went forward between Kirkwood and Jane. This latter was, of course, an issue of supreme importance. A very little observation convinced Joseph that his daughter had learned to regard Sidney as more than a friend. Whether there existed any mutual understanding between them he could only discover by direct inquiry, and for the present it seemed wiser to make no reference to the subject. He preserved the attitude of one who has forfeited his natural rights, and only seeks with humility the chance of proving that he is a reformed character. Was or was not Kirkwood aware of the old man's wealth? That too must be left uncertain, though it was more than probable he had seen the advertisement in the newspapers, and, like Mrs. Peckover, had based conclusions thereupon. Another possibility was that Kirkwood had wormed himself into Michael's complete confidence. From Joseph's point of view, subtle machinations were naturally attributed to the young man, whose appearance proved him anything but a commonplace person. The situation was full of obscurities and dangers. From Scawthorne Joseph received an assurance that the whole of the Australian property had been capitalized and placed in English investments, also that the income was regularly drawn and in some way disposed of, the manner of such disposal being kept private between old Mr. Percival and his client. In the meantime family discussions in the Close had brought to Joseph's knowledge a circumstance regarding Kirkwood which interested him in a high degree. When talking of Sidney's character, it was natural that the Peckovers should relate the story of his relations with Clara Hwit. "Clara?" exclaimed Mr. Snowden, as if struck by the name. "Disappeared, has she? What sort of a girl to look at?" Clem was ready with a malicious description, whereto her husband attended very carefully. He mused over it, and proceeded to make inquiries about Clara's family. The Hwits were now living in another part of Clerkenwell, but there was no hostility between them and the Peckovers. Was anything to be gained by keeping up intimacy with them? Joseph, after further musing, decided that it would be just as well to do so. Suppose Clem called upon them, and presented the husband of whom she was so proud. He would like, if possible, to hear a little more about their daughter. An idea he had, never mind exactly what. So this call was paid, and in a few weeks Joseph had established an acquaintance with John Hwit. Sidney, on his part, had a difficulty in coming to definite conclusions respecting Jane's father. Of course he was prejudiced against the man, and though himself too little acquainted with the facts of the case to distinguish Joseph's motives, he felt that the middle-aged prodigal's return was anything but a fortunate event for Michael and his granddaughter. The secret marriage with Clem was not likely, and were not lacking grounds for hesitation in refusing to accept any case, to have a respectable significance. True, there Joseph's account of himself. He had a fund of natural amiability. He had a good provision of intellect. His talk was at times very persuasive, and much like that of one who has been brought to a passable degree of honesty by the slow development of his better instincts. But his face was against him. The worn, sallow features, the eyes which so obviously made a struggle to look with frankness, the vicious lower lip, awoke suspicion and told tales of base experience such as leaves its stamp upon a man for ever. All the more repugnant was this face to Sidney because it presented, in certain aspects, an undeniable resemblance to Jane's. Impossible to say which feature put forth this claim of kindred, but the impression was there, and it made Sidney turn away his eyes in disgust as often as he perceived it. He strove, however, to behave with friendliness, for it was Michael's desire that he should do so. That Joseph was using every opportunity of prying into his thoughts, of learning the details of his history, he soon became perfectly conscious, but he knew of nothing that he need conceal. It was impossible that Sidney should not have reflected many a time on Michael Snowdon's position, and have been moved to curiosity by hints of the mysterious when he thought of his friends in Hanover Street. As it happened, he never saw those newspaper advertisements addressed to Joseph, and his speculation had nothing whatever to support it, save the very few allusions to the past which Michael had permitted himself in the course of talk. Plainly the old man had means sufficient for his support, and in all likelihood this independence was connected with his visit to Australia, but no act or word of Michael's had ever suggested that he possessed more than a very modest competency. It was not indeed the circumstances, so much as the character and views of his friend, that set Kirkwood pondering. He did not yet know Michael Snowdon, of that he was convinced. He had not fathomed his mind, got at the prime motive of his being. Moreover, he felt that the old man was waiting for some moment or some event to make revelation of himself. Since Joseph's appearance, it had become more noticeable than ever that Snowdon suffered from some agitation of the mind. Sidney had met his eyes, fixed upon him in a painful interrogation, and seemed to discern the importunity of a desire that was refused utterance. His own condition was affected by sympathy with this restlessness, and he could not overcome the feeling that some decisive change was at hand for him. Though nothing positive justified the idea, he began to connect this anticipation of change with the holiday that was approaching, the week to be spent in Essex at the end of July. It had been his fear that Joseph's presence might affect these arrangements, but Michael was evidently resolved to allow nothing of the kind. One evening, a fortnight before the day agreed upon for leaving town, and when Joseph had made a call in Hanover Street, the old man took occasion to speak of the matter. Joseph accepted the information with his usual pliancy. "I only wish my wife and me could join you," he remarked, "but it wouldn't do to take a holiday so soon after settling to business. Better luck for me next year, father, let's hope." That he had settled to business was a fact of which Joseph made so much just now that one would have been tempted to suppose it almost a new experience for him. His engagement, he declared, was with a firm of advertising agents in the city, nothing to boast of, unfortunately, and remunerative only in the way of commission, but he saw his way to better things. "Jane, my girl," he continued, averting his eyes as if in emotion, "I don't know how you and me are going to show our gratitude for all this kindness, I'm sure. I hope you haven't got so used to it that you think there's no need to thank your grandfather." The girl and the old man exchanged a look. Joseph sighed, and began to speak of another subject in a tone of cheery martyrdom. Jane had not been quite so joyous as was her wont, since the occurrence had caused her to take a new view of her position in the world. She understood that her grandfather regarded the change very gravely, and in her own heart awoke all manner of tremulous apprehensions, when she tried to look onward a little to the uncertainties of the future. Forecasts had not hitherto troubled her. The present was so rich in satisfactions that she could follow the bent of her nature and live with no anxiety concerning the unknown. It was a great relief to her to be assured that the long-standing plans for the holiday would suffer no change. The last week was a time of impatience, resolutely suppressed. On the Saturday afternoon Sidney was to meet them at Liverpool Street. Would anything happen these last few days, this last day, this last hour? No. All three stood together on the platform, and their holiday had already begun. Over the pest-stricken regions of East London, sweltering in sunshine which only served to reveal the intimacies of abomination, across miles of a city of the damned, such as thought never conceived before this age of ours, above streets swarming with a nameless populace, cruelly exposed by the unwonted light of heaven, stopping at stations which it crushes the heart to think should be the destination of any mortal, the train made its way at length beyond the outmost limits of dread, and entered upon a land of level meadows, of hedges and trees, of crops and cattle. Michael Snowden was anxious that Jane should not regard with the carelessness of familiarity those desolate tracts from which they were escaping. In Bethnal Green he directed her attention with a whispered word to the view from each window, and Jane had learnt well to understand him. But the lesson over, it was none of his purpose to spoil her natural mood of holiday. Sidney sat opposite her, and as often as their eyes met a smile of contentment answered on either's face. They alighted at Chelmsford, and were met by the farmer in whose house they were going to lodge, a stolid, good-natured fellow named Paminter, with red leathery cheeks and a corkscrew curl of black hair coming forward on each temple. His trap was waiting, and in a few minutes they started on the drive to Danbury. The distance is about 5 miles, and until Danbury Hill is reached, the countryside has no point of interest to distinguish it from any other representative bit of rural Essex. It is merely one of those quiet corners of flat, homely England, where man and beast seem on good terms with each other, where all green things grow in abundance, where from an old tilth and pasture land are humbly observant of seasons and alternations, where the brown roads are familiar only with the tread of the labourer, with the light wheel of the farmer's gig, or the rumbling of the solid warn. By the roadside you pass occasionally a mantled pool, where perchance ducks or geese are enjoying themselves, and at times there is a pleasant glimpse of a farmyard, with stacks and barns and stables, all things as simple as could be, but beautiful on this summer afternoon, and priceless when one has come forth from the streets of Clerkenwell. Farmer Paminter was talkative, and his honest chest voice sounded pleasantly, but the matter of his discourse might have been more cheerful. Here, as elsewhere, the evil of the times was pressing upon men and disheartening them from labour. Farms lying barren, ill will between proprietor and tenant, between tenant and hind, departure of the tillers of the soil to rot in towns that have no need of them, of such things did honest Paminter speak, with many a sturdy malediction of landlords and landlaws, whereat Sidney smiled, not unsympathetic. Danbury Hill, rising thick-wooded to the village church, which is visible for miles around, with stretches of heath about its lower slopes, with its far prospects over the sunny country, was the pleasant end of a pleasant drive. Mrs. Paminter and her children, 7 of them unhappily, gave the party a rough, warm-hearted welcome. Ha! how good it was to smell the rooms through which the pure air breathed freely. All the front of the house was draped with purple clematis. In the garden were sunflowers and hollyhocks and lowly plants innumerable. On the red and lichened tiles pigeons were cooing themselves into a doze. The horse's hoofs rang with a pleasant clearness on the stones as he was led to his cool stable. Her heart throbbing with excess of delight, Jane pushed back the diamond-paned casement of her bedroom, the same room she had occupied last year and the year before, and buried her face in clematis. Then the tea that Mrs. Paminter had made ready. How delicious everything tasted! How white the cloth was! How fragrant the cut flowers in the brown jug! But Michael had found the journey a greater tax upon his strength than he anticipated. Whilst Sidney and Jane talked merrily over the tea-table, the old man was thinking, "Another year they will come without me," and he smiled just to hide his thoughts. In the evening he smoked his pipe on a garden seat, for the most part silent, and at sunset he was glad to go up to his chamber. Jane was renewing her friendship with the Paminter's eldest girl, an apple-cheeked, red-haired, ungraceful but good-natured lass of 16. Their voices sounded from all parts of the garden and the farmyard, Jane's clear-throated laugh contrasting with the rougher utterance of her companion. After supper, in the falling of dusk, Sidney strolled away from the gossiping circle within doors, and found a corner of the garden whence there was a view of wooded hillside against the late glow of the heavens. Presently he heard footsteps, and through the leafage of a tree that shadowed him he saw Jane looking this way and that, as if she sought someone. Her dress was a light calico, and she held in her hand a rough garden hat, the property of Miss Pammenter. Sidney regarded her for some moments, then called her by name. She could not see him at first, and looked about anxiously. He moved a branch of the tree and called her again, whereupon she ran forward. "I thought perhaps you'd gone up the hill," she said, resting her arms on the wall by which he was standing. Then they kept silence, enjoying the sweetness of the hour. Differently, it is true, for Kirkwood's natural sensitiveness had been developed and refined by studies of which Jane had no conception. Imperfect as his instruction remained, the sources of spiritual enjoyment were open to him, and with all his feeling there blended that reflective bitterness which is the sad privilege of such as he. Jane's delight was as simple as the language in which she was wont to express herself. She felt infinitely more than Pennyloaf, for instance, would have done under the circumstances, but her joy consisted in the main of a satisfaction of pure instincts and a deep sense of gratitude to those who made her life what it was. She could as little have understood Sidney's mind at this moment as she could have given an analytic account of her own sensations. For all that, the two were in profound sympathy. How different soever the ways in which they were affected, the result, as they stood side by side, was identical in the hearts of both. Sidney began to speak of Michael Snowden, keeping his voice low, as if in fear of breaking those subtle harmonies wherewith the night descended. "We must be careful not to overtire him. He looked very pale when he went upstairs. I've thought lately that he must suffer more than he tells us." "Yes, I'm afraid he often does," Jane assented, as if relieved to speak of it. "Yet he always says it's nothing to trouble about, nothing but is what is natural at his age. He's altered a great deal since father came," she added, regarding him diffidently. "I hope it isn't because he thinks your father may be wanting to take you away." "Oh, it can't be that. Oh, he knows I wouldn't leave him. Mr. Kirkwood, you don't think my father will give us any trouble?" She revealed an anxiety which delicacy of feeling had hitherto prevented her expressing. Sidney at once spoke reassuringly, though he had in fact no little suspicion of Joseph Snowdon's tactics. "It's my grandfather that I ought to think of most," pursued Jane earnestly. "I can't feel to my father as I do to him. What should I have been now if—" Something caused her to leave the speech unfinished, and for a few moments there was silence. From the ground exhaled a sweet fresh odour soothing to the senses, and at times a breath of air brought subtler perfume from the alleys of the garden. In the branches above them rustled a bird's wing. At a distance on the country road sounded the trotting of a horse. "I feel ashamed and angry with myself," said Sidney in a tone of emotion, "when I think now of those times. I might have done something, Jane. I had no right to know what you were suffering and just go by as if it didn't matter." "Oh, but you didn't," came eagerly from the girl's lips. "You've forgotten, but I can't. You were very kind to me. You helped me more than you can think. You never saw me without speaking kindly. Don't you remember that night when I came to fetch you from the workshop, and you took off your coat and put it over me because it was cold and raining? Jane, what a long, long time ago that seems! As long as I live I shall never forget it, never. You were the only friend I had then." "No, there was someone else who took thought for you," said Sidney, regarding her gravely. Jane met his look for an instant. They could just read each other's features in the pale light, then dropped her eyes. "I don't think you've forgotten that either," he added in the same unusual voice. "No," said Jane below her breath. "Say who it is I mean." "You mean Miss Hewett," was the reply, after a troubled moment. "I wanted you to say her name. You remember one evening not long ago when your grandfather was away? I had the same wish then. Why shouldn't we speak of her? She was a friend to you when you needed one badly, and it's right that you should remember her with gratitude. I think of her just like we do of people that are dead." Jane stood with one hand on the low wall, half turned to him, but her face bent downwards. Regarding her for what seemed a long time, Sidney felt as though the fragrance of the earth and the flowers were mingling with his blood and confusing him with emotions. At the same his tongue was paralyzed. Frequently of late he had known a timidity in Jane's presence, which prevented him from meeting her eyes, and now this tremor came upon him with painful intensity. He knew to what his last words had tended. It was with consciousness of a distinct purpose that he had led the conversation to Clara, but now he was powerless to speak the words his heart prompted. Of a sudden he experienced a kind of shame, the result of compassion between himself and the simple girl who stood before him. She was so young, and the memory of passions from which he had suffered years ago affected him with a sense of unworthiness, almost of impurity. Jane had come to be his ideal of maidenhood, but till this moment he had not understood the full significance of the feeling with which he regarded her. He could not transform with a word their relations to each other. The temptation of the hour had hurried him towards an end which he must approach with more thought, more preparation of himself. It was scarcely for 10 heartbeats. Then Jane raised her eyes and said in a voice that trembled, "I've often wished I could see her again and thank her for her kindness that night." "That will help me to think with less pain of things that are long since over and done with," Sidney replied, forcing himself to speak firmly. "We can't alter the past, Jane, but we can try to remember only the best part of it. You, I hope, very seldom look back at all." "Grandfather wishes me never to forget it. He often says that." "Does he? I think I understand." Jane drew down a branch and laid the broad, cool leaves against her cheek. Releasing it, she moved in the direction of the house. Her companion followed with slow step, his head bent. Before they came to the door, Jane drew his attention to a bat that was sweeping duskily over their heads. She began to speak with her wonted cheerfulness. "How I should like Pennyloaf to be here! I wonder what she'd think of it." At the door they bade each other good night. Sidney took yet a few turns in the garden before entering. But that it would have seemed to the Pammenters a crazy proceeding, he would have gladly struck away over the field and walked for hours. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Nether World. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Nether World by George Robert Gissing. Chapter 20. A Vision of Noble Things. He slept but for an hour or two, and even then with such disturbance of fitful dreams that he could not be said to rest. At the earliest sound of movements in the house he rose and went out into the morning air. There had fallen a heavy shower just after sunrise, and the glory of the east was still partly veiled with uncertain clouds. Heedless of weather signs, Sidney strode away at a great pace, urged by his ungovernable thoughts. His state was that miserable one in which a man repeats for the 1000th time something he has said, and torments himself with devising possible and impossible interpretations thereof. Through the night he had done nothing but imagine what significance Jane might have attached to his words about Clara Hewett. Why had he spoken of Clara at all? One moment he understood his reasons and approved them. The next he was at a loss to account for such needless revival of a miserable story. How had Jane interpreted him? And was it right or wrong to have paused when on the point of confessing that he loved her? Rain caught him at a distance from home, and he returned to breakfast in rather a cheerless plight. He found that Michael was not feeling quite himself, and would not rise till midday. Jane had a look of anxiety, and he fancied she behaved to him with a constraint hitherto unknown. The fancy was dispelled, however, when, later in the morning, she persuaded him to bring out his sketch-book, and suggested points of view for a drawing of the farm that had been promised to Mr. Pammenter. Himself unable to recover the tone of calm intimacy which till yesterday had been natural between them, Sidney found himself studying the girl, seeking to surprise some proof that she too was no longer the same, and only affected this unconsciousness of change. There was, perhaps, a little less readiness in her eyes to meet his, but she talked as naturally as ever, and the spontaneousness of her good humour was assuredly not feigned. On Monday the farmer had business in Malden. Occasionally, when he drove over to that town, he took one or other of his children with him to visit a relative, and to-day he proposed that Jane should be of the party. They started after an early dinner. Michael and Sidney stood together in the road, watching the vehicle as it rolled away. Then they walked in silence to a familiar spot where they could sit in shadow. Sidney was glad of Jane's departure for the afternoon. He found it impossible to escape the restlessness into which he had fallen, and was resolved to seek relief by opening his mind to the old man. There could be little doubt that Michael already understood his thoughts, and no better opportunity for such a conversation was likely to present itself. When they had been seated for a minute or two, neither speaking, Sidney turned to his companion with a grave look. At the same instant Michael also had raised his eyes and seemed on the point of saying something of importance. They regarded each other. The old man's face was set in an expression of profound feeling, and his lips moved tremulously before words rose to them. "What were you going to say, Sidney?" he asked, reading the other's features. "Something which I hope won't be displeasing to you." "I was going to speak of Jane. Since she has been living with you she has grown from a child to a woman. When I was talking with her in the garden on Saturday night I felt this change more distinctly than I had ever done before. I understood that it had made a change in myself. I love her, Mr. Snowden, and it's my dearest hope that she may come to feel the same for me." Michael was more agitated than the speaker. He raised a hand to his forehead and closed his eyes as if the light pained him. But the smile with which he speedily answered Sidney's look of trouble was full of reassurance. "You couldn't have said anything that would give me more pleasure," he replied, just above his breath. "Does she know it? Did you speak to her?" "We were talking of years ago, and I mentioned Clara Hewett. I said that I had forgotten all about her except that she befriended Jane, but nothing more than that. I couldn't say what I was feeling just then. Partly I thought that it was right to speak to you first, and then it seemed to me almost as if I should be treating her unfairly. I'm so much older, and she knows that it isn't the first time and she's always thought of me as just a friend." "So much older?" repeated Michael, with a grave smile. "Why, you're both children to my sight. Wait and let me think a bit, Sidney. I too have something I want to say. I'm glad you've spoken this afternoon, when there's time for us to talk. Just wait a few minutes and let me think." Sidney had as good as forgotten that there was anything unusual in his friend's circumstances. This last day or two he had thought of nothing but Jane and his love for her. Now he recalled the anticipation, originating he scarcely knew how, that some kind of disclosure would before long be made to him. The trouble of his mind was heightened. He waited with all but dread for the next words. "I think I've told you," Michael resumed at length, steadying his voice, "that Joseph is my youngest son, and I had 3 others. 3 others, Michael, Edward, and Robert, all dead. Edward died when he was a boy of 15. Robert was killed on the railway, he was a porter, at 23. My eldest went out to Australia. He took a wife there and had 1 child. The wife died when they'd been married a year or 2, and Michael and his boy were drowned, both together. I was living with them at the time, as you know. But what I've never spoken of, Sidney, is that my son had made his fortune. He left a deal of land and many thousands of pounds behind him. There was no finding any will. A lawyer in the nearest town, a man that had known him a long time, said he felt sure there'd been no will made. So, as things were, the law gave everything to his father." He related it with subdued voice, in a solemn and agitated tone. The effect of the news upon Sidney was a painful constriction of the heart, a rush of confused thought, an involvement of all his perceptions in a sense of fear. The pallor of his cheeks and the pained parting of his lips bore witness to how little he was prepared for such a story. "I've begun with what ought by rights to have come last," pursued Michael, after drawing a deep sigh. "But it does me good to get it told. It's been burdening me this long while. Now you must listen, Sidney, while I show you why I've kept this a secret. I've no fear but you'll understand me, though most people wouldn't. It's a secret from everybody except a lawyer in London, who does business for me. A right-hearted man he is in most things, and I'm glad I met with him, but he doesn't understand me as you will. He thinks I'm making a mistake. My son knows nothing about it, at least it's my hope and belief he doesn't. He told me he hadn't heard of his brother's death, and I say I hope he doesn't know. It isn't selfishness, that. I needn't tell you. I've never for a minute thought of myself as a rich man, Sidney. I've never thought of the money as my own, never. And if Joseph proves himself honest, I'm ready to give up to him the share of his brother's property that it seems to me ought to be rightfully his, though the law for some reason looks at it in a different way. I'm ready, but I must know that he's an honest man. I must prove him first." The eagerness of this thought impelled him to repetitions and emphasis. His voice fell upon a note of feebleness, and with an effort he recovered the tone in which he had begun. "As soon as I knew that all this wealth had fallen to me, I decided at once to come back to England. What could I do out there? I decided to come to England, but I couldn't see further ahead than that. I sold all the land. I had the business done for me by that lawyer I spoke of, that had known my son, and he recommended me to a Mr. Percival of London. I came back, and I found little Jane, and then bit by bit I began to understand what my duty was. It got clear in my mind. I formed a purpose, a plan, and it's as strong in me now as ever. Let me think again for a little, Sidney. I want to make it as plain to you as it is to me. You'll understand me best if I go back and tell you more than I've done yet about my life before I left England. Let me think a while." He was overcome with a fear that he might not be able to convey with sufficient force the design which had wholly possessed him. So painful was the struggle in him between enthusiasm and a consciousness of failing faculties, that Sidney grasped his hand and begged him to speak simply, without effort. "Have no fear about my understanding you. We've talked a great deal together, and I know very well what your strongest motives are. Trust me to sympathize with you." "I do. If I hadn't that trust, Sidney, I couldn't have felt the joy I did when you spoke to me of my Jane. You'll help me to carry out my plan. You and Jane will. You and Jane. I've got to be such an old man all at once, as it seems, and I must have waited much longer without telling you what I had in my mind. See now, I'll go back to when I was a boy, as far back as I can remember. You know I was born in Clerkenwell, and I've told you a little now and then of the hard times I went through. My poor father and mother came out of the country, thinking to better themselves. Instead of that, they found nothing but cold and hunger and toil and moil. They were both dead by when I was between 13 and 14. They died in the same winter, a cruel winter. I used to go about begging bits of firewood from the neighbours. There was a man in our house who kept dogs, and I remember once catching hold of a bit of dirty meat, I can't call it meat, that one of them had gnawed and left on the stairs, and I ate it as if I'd been a dog myself. I was that driven with hunger. Why, I feel the cold and the hunger at this minute. It was a cruel winter, that, and it left me alone. I had to get my own living as best I could. No teaching. I was 19 before I could read the signs over shops or write my own name. Between 19 and 20 I got all the education I was ever to have, paying a man with what I could save out of my earnings. The blessing was I had health and strength, and with hard struggling I got into a regular employment. At 25 I could earn my £1 a week, pretty certain. When it got to 5 shillings more, I must needs have a wife to share it with me. My poor girl came to live with me in a room in Hill Street. I've never spoken to you of her, but you shall hear it all now. cost me what it may in the telling. Of course she was out of a poor home, and she'd known as well as me what it was to go cold and hungry. I sometimes think, Sidney, I can see a look of her in Jane's face. But she was prettier than Jane. Yes, yes, prettier than Jane. And to think a man could treat a poor little thing like her the way I did. You don't know what sort of a man Michael Snowden was then. No, you don't know what I was then. You're not to think I ill-used her in the common way. I never raised my hand, thank God, and I never spoke a word a man should be ashamed of. But I was a hard, self-willed, stubborn fool. How she came to like me and to marry me, I don't know. We were so different in every way. Well, it was partly my nature and partly what I'd gone through. We hadn't been married more than a month or two when I began to find fault with her, and from that day on she could never please me. I earned 25 shillings a week, and I'd made up my mind that we must save out of it. I wouldn't let her work, no. What she had to do was to keep the home on as little as possible, and always have everything clean and straight when I got back at night. But Jenny hadn't the same ideas about things I had. She couldn't pinch and pare, and our plans of saving came to nothing. It grew worse as the children were born. The more need there was for carefulness, the more heedless Jenny seemed to get. And it was my fault, mine from beginning to end. Another man would have been gentle with her, and showed her kindly when she was wrong, and have been thankful for the love she gave him, whatever her faults. That wasn't my way. I got angry, and made her life a burden to her. I must have things done exactly as I wished. If not, there was no end to my fault-finding. And yet, if you'll believe it, I love my wife as truly as man ever did. Jenny couldn't understand that, and how could she? At last she began to deceive me in all sorts of little things. She got into debt with shop people. She showed me false accounts. She pawned things without my knowing. Last of all, she began to drink. Our fourth child was born just at that time. Jenny had a bad illness, and I believe it set her mind wrong. I lost all control of her, and she used to say if it wasn't for the children she'd go and leave me. One morning we quarrelled very badly, and I did as I'd threatened to. I walked about the streets all the night that followed, never coming home. I went to work next day, but at dinner-time I got frightened and ran home just to speak a word. Little Mike, the eldest, was playing on the stairs, and he said his mother was asleep. I went into the room and saw Jenny lying on the bed dressed. There was something queer in the way her arms were stretched out. When I got near, I saw she was dead. She'd taken poison. And it was I had killed her, just as much as if I'd put the poison to her lips, all because I thought myself such a wise fellow, because I'd resolved to live more prudently than other men of my kind did. I wanted to save my money for the future, out of 25 shillings a week. Many and many a day I starved myself to try and make up for expenses of the home. Sidney, you remember that man we once went to hear lecture, the man that talked of nothing but the thriftlessness of the poor, and how it was their own fault they suffered? I was very near telling you my story when we came away that night. Why, look, I myself was just the kind of poor man that would have suited that lecturer. And what came of it? If I'd let my poor Jenny go her own way from the first, we should have had hard times now and then, but there'd have been our love to help us, and we should have been happy enough. They talk about thriftiness, and it just means that poor people are expected to practice a self-denial that the rich can't even imagine, much less carry out. You know now why this kind of talk always angers me." Michael brooded for a few moments, his eyes straying sadly over the landscape before him. "I was punished," he continued, "and in the fittest way. The two of my boys who showed most love for me, Edward and Robert, died young. The eldest and youngest were a constant trouble to me. Michael was quick-tempered and self-willed like myself. I took the wrong way with him, just like I had with his mother, and there was no peace till he left home. Joseph was still harder to deal with, but he's the only one left alive, and there is no need to bring up things against him. With him I wasn't to blame, and as I treated him too kindly and spoilt him. He was my favourite, was Joe, and he repaid me cruelly. When he married, I only heard of it from other people. We'd been parted for a long time already, and just about then I had a letter from Michael asking me if I was willing to go out and live with him in Australia. I hadn't heard from him more than 2 or 3 times in 12 years, and when his letter came to me I was living in Sheffield. I'd been there about 5 years. He wrote to say he was doing well, and that he didn't like to think of me being left to spend my old age alone. It was a kind letter, and it warmed my heart. Lonely I was, as lonely and sorrowful a man as any in England. I wrote back to say that I'd come to him gladly if he could promise to put me in the way of earning my own living. He agreed to that, and I left the old country thinking I should never see it again. I didn't see Joseph before I went. All I knew of him was that he lived in Clerkenwell Close, married, and that was all I had to guide me when I tried to find him a few years after. I was bitter against him, and went without trying to say good-bye. My son's fortune seems to have been made chiefly out of horse-stealing and what they call land-grabbing, buying sheep-runs over the heads of squatters to be bought out again at a high profit. Well, you know what my opinion is of trading at the best, and as far as I could understand it, it was trading at about its worst that had filled Michael's pockets. He'd had a partner for a time, and very ugly stories were told me about the man. However, Michael gave me as kind a welcome as his letter promised. Prosperity had done him good, and he seemed only anxious to make up for the years of unkindness that had gone by. Had I been willing, I might have lived under his roof at my ease, but I held him to his bargain and worked like any other man who goes there without money. It's a comfort to me to think of those few years spent in quiet and goodwill with my eldest boy. His own lad would have given him trouble, I'm afraid, if he'd lived. Michael used to talk to me uneasily about him, poor fellow, but they both came to their end before the world had parted them. If I'd been a young man, I dare say I should have felt different when they told me how rich I was. It gave me no pleasure at first, and when I'd had time to think about it, I only grew worried. I even thought once or twice of getting rid of the burden by giving all the money to a hospital in Sydney or Melbourne. And then I remembered that the poor in the old country had more claim on me, and when I'd got used to the idea of being a wealthy man, I found myself recalling all sorts of fancies and wishes that used to come into my head when I was working hard for a poor living. It took some time to get all the lawyer's business finished, and by when it was done I began to see a way before me. First of all I must find my son in England and see if he needed help. I hadn't made any change in my way of living, and I came back from Australia as a steerage passenger, wearing the same clothes that I'd worked in. The lawyer laughed at me. I'm sure I should have laughed at myself if I'd dressed up as a gentleman and begun to play the fool in my old age. The money wasn't to be used in that way. I'd got my ideas, and they grew clearer during the voyage home. You know how I found Jane. Not long after, I put an advertisement in the papers asking my son, if he saw it, to communicate with Mr. Percival, that's the lawyer I was recommended to in London. There was no answer. Joseph was in America at that time. I hadn't much reason to like Mrs. Peckover and her daughter, but I kept up acquaintance with them because I thought they might hear of Joe some day. And after a while I sent Jane to learn a business. Do you know why I did that? Can you think why I brought up the child as if I'd only just enough to keep us both, and never gave a sign that I could have made a rich lady of her? In asking the question, he bent forward and laid his hand on Sidney's shoulder. His eyes gleamed with that light which betrays the enthusiast, the idealist. As he approached the explanation to which his story had tended, the signs of age and weakness disappeared before the intensity of his feeling. Sidney understood now why he had always been conscious of something in the man's mind that was not revealed to him, of a life-controlling purpose, but vaguely indicated by the general tenor of Michael's opinions. The latter's fervour affected him, and he replied with emotion, "You wish Jane to think of this money as you do yourself, not to regard it as wealth, but as a means of bringing help to the miserable." "That is my thought, Sidney. It came to me in that form whilst I was sitting by her bed when she was ill at Mrs. Peckover's. I knew nothing of her character then, and the idea I had might have come to nothing through her turning out untrustworthy. But I thought to myself, suppose she grows up to be a good woman, suppose I can teach her to look at things in the same way as I do myself, train her to feel that no happiness could be greater than the power to put an end to ever so little of the want and wretchedness about her. Suppose when I die I could have the certainty that all this money was going to be used for the good of the poor by a woman who herself belonged to the poor. You understand me? It would have been easy enough to leave it among charities in the ordinary way, but my idea went beyond that. I might have had Jane schooled and fashioned into a lady, and still have hoped that she would use the money well, but my idea went beyond that. There's plenty of ladies nowadays taking an interest in the miserable and spending their means unselfishly. What I hoped was to raise up for the poor and the untaught a friend out of their own midst, someone who had gone through all that they suffer, who was accustomed to earn her own living by the work of her hands as they do, who had never thought herself their better, who saw the world as they see it and knew all their wants. A lady may do good, we know that, but she can't be the friend of the poor as I understand it. There's too great a distance between her world and theirs. Can you picture to yourself how anxiously I've watched this child from the first day she came to live with me? I've scarcely had a thought but about her. I saw very soon that she had good feelings, and I set myself to encourage them. I wanted her to be able to read and write, but there was no need of any more education than that. It was the heart I cared about, not the mind. Besides, I had always to keep saying to myself that perhaps, after all, she wouldn't turn out the kind of woman I wished, and in that case she mustn't be spoiled for an ordinary life. Sidney, it's this money that has made me a weak old man, when I might still have been as strong as a man of 50. The care of it has worn me out. I haven't slept quietly since it came into my hands, but the worst is over. I shan't be disappointed. Jane will be the woman I've hoped for, and however soon my own life comes to an end, I shall die knowing that there's a true man by her side to help her to make my idea a reality. I've mentioned Mr. Percival the lawyer. He's an old man like myself, and we've had many a long talk together. About 1.5 years ago I told him what I've told you now. Since I came back to England he's been managing the money for me. He's paid me the little we needed, and the rest of the income has been used in charity by some people we could trust. Well, Mr. Percival doesn't go with me in my plans for Jane. He thinks I'm making a mistake, that I ought to have had the child educated to fit her to live with rich people. It's no use. I can't get him to feel what a grand thing it'll be for Jane to go about among her own people and help them as nobody ever could. He said to me not long ago, "And isn't the girl ever to have a husband?" "It's my hope that she will," I told him. "And do you suppose," he went on, "that whoever marries her will let her live in the way you talk of? Where are you going to find a working man that'll be content never to touch this money, to work on for his weekly wages when he might be living at his ease?" And I told him that it wasn't as impossible as he thought. What do you think, Sidney? The communication of a noble idea has the same effect upon the brains of certain men, of one, let us say, in every 100,000, as a wine that exalts and enraptures. As Sidney listened to the old man telling of his wondrous vision, he became possessed with ardour such as he had known but once or twice in his life. Idealism, such as Michael Snowden had developed in these latter years, is a form of genius. Given the susceptible hearer, it dazzles, inspires, raises to heroic contempt of the facts of life. Had this story been related to him of some unknown person, Sidney would have admired, but as one admires the nobly impracticable. Subject to the electric influence of a man who was great enough to conceive and direct his life by such a project, who could repose so supreme a faith in those he loved? All the primitive nobleness of his character asserted itself, and he could accept with a throbbing heart the superb challenge addressed to him. "If Jane can think me worthy to be her husband," he replied, "your friend shall see that he has feared without cause." "I knew it, Sidney, I knew it!" exclaimed the old man. "How much younger I feel now that I have shared this burden with you!" "And shall you now tell Jane?" the other inquired. "Not yet. Not just yet. She is very young. We must wait a little, but there can be no reason why you shouldn't speak to her of yourself." Sidney was descending from the clouds. As the flush of this humanitarian enthusiasm passed away, and he thought of his personal relations to Jane, a misgiving, a scruple began to make itself heard within him. Worldly and commonplace the thought, but had he a right to ask the girl to pledge herself to him under circumstances such as these? To be sure, it was not as if Jane were an heiress in the ordinary way. For all that, would it not be a proceeding of doubtful justice to woo her when as yet she was wholly ignorant of the most important item in her situation? His sincerity was unassailable. But suppose, in fact, he had to judge the conduct of another man thus placed. Upon the heated pulsing of his blood succeeded a coolness, almost a chill. He felt as though he had been on the verge of a precipice, and had been warned to draw back only just in time. Every second showed him more distinctly what his duty was. He experienced a sensation of thankfulness that he had not spoken definitely on Saturday evening. His instinct had guided him aright. Jane was still too young to be called upon solemnly to decide her whole future. "That too had better wait, Mr. Snowden," he said, after a pause of a minute. "I should like her to know everything before I speak to her in that way. In a year it will be time enough." Michael regarded him thoughtfully. "Perhaps you are right. I wish you knew Mr. Percival, but there is time, there is time. He still thinks I shall be persuaded to alter my plans. That night you came to Hanover Street and found me away, he took me to see a lady who works among the poor in Clerkenwell. She knew me by name, because Mr. Percival had given her money from me to use, but we'd never seen each other till then. He wants me to ask her opinion about Jane." "Has he spoken of her to the lady, do you think?" "Oh, no," replied the other with perfect confidence. "He has promised me to keep all that a secret as long as I wish. The lady, her name is Miss Lant, seemed all that my friend said she was, and perhaps Jane might do well to make her acquaintance some day, but that mustn't be till Jane knows and approves the purpose of my life and hers. The one thing that troubles me, Sidney, is her father. It's hard that I can't be sure whether my son will be a help or a hindrance. I must wait and try to know him better." The conversation had so wearied Michael that in returning to the house he had to lean on his companion's arm. Sidney was silent, and yielded, he scarce knew why, to a mood of depression. When Jane returned from Malden in the evening, and he heard her happy voice as the children ran out to welcome her, there was a heaviness at his heart. Perhaps it came only from hope deferred. Chapter 21